click, chat lights up. Boarding passes all in the cup. Late gate change, but we still vibe. From pushback baby to climb and glide. Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud to quiet contra line. We're cruising through the pages of the Atlas. One calm crosswind at a time. Oh yeah. Soft mic check, call outs low. Tiny model on the window. Tiny map over ocean blue. Chatting first class, riding with the crew. Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud let the captain set the payload. We'll get you home in just time.
aboard. 757 Spy Flight's all ready to go. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in today. Wow, we got a cool airport here too. I don't know, I've always been kind of geeky about the little center terminals out here at Geneva. Anyhow, hop in your airplane, flying time. Hey there, welcome aboard and thank you for coming on in today. Super duper happy Thursday. Martel just arrived. Hi, Sunjammer. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Idris, welcome to you. Senor Tomas, nice to see you. I think there's got to be an underground tram. I can't imagine that they're running a bus or anything like that on there. But you never know. I mean, they could be. DC just came back with a nice resub while we're just getting started. The A220 is absolutely amazing, DC. Thank you for a 32-month resub and a really, really great jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep my silly little show going on. Been here for 32 months. That is an awful lot of months. So thank you for coming in and great support. Captain Chris just arrived. Hi there, Captain Chris. Thank you for coming in. I guess it's kind of hot and steamy in Frankfurt today. Kind of hot and steamy and smoky here as well. T-Bird's here with all the fun emotes. Thank you for finding the Rise emote too. Mr. Jazz is here as we just get ready for our second round of jazzy music getting started here. And thank you for coming on in. I don't know how long this is going to work today. Where's weather cam? There's weather cam. I don't know how long this is going to work today. The smoke here has been bad. We've had pretty nasty air quality for the past few days. So I was really good yesterday. I wanted to do a cold and dark video on the airplane, but I decided, nope, I better not. So I was really good and shut up. But I'm really kind of hoping that I can get a cold and dark out sometime next week. But I do have a spy flow, and it's just basically a text file, and it's a real simple text file. Edit with Notepad. There we go. So I use Notepad right here. So I have this text file, every step that you're going to need to be able to take off and land and not end up making the evening news. Okay, and it's over on Discord, and I put a couple of links into Discord. I just popped it in on Twitch and YouTube, and you should be able to find that there. I always like to say when I do the spy flows and cold and darks and stuff, it's not about the right way versus the wrong way. It's what I've found that works in the sim. So, you know, there might be some things out there that just do not work in the real world and stuff like that, but it does work for me, at least in the sim, and hopefully it will work for you too. Let's turn this down a little bit because I can already feel my voice going. Hey, Loviz, thanks for coming by today. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. A couple of things that I did try to do. I tried to do the nav data, and I can tell you that my system did not like nav data. Not nav data, the terrain data. So there's a really cool terrain map in this airplane. Followed all the instructions, and it froze the sim literally every time. Literally every time. So I don't know what to say. I tried. Spent 4 hours downloading it. You can also apparently download it now from any builds. So that's a little bit easier, and that's going to help out too. Another thing that I've started doing is using the VATSIM Radar app. You can get the VATSIM Radar app. There's a clickable link in the upper right-hand corner of the web version of this. I like this. It seems to be working out pretty good for me. So hopefully it works out good for you, and that's great for VATSIM Radar and all. For today, we've got a Swiss A220 on the ground at Geneva. We're going to Nice. We also have an A220, the Qantas Link, and that is waiting for us at Brizzy, and we're heading on up to Hamilton Island. We've done Brizzy and Hamilton before. You should have, I think, a freeware and a default or a payware for Brizzy, and a freeware for Hamilton. And then we'll do some sort of a breeze route. I don't know. We'll figure out some sort of a breezy route there, and that should be fairly good. And that's at least the plan for today. and that should keep us out of trouble. Hey, IE SoCal, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Captain Chris, the new A220 is a real monster. The thing is, it may say Airbus on the airplane. Secret to this airplane is it's not, and it's a C series. Okay, Airbus bought it, so there are a few Airbus isms in this particular airplane, but the deal is it's not an Airbus, and you kind of have to, you know, run this a little bit more like a CRJ in some areas. Like a lot of folks are having a big bad problem coming into the airplane and flying it and doing the ILS. And you know what? If you set it up and run it like you would set up the ILS in a CRJ, guess what's going to happen? It's going to work for you, and it's going to be really, really good. So you kind of need to do that. If you'll do that, that should work out really good. You can't get into the terminal. Just kind of zipping around in the drone camera right now, but you can at least walk down the jetway, and the jetways are looking pretty good. You have to go through this one thing right here, and I think you have to kind of do a little bit of a turn here. Oh, nope, not much of a turn. And you can't go back too far in this, but if you whoa, wrong way. If you kind of come over here, you can kind of do a little walk into the jetway here and check it out. So that's really kind of nice. And it looks like they did a really good job on the modeling on this airplane too. I really enjoy this quite a bit. So super duper cool airplane. Let's hop on in and get ready to go, okay? Senor Tomas, Aviator Transat, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Hi, Michael. Hi, Cracker. Look, it took forever it took me, even after getting the file downloaded, to get it to work, and it's not something that you want to run all the time. No, I don't feel like it is. I've been flying it without the terrain. Yeah, it's kind of groovy to look at. It's more of an eye candy thing for me. I can see some places where the terrain map would be good, but just another thing that, you know, the system has to work. Pier B consists of two Shenzhen circular satellite buildings, which are reached from the shopping area via an underground walkway, and that's also passport control. And I don't think I pronounced it right, Senor Tomas, but Shenzhen, that's how it is, that if I am German, live in Germany, I can go to France or Greece and not show my passport. You just get to go, right? Aviator Transat got the iFly Max. It is a great airplane. In fact, that's become my go-to 737. Yeah, it doesn't work like an Airbus, does it? Yeah, people thought it was a bug. I don't think it's a bug. Everything that I've read is it's not a bug. Hi, Danny VDW. Welcome aboard. Almost ready to get a wind control PMDG 737. So I've actually got that, and I actually use that with this airplane howitzer. So this is the 737, and it works really good. Low Viz, I rarely run terrain radar. I do too. I don't run terrain radar until I'm in terrain. And if I'm not, I turn it off. Yeah, I think this one is a bit pricey. On the other hand, I will say that I think it's a really good airplane. I think it's absolutely outstanding, and I'm having a blast with this. The airplane has, at least yesterday, it was the top airplane flown on VATSIM. So you look at the stats on VATSIM, and it was the main, it was the big one. So there you go. I'm going to go ahead and open up my cargo doors too. And this is essentially my startup here. I'll actually follow through on my list and show you how. Other than the gray paint in the cockpit, it's not an Airbus. That's right. It's a C series. It's a C series, and there's a lot of CRJ in this airplane. That being said, it's a great one. So with GSX, I got Jetway, EFB. You're going to go to My Flight to start off the game, and import from SimBrief. Hey, look at that, LSGG to LFMN. Justice, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Has anybody noticed that the live stream has been going on for 21 minutes and I haven't done any jokes about Nice? Just saying. Okay, next thing on my list, you go to EFB settings. And what we do over here is we want to take a look and see. Now, I'm in Europe right now, Swiss. I'm going to assume that this is a metric airplane. So I'm going to go to metric and kgs in here, and everything else is just fine. Then after that, we come on over. I've already done ground gear. Doors are open. GPU is up. And then I'll come over to the load sheet, and I'm going to go SimBrief import. And that looks about right to me. It should be 114 passengers, 2.9 for cargo. Fuel should be 4.8. And that's all correct. So that's good. Good morning. Elias is checking in from Australia. Hey, Elias, guess what? We're flying out of Brizzy after this. Our next flight is Brizzy up to Hamilton Island in an A220, of course. So looking forward to seeing you there. Thank you for coming by, Elias. Justice, I hope I said hi when you came in. Loviz, it's the same price as the... It is. Yeah, come to think of it, it is. And I'm sorry. I mean, there was the bug about the flight management computer. That's it. Otherwise, the bugs in this thing have been few and far between. I have absolutely no complaints about this airplane. I can find other things to complain about, but not this airplane. Airport ground chart, airport parking chart, SID. Our SID today is the medium 1 November departure, and it's going to be an RNAV SID off of runway 4, and it's an RNAV SID going south. I had totally forgotten, but you know what, Loviz, you are 100% right about that. This is what we got with Phoenix. That's right. Any issue that I've had with this airplane has to do with my lack of flying skills or anything else. Medium 1 November, this is it. So RNAV SIDS runway 4 south, and then SID procedures. RNAV SIDS runway 4 south. Now this is where there might be a problem on this one. So there are, maybe that's this. Is that this over here? What's that? Can I change? Oh, yes, you can change pages here. So you can change pages. It's this little thing here. Let's get the autopilot off. We're not doing autopilot yet. Lovely to see you around Australia. Looking forward to waving you in the sky. Elias, I'm looking forward to going there too. That is a cool place to be, and I like flying around there a lot. Medium 1 November. There we go. This is our SID procedure. Okay, so our initial climb clearance is 9,000 feet. So 9,000 feet, got to pop that in. And then after departure, let's see. When instructed, contact Geneva departure, and that's going to be 119.530. 119.530. Now, this is one of those airports where they're going to tell you to change to departure. You don't change to departure automatically like you do in some airports like around Germany and a few other places. Okay, so all of those are stacked up. Let's come on over here. And coming into LFMN, we need a star. And our star today is 22 right, RNAV stores. RNAV stars. Okay, it doesn't have anything to do there. So let's start at the top and see what we get here. So we're doing the VVAR 8 Romeo arrival. VVAR 8 Romeo. VVAR 8 Romeo. I mean, what's the chance that that's going to be the first one? And VVAR 8 Romeo takes us to Nearest. Or Nearest, whatever you want to call it. Let's see. Justice did a flight all the way out to Nook in Greenland. Wow, that's a long flight. There are so many quirks specific to the A220. It's hard to tell. I think that ultimately what's going on is there are not a lot of bugs here. It's a good airplane. It's just people don't know how it works. People don't know how the airplane works. That's the problem. You know, and if Starflies were here, Starflies would be spamming her exclusive emote that says RTFM. I think that that's the thing. You know, we did have the problem with performance with part of the autopilot, but that's about it. 22 right is the runway. I believe the RNP Zulu. We don't have an ILS, so it's an RNP coming in here. And you're going to want to have the RNAV Zulu is the one that I've got. So I'm going to go and pin that one in there. And these are all the things that the pilots are going to do. Airport ground before they even get out to the airplane. And airport parking, APC. And now if we hit the pin, you can look, you can see I have my whole line of charts just stacked up top to bottom in the order that I need it. Really, really like. This is a good app. And now that we can change pages down here, it's perfect. It really is. Something to do with the auto brake. Code Blue says if you don't use it on landing, the nose won't slam down as hard. So if you don't use the auto brake, it won't slam down, huh? Okay. All right, so let's see. We've gone through my spy flow here, and we're down to turning on the airplane. Turn on the airplane. So let's come on up here, and I'm going to do battery 1, battery 2, and we have ground power available. It's an Airbus in name only. It's a Bombardier in every other aspect, including the fly-by-wire. CT Aviation. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, this airplane comes with the nav switch in the on position. So we just leave the nav switch in the on position. Come over to the far co-pilot side here and turn on the emergency exit lights. And then we're going to go and do hydraulic 3A, 3B, and 2B to auto. And we're going to go ahead and do APU. I don't know if there's a way to get air conditioning into this thing yet. So I don't know how to get air conditioning. So I'm going to go and get the APU so we have AC in the airplane. And that is my initial power up. So there's my initial power up. I'm following each step on this one. So we'll see if it works. This will be my third flight with my list of things to do. And the airplane comes to life. So glare shield, let's turn off the master caution. That's just going to get annoying. And then we do, we're going to come down here and we're going to get the ECL. You're going to find that around here. Electronic checklist. And I'm going to hit the power on button. And we're going to complete the electronic. We're going to go ahead and complete this checklist. So all of these are done. APU or external power. Everything is done. And ECL, check that. And that checklist is now complete. How about that? Hey, Harold, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Let's see. Navigation data is currently updated. That's really good. Let's see. So what we do now, this is really this is a difference. So what we're going to do is up here in the FMS 1, see where it says act. I'm going to do what's called get my act together. I'm going to hit the act button and I'm going to go to the secondary flight plan. I have now gotten my, all right, I'll stop with the stupid joke. Let's go to flight plan now. And we're in the secondary flight plan and I'm going to do flight plan uplink. And I've already put in my SimBrief user ID. You could also have your username or you could use both. And I'm going to hit send. And it's pending and it's complete. And there it is. LSGG, LSFM, flight level 230. And that looks really good. Now then you have to put in your flight number. Horizon Vector, good to see you. It is complicated, but it is fun. Again, I'm having a blast. This is a new airplane. It's latest technology. I think it's great. I am super duper happy with this. Is it easy to get one's act? Well, I mean, there's getting your act together and getting your act together, and my act has never been together. So there you go. It's been total chaos at all times. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put in our flight number. Okay, so what I do is I've got a special text button here, SWR 441, and then you click it again, and there you go. So that's how you put those things in. Our estimated time of departure is 1835 Zulu, and click it again. Okay, now you're going to probably need your flight plan up on another monitor or something off to the side for these next few things. So next thing that I do is I put in my alternate. My alternate today is, and you can find that at the top of page 2. It's LFLL. LFLL. And if we have to go to FLLL, we're going to go at 24,000 feet. So click it. 240. Click it again. Maybe we need other zeros in there. Two, 4, 1, 2, 3. Flight level 2. Okay, you need the 3 zeros. You need the 3 zeros. Captain Squid, welcome aboard. Check full slap simulation video. He had a detailed explanation, and that's a good one. Hey, Roger Ball, welcome aboard. Thanks, Captain Squid. All right, and then we need to do our average wins, and that's going to be 247 at 19. 247 at 19. Love being able to use the keyboard here. All right, so that looks good. He's at 23,000 feet. He's at 2300, no feet. Did I say something wrong? Probably did. Thanks, Sunjammer, for keeping me straight there. Let's go to the route page now. And our flight plan is very simple right now. It's Medium and VVAR. That's it. No other part of that we need to worry about. So that looks really good. Oh, it's an airplane. He's at 20. No feet. Hang on. Sorry. Okay, so all this looks good. They have a message. Initialize position, invalid speed. I have not initialized my... Yeah, I did. I have already got us in there. We're good to go. Let's do a clearance. Let's do a clearance so we can go and get our information. Hey, Maple Leaf, thank you for doing a resub today. 35 months. Awesome support. Thank you for helping me to keep my silly show going. Thank you so much, Maple Leaf. Welcome aboard. Hey, speaking of Maple Leaf, Air Canada flies this all over the place. So this is a good airplane. All right, let's come on over to VATSIM, LSGG. Geneva Airport Information Golf 1750 ILS runway 4, transition level 8. Weather, blah, blah, blah. Okay, everything's good to go there. Lowest level is 118.705. So 118.705. And let's make that active. 118.705. Let's listen in on VATSIM, see if we hear anything. I hear things. You may need to reactivate my virtual AC access. What do I need to reactivate? You're always welcome in, Maple Leaf.
Flight 1035 Geneva Tower. Bonjour, one departure ahead.
All right, let's do a clearance request. Flight strip. Oh, music's a little loud, sorry. Geneva, bonsoir from Swiss 441 and A220 on the ground with you at stand 32. Golf is aboard requesting clearance to Nice.
Swiss 441 Geneva Tower. Bonsoir, standby number 1.
Stand by. Okay, Heathenator, good to see you. Really want this plane, but it's bad timing. My wing side stick throttle combo and mode control panel came yesterday. You're having way too... You know what? Airbus to your heart's content, Heathenator. You know why? This airplane's going to be ready when you're ready for it. You get to go and have as much fun as you want and get it on your schedule. Hey, Clifton, how do you update the airplane? You go into the marketplace, because that's the only place to update the plane.
Yeah, outlet and link to.
You need to virtual Air Canada.
06 Golf Lima, wind 030
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I don't know how you would do that. That's kind of one of the reasons why I'm not a part of a virtual. I'd love to be a part of some virtuals, but I get booted, you know. You know, I was a part of IVAO, but if you don't fly there every 90 days, they give you, you know, the temporary boot, and, you know, just staying, you know, keeping activity current on all these is sometimes kind of hard.
Geneva, Foxtrot, confirm radio check.
Okay, so it's going to be medium, 9,000, 23,000. We need a squawk.
Standby.
5 Geneva Foxtrot, Geneva Tower bonsoir. Information Golf is active at stand for request I talking to
Swiss 5 Uniform Foxtrot, Tower bonsoir, standby, I will call you.
So go into the marketplace and your library. Yeah, there's some of them that are kind of strict, and it's sort of like, I don't, you know, if I wanted strict activity requirements, I'd go and beg one of my former bosses for a job again. Mr. Gray Gaming, want the new Airbus side stick to come out that goes on the Cyber Taurus and the other. Swiss 441, ready to copy.
Swiss 441, information goals, current runway 04, clear to Nice, Madam 1 November, departures, climb flight level 90, squawk 1000.
Swiss 441, we are clear to Nice, runway 04, Medium 1 November departure, climb 9,000, squawk 1004, Swiss 441.
Swiss 441, confirm climb flight level 090.
Let's call it flight level 090 for Swiss 441.
Swiss 441, is that correct?
They're really becoming strict about that in Europe. They don't want 9,000, they want flight levels. So you need to start being ready to do that. Yeah, you have to read that back. Okay, let's go ahead and silence the radio. It has haptics in it. Okay, so that's what the Taurus is, the really nice one that has haptics, right? Let's go ahead and do our departure. So departures, we are expecting runway 04, and it's going to be the medium departure, medium 1 November, and we are done. That's kind of cool. Clifton, okay, can I keep the plane streamed? Okay, so there's two different thoughts about this, about streaming versus downloads. I feel like it's best to have the airplane downloaded, but some people are saying that it's best to have them streamed. I have all of my airplanes streamed, and that's been working good for me. And then if you need to update it, you go into the marketplace, library, and if an update is available, it's going to be at the top of your list of all the things in there. So there you go. Okay, so our arrival, the last time I checked the weather in Nice, they're landing on 22 right. So I've got the Arnav Zulu for 22 right. Arnav Zulu for 22 right. Via Neris. And then we need to go back to view all so that we can get our star. And that's going to be the VVAR 8 right. VVAR 8 right. VVAR 8 right. Nearest. Arnav Zulu 22. And that looks good. Cool. Flight level is above transition. That's right. And you know, that's also the way they do things in Europe. We got to do things the way they do in Europe. I'm cool with that. I like doing things the way you're supposed to do it there. My problem is I'm flying all over the world in all sorts of different airplanes, and I get a little confused. Remember, I used to have blonde hair before it went gray. All right, so all of this looks really, really good. Now then, I'm going to go over into the route real fast, and I'm going to look in here, and I'm going to look for any discontinuities. Okay, so there's this thing, and I think I figured out how this works. Let's see, Maple Leaf. I thought streamed ones get updated automatically. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. I don't know. I download all of mine so that if I'm flying along and all of a sudden there's some module coming down, it's not going to crash. I don't know what the best way is to do. Right now, I just download my airplanes. And by the way, Microsoft Flight Simulator, if I've got updates, when I start Microsoft Flight Simulator, if something's been updated, it lets me know. In fact, it hassles me about it every freaking time. So that's just the way it goes. So we've got MEDEM and VVAR. What I've learned to do, let's see if it works this time, okay? So let's zoom in so you can see, you know, what we're doing here. So I'm going to go, and there's two VVARs. I'm going to take the next one, which is GAD Pro. I'm going to select it, and I'm going to put it on top of then. VVAR, GAD Pro, and it moved it all up. So that's how you close a discontinuity, except I had a flight yesterday where it was vectors off the runway, and I couldn't close that discontinuity. That was the problem. Let's see, Morris, what airline? We are Swiss today. ATC, yes, it is great to be here in Geneva. I say this about so many airports, but I will tell you that this is truly one of my favorite places to fly because you've got that really groovy lake. And I don't know what Geneva is like in the real world, but from the sim world, this is absolutely one of my favorite places. Whoa. Some kid's got a Harry Potter wand in that Edelweiss airplane, doesn't know what they're doing, and you see what happens? Kids these days. You know, practicing. Okay, now we got another one here. Now, in this case, we've got vectors. Now, I don't know how we close vectors, so let's see how this works. I'd like to, so NIRAS, vectors, and then MN271. That's our approach. But I'd like to get rid of the discontinuities. I don't need them. So let's see if I can take vectors and put it up here. Invalid entry. Okay, doesn't like that. So we're not going to do that entry. And let's see if I can do MN, invalid entry. So now I'm trying to do a bunch of things here, and this is not working. I need to get out of this. I don't want to activate it. I haven't done anything special. I'm going to go over here and come back in and see if we can, if it's fixed itself. Okay, so page 2, page 3, NIRAS, vectors, and MN. Okay, so it's not final. So I think we're good to go there. I'm flying the A220 today. This airplane has been really, really exciting and special all across the board, so I'm flying this one today. All right, let's try one more. No, let's not. I've already messed this up enough. Let's go and activate the secondary. And now we're in the primary. So now we're in the primary flight plan, and let's start doing performance. Okay, performance time. Okay, so performance time. Oh, we've got to do, let's see, flight plan. This is all good. Oh, it's time to execute. That looks good. Let's do wind. Now we can do wind and temperature. I need to get my checklist in front of me. Wind and temperature. And I'm going to request flight plan winds. And then this populates all the wind from your flight. It's complete. There it goes. So it didn't populate the first ones, but it got the rest of our winds for all of our waypoints. Cool. Let's do fuel. All right, and zero fuel weight. So according to Mr. Flight Plan, our zero fuel weight is going to be 49.0 or 49.1. Let's see if we loaded it there. Hey, Viper Strike. It's Thursday. Welcome aboard. Our zero fuel weight today is 49.235. So it's a little more than the flight plan, but that's okay. Let's go 49.2. 49235. Four 9235. I'm still trying to learn how to populate certain things, and if you make a mistake, how you get out of it with this airplane. Okay, our center of gravity is over here, and our zero fuel weight center of gravity is 24.6. There we go. That looks good. The fuel that we were supposed to have on this airplane, it's supposed to be 4.844. And I've got 4.844. And then I also like to come over here and verify it with the gas tank. And I've got 4840. So now we're going to go 4840 in block fuel. 4840. There we go. And now taxi fuel is going to come over here, and my taxi is 122. And now everything should be in. Oh, we got to do passengers. Viper Strike, thanks for coming by today. Appreciate you coming by. And Koala Bear is here too. Hi, Koala Bear. Okay, so then the last thing is we need our number of passengers. 114. 114 brave souls flying with us today. And all looks right with the world. Eventually, I've noticed the little target goes away from there. Okay, so fuel is done. Wind and temperature is done. And our initialization is done. And we're going to execute it. We're going to go to the message page, invalid speed, use manual. We haven't done our speeds yet, so it can just hush. Okay, let's see here. Our initial climb clearance is flight level 90, 9,000 feet. After takeoff, our departure heading is going to be, we're departing off of runway 4. Yep, runway 4. And it's very hard to read. So it's 043. 043. 043. New name. Koala Bear is no longer Ontario Bear. You are a Koala Bear. How do you like being a Koala Bear instead of an Ontario Bear? Is it unbearable? Or do you consider it a bare bones name? I come bearing bad jokes. 3 in a row. How pretty bad, huh? Okay, so all of this looks really good. Now then, let's see how it is that I'm doing over on my little checklist here, right? Okay, we did FMS secondary, uplink, number, estimated time of departure, alternate, route waypoints, departure, arrival, average winds, activate secondary, route discontinuities, wind and temperatures, fuel is aboard, and that looks good. We're actually caught up, and I'm getting practiced on that one. Come on, Common Bear. Subsonic, thanks for coming in. Sleeveless Joe, save my pennies on this one. I have a strong feeling the BB-75 will be released by the end of next month. Yeah, I'm when it shows up, it shows up. I know as a 757 spy, I need to get it. I don't know. We'll see when it shows up. Sleeveless Joe, this is a lot better. I really feel bad. I don't want to say this, but you know what? Yeah, this is out of the box better than E-Jets. From what I understand, airlines are replacing their E-Jets with this thing anyway. So this is the sexy new airplane that airlines love to have. So there you go. Okay, here's something kind of cool that I've been doing. So over here, I'm coming over, and on this panel here for my radio frequencies and stuff, I'm going to hit the CNS button And now over here, we've got this groovy little panel for the radio. And the whole point of me showing you this is if you look up here, DLK, CPDLC, data link and CPDLC. This is where we would go in and get CPDLC stuff. So you want to learn to come in here anyway. You also can tune the radios here, but I'm going to hit transponder TCAS. Put that in the middle. Ready? Transponder TCAS. Ooh, this is kind of groovy. So our squawk is 1000. Okay, that looks really good. Our flight ID. Now, I don't think don't think it's important now, but when CPDLC rolls out, I think you got to put your flight ID in here a second time. So it's SWR 441. So you got to do that. Then you have the option to go and do all of this in auto mode, standby, anything else. You can go and do that. I'm going to hit done. And I'm going to go back to the map page. Now, if you come over here, you see we're Swiss 441, and you can see 1000. And if you click this button, it says auto. Now you can click it, and you can go through this page. Standby, Terra, TA only, altitude on, altitude off, or all the way back. So you could put yourself in standby there if you wanted to, and you could dial it there anyway. And being a bit of a control freak, I guess I'm going to probably do it like that. Mikey, my performance got a lot better after the first update, and it's been performing great. It's been a great airplane. I've loved every minute of it. All right, let's see what we're doing here. It's time for takeoff perf. Takeoff performance time. So come on over here and take off performance. Now we'll sync the flight management computer, LSGG, runway 4, our Tora, our heading, and the surface is dry. It also went and got our weight, and now I'm going to sync the weather. The altimeter is 1018. You might verify that over here with your actual ATIS, and it's almost always right. So let's do 1018 hectopascals. 1018. Altimeter's checked and set. All right, and let's see. Now we also come on over here and change. I'm going to have my packs on. Anti-ice is off. Thrust configuration is going to be auto, and my flap settings are 2. And there we go. So we're going to be, our thrust setting is going to be takeoff -2. V1's 126, rotate at 131. V2 is 136, and it's going to be a flaps 2 takeoff. Let's see. Nikki says there's going to be another update on Tuesday. Yeah, I imagine that now that the airplane is quote unquote out in the crazy wild world, that it's basically going to be, you know, they're going to do a couple of fast updates, and it's great. Howitzer, wind control had me until the shipping charge was greater than the FMC cost. No wonder they are cheap. I love my wind control stuff. I'm not doing anything with the wind control stuff right now, just because the crazy world, and they kind of screwed up, you know, some shipping during the holiday. And I know, be the bigger person and stuff like that. But I'm just I also think that the way things are in the world, it's time to save money. Now, obviously, I didn't save any money. I bought this airplane. I think it's, you know, you don't have to live frugally, but I think it's time to save money. So other than that, I'm real happy with my wind control stuff. Justice is going to Miami, and Manafee is on MCO ground today. I hope you're having a good time. Okay, so now that we've got that, we can go over to the performance page. There's performance, and you can do several things. You could come over here and hit send to FMS, and data is sent. And you can see it's takeoff -2. We don't have a flex temperature for takeoff, but we can go ahead and put in the weather. Our outside air temperature is 30 degrees Celsius. Our wind today is 030 at 6. at 6. Takeoff speeds 126, 131, 136. Slats and flaps are 2. Our bleed source is going to be off the engines. Our wing and anti-ice is off. Our cowl anti-ice is off. Our departure profile. Now this is something I got to dive into. And this is going to be, this is something I need to learn. Yeah, $127 for shipping. Well, that's the tariff nonsense. So, so anyway, this is also where you would go and you would do NADP. That, I don't remember what it is, but that is noise abatement. And that is a whole new subject that I have absolutely positively got to learn from. Okay, so everything else on this page is set. And I'm going to set V-speeds. V-speeds are now set. Over here on SPY checklist, performance, thrust, profile, bleed source, wing, performance, climb, descent, transition altitudes. We're going to have to come over and do these manually. Climb. So transition altitude is set 18,000 feet by the airplane. So you got to do this yourself. TRL here is 080. So it's 8,000 feet. Now we got to do that manually. Let's go and cheat a bit here. Let's do a little cheat here and see, is Nice up today? Is Nice coming up? And Nice is, LFMN is not up. Okay, so Nice is not up. The next thing that we could do is come over to our charts and we could look at the RNP page or the approach page. I think you look at the, maybe it's the approach page. And it's going to say it at the bottom. Okay, so look down here. Okay, TA, no, it doesn't stand for that kind of TA. It stands for transition altitude, okay? And it says 5,000 feet. ATC can change that depending upon the weather. But if I don't have a clue, what I do is just take the, if the TA is listed but no TRL, I'm just going to go ahead and add 1,000 feet. And I'm going to call it 6,000 feet. So for the descent, I'm going to go ahead and call it 060. Flight, nope. Uh-oh. Okay, now I'm kind of coming in here and having a problem. Okay, so let's turn it off, and what we'll do is we'll come down here, and I'm just going to do 60 down there, and I'm going to just click it like that. Uh-oh. Man, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing with this. There we go. All right, we got it in there. So that's all set. So I preset the transition level there. Okay, CT Aviation. NADP is when your thrust reduction altitude is lower than your acceleration, is usually where your thrust reduction and acceleration is the same. 1 is common in Europe and all over Asia. US is mostly 2 with a handful of airports, has the number 1 procedure. That's a whole different thing that I've just got to get in and start learning. A whole different thing. But CT Aviation, thank you for taking the time to pop all those in. Okay, and there is our cruise altitude. There is that. And this is all looking pretty good. I'm going to copy those down and put them over in my notes page, CT Aviation, and that'll be my beginning of learning all about noise abatement. Okay, all of this is good. Altimeters are set. Autopilot initial altitude. Autopilot heading is set. Speed, FMS or manual. I'm trying to trust the airplane, so I'm going to leave it on FMS speed. What could possibly go wrong, right? So we'll do FMS speed, manual. Flight directors, got to turn on the flight directors. So FD, flight directors are now on. And you'll see over there, it's starting to flash at us. So flight directors are on. And then autopilot. So here we're going to arm some stuff. And what I'm going to arm is nav and VNav. Okay? And CT Aviation says to further confuse the whole thing, it varies from operator to operator. Well, in my case, since I'm considered a smooth operator, that's gonna be what we're gonna have to do. And you can thank Charday for that joke. Okay, so all of this is good, flight, and then takeoff mode. The last thing we need to do is do takeoff mode, and that means hit the toga button here, say toga, toga, and now all is set and ready to go. Looking pretty good. And let's go ahead and execute this finally. And we're good to go. Hey, Captain Chris, good evening. Welcome aboard. Glare Shield, Radio Stack, Transponder TCAS, Flight ID, ground frequencies. We've got tower 118.750 and approach is 136.225. Let's go ahead and pop that in. 136.225. Captain Chris, hope you're surviving the week. 136.225. Okay, we got that set. It's 136.255, not 225. You know what? It says it right there in VATSIM. 136.255. Thank you. 255. Big difference, right? Dextro Gaming, welcome in. ATC Control, thank you for saving the day. All right, let's see what's next here. So let's see. Ground frequencies are set. We're in map mode. Now then, we got to set up the map. So over here on the map, what we're going to do is we're going to come over to symbol. And I like to put on airports. Okay, that's really nice. And I'm going to put in ETA. And I'm done with being symbolic. And then I'm going to come to the overlay. And I'm going to turn on the VSD. And I'm going to leave terrain and everything off for now. No problem. You are on tower. You will give you the frequency on handoff. I just like to set the frequencies if I can before I leave the gate. Just because I just need to set them if I can before I leave the gate. That way I'm not looking around down here setting a frequency while I'm taxiing off the taxiway, which has been known to happen. All right, and at this point in time, according to the spy flow, we're all good to go. Pre-flight checklist. Let's go and do a pre-flight checklist. Pre-flight. All right, this is our first one of the day. Ice detector. I totally blew that off. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Operations and bulletins, emergency equipment, gear pins, overhead panel, glare shield, displays, and ECAS. Altimeters are set. The center panel is now checked. The pedestal is ready to go. Side sticks are groovy. That checklist is now complete. And now we're going to get ready for final preparations and pushback. It's time to go. I think that this also the secret to this airplane is remembering it's an awful lot like a I think it's an awful lot like a CRJ, not an Airbus. But then the other thing is set as much up in advance as you can. You can do that. Guess what? you're going to be pretty good. Last secret that I think I'm going to say, top 3, it's a CRJ, not an Airbus. Set up as much as you can in advance. And third, don't over control it. Very small movements on your side stick really work wonders on this airplane. Hey, Mr. Posh Martin, this airplane is pretty groovy. This airplane, I wish all V pilots did the same. Set stuff up in advance. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, and I think that's the way the real pilots do it. And I want to be as close to the real pilots as I can. All right, so it's time to close the doors. We're ready to depart. I'm going to get the frequency radio back on. I'm going to go to ground equipment, and we're going to close our cargo doors. Cargo doors are closing. I'm going to close my main door. Main door is closing too. I'm going to come on up here, and we're going to go and APU. Let's verify the APU over here. I don't have an APU. I thought I turned it on.
Good day, Swiss 1 Zulu Delta, runway 04, we are on the LS and we'll be switching to a visual approach shortly.
Swiss 1 Zulu Delta, Geneva Tower, bonsoir.
My APU is not working. What did I do?
04 clear to land, Swiss 1 Zulu Delta.
I'm going to turn it off and maybe turn it on. My APU didn't start. That's bad. Dextro, I need a good checklist. I get anxious learning a new airplane. Dextro Gaming, my little checklist that I made is over on Discord. I just sent you a link. It's just a text file. It's just a text file. All right, let's see if we can't start the APU here. It's being a brat. My APU won't start. I don't know how to fix it. Do we have a maintenance page over here? Remove ground power. Attach covers. Close all doors. Uh-oh. Settings. I don't know how to fix my APU. Dextro Gaming has been here for 3 streams. Well, thank you for being here for 3 streams. EFB settings, audios, callouts, Navigraph. I'm using Lido charts and everything else is good. I don't know how to get my APU on. Dual ADS failure. DMC2 fail. Guten Abend, welcome aboard. I've got failures here. I don't know what to do. Okay. Dual ADS failure. Guten Abend, Himyoung. Thanks for coming by today. Menu. FMS. Go to the non-normals. Matthew says we need to go to the APU generator button next to the APU. I don't think my APU is starting. Let's see. Data maintenance. I can do throttle calibration. That's about it. All right. Menu. FMS. Let's do what Matthew says. Let's go to the non-normals. All right. Air conditioning, bleed, and pressurization. Auxiliary power unit. Fire overspeed. APU bleed failure. APU door open. APU oil low temperature. APU required. Status. Monitor. Everything is off. So this airplane, it all behaves as if. So basically with this airplane, if all of your lights are out, it's on. I do have ground power, but I don't have anything else. Hi, Tim Dog. Welcome aboard. Tim Dog's back with a nice resub. Hi, Tim Dog.
Granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
I don't know how to fix these. The APU's not working. Tim Dog's been here for 55 months. Thanks for a 55-month resub and welcome aboard. You did your weekly IT meeting. I don't know what to do here. I don't want to restart the plane because, as you can see, it's a hell of a startup sequence. Let's just look over and see. I don't know what else we would do. I don't have APU. I can't start my APU. So we'll shut it down. It also won't open the door. I don't know if letting it sit there is going to help or what. You had to restart the flight. Check the circuit breaker. Is it a circuit breaker? I don't know where I would find an air starter unit. Navigation, air. Okay, I don't see a circuit breaker there. Flight controls, hydraulic, indicating, anti-ice, SYNCB. Are we talking about over here on this page? Cybec, check the circuit breakers under sin. I am feeling particularly sinful today. CB. I thought that was for the Citizens Band radio. I thought that was that. Okay, status. Is there anything offline? Status filter. Let's see if anything's tripped. APU. Okay, a whole bunch of these have been tripped. I'm going to go and plug them in. Maybe this is the problem. I mean, really, we should start again, but let's go ahead and we'll try this again. I wonder how we trip these. I didn't spill coffee in the center console. I'm being good. Okay. Okay, there's nothing out. There's nothing tripped. And there's nothing offline. Shall we try it again? That was definitely the problem, says Matthew. Oh, and look at this. Our little things are out. Let's go ahead and ready? Let's try and start the APU. Ready? Okay, there could be a problem here. So somebody needs to stand by with a fire extinguisher and be ready to press the AZ5 button, okay? Well, I don't think that the reactor is going to blow. But, you know, we don't want any of that 3.6 Runkin and stuff like that, right? Starting the APU. Status. APU is starting. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Here come the whale sounds. Yep, we're going to need mushroom clouds. We solved it. Okay, so if you're having a problem with your airplane, you need to do the CB button. You need to check your circuit breakers, and that was the problem. And oh my gosh, 3 cheers to Matthew Winspur. Matthew saved the day. Thank you. Amargosa would like Sim Life Insurance, please. Remove external power ASAP. Can only use battery power doing APU. Tim Dog's on a 25 stream streak. Thanks for streaking today, Tim Dog. This is the only place where somebody gets thanked for streaking. All right, RPM is at 100. Looks good. Let's go ahead and I'm going to disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Let's go to ground equipment. Doors are closed. GPU is removed. I'm going to check my parking brakes. Parking brakes are down here. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to remove the chocks. And this is going to be a taxi out. So all of this looks good. I had GSX get my jetway for me. So we'll get GSX to retract the jetway. And I'm going to operate the jetway. Bye, jetway. All right, looks good. And so Captain Squid, did I have the ground power plugged in too long or something? Maybe that was it? All right, let's go to before start checklist. Departure briefing, yeah, right. APU or external power is good. Seatbelts, cabin signs. And we'll also go ahead and have them put away their personal electronic devices. Good idea. Doors, and we're ready for the bacon and everything else. Flight plan is still good. I have a message. Invalid speed, use manual. All right, fine. I will do manual. I'm going to increase this to a little to 210, please. That's not an airplane thing. That's a me thing. I always like 210 knots or something. All right. Looking good. We've cleared all moorings. We've done performance. Where are we here? Ground power, passenger signs, parking brakes, GSX prepare. We don't need. This is a taxi out. Ground power and chocks, cabin doors, beacon, DU5 before start checklist.
On link 2, facing inward.
And beacon and parking brake is all we need to do for this checklist. I think it's time to go. Exactly. You need to switch it off fast because the airplane is very sensitive to voltage changes. And are you saying, Captain Squid, that as soon as you turn on the APU, you need to turn off the ground power? So you don't run like both at the same time. It's either the APU or the ground power, and don't leave them up like that, right? Invalid speed, yours worked fine. Dogs. Hi, Dogs. Yeah, the A220. The nose wheel steering turned off. I think the sensitivities on this airplane are really, it's a super sensitive thing. It's super duper sensitive, Dogs. Information India is now current. Likes the fact that when you do the checklist and you move something, yeah, the airplane does it too. I like that. The airplane does not like to turn. Hi, Black Dog. Let's go and request a startup. Geneva Tower, hello again. Swiss 441 at stand 32. Information India is now aboard. We can taxi straight out, so requesting startup.
Swiss 441 startup approved. KNH 1018.
1018 for Swiss 441. Thank you. 1018. We're good to go there. All right. So here we go. Cabin doors before start checklist is almost done. And in fact, we're going to do the bacon. Flight attendants, please sit down. And that checklist is complete. Next is the before taxi checklist. Are we ready to go? All right, so I've seen several people and they're starting on this airplane, they're starting engine 2 first. So I'm gonna start 2. Engine number 2 starts. Another thing about this airplane is it doesn't start fast. Sometimes takes up to 2 minutes because, you know, it's going to cool the engine or warm the engine or something. So you can see our N2 is all the way up here at 11.7. Oil pressure is climbing, but it's going to take a little longer. Tim Dog has the radio panel. Tim Dog also published a snippet if you're using spad.next. So it's just going to sit and it's motoring. It's like this. It doesn't say that it's motoring, probably because the Airbus people don't want goofballs like me to see the word motoring up there and start singing motoring. So they probably don't have that there for that reason.
Loyalty noted.
Captain Minnesota's back with a nice resub. Welcome aboard. Thank you for a 20-month resub. Almost like the 220. Captain Minnesota, thank you for the great support and helping me to get my keep my show going. Looks really good. We're starting up engine number 2. The wind control tiller. Black Dog says the tiller works good. Yay. And we're getting a good start on engine number 2. Black Dog, glad to hear that. Captain Minnesota, thank you for a resub.
Delta, request taxi to the active.
This 56 Delta, squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000, sorry, forgot that.
Good start on engine number 2. Starting 1. Oh, and by the way, my engine start switches on the Thrustmaster work here really good.
Easy 97 Golf Alpha Taxi holding points runway 04 via link 1 and outer.
Low vis. That's right. There wasn't. I'm sorry, I missed that, dogs. They don't have all the liveries and stuff yet over, but they have got a growing list over at FlightSim.to. So they're doing good.
Link 4 and outer.
Thank you for putting the link in, Loviz. We have actually done the flight. So the flight, Brisbane, Brizzy to Hamilton Island, we have done that before. So we've done that. You should have airports for it. And yeah, we have done. It is a Q-Link flight, and I think it is a A220 flight. And here comes engine number 2. Whip just told Loviz to buy the tiller. So Loviz, are you gonna spring for a tiller? There, Irvi just put a really nice link in for all the liveries. We're squawking. And we got 2 good starts on our engines. 2 good starts on the engines. Okay, we're done with the APU. So APU, well, you know what? If it comes with a Captain Whip, if it comes with a Captain Whip suggestion, I am thinking about doing it. Okay, ready for flight controls. Let's see, let's turn off GSX and flight controls. Okay, let's see. Elevators. Ailerons. Captain Whip was shaming you? Can't believe Captain Whip would do that. Flaps are going to be 2. Flaps are 2. And let's see, takeoff trim. Oh, let's see, I forgot that page. That is slats and flaps. Is it over here, maybe? I think it's over here. Flaps, takeoff. No, it's not there. Captain Minnesota, you don't want to be shamed? I don't know, isn't it fun to do that? Stab trim, nose down, 4.2. 4.2. Man, that's a long way down. Stab trim is down. Auto brakes to RTO. Nose wheel steering on. Back to the status page. All right, APU is off. Anti-ice is off. Flaps are set. Flight controls are checked. ECAS and info are groovy. Checklist is complete. Before takeoff. We'll do that on the roll. You like shaming others, but you do not like being shamed. I actually, nah, I never did. I never liked either. So, AZ, welcome aboard. I figure people that need to be shamed already know enough about it. So, all right, let's get ready to rumble.
Easy 97 Golf Alpha lineup, runway 04 and wait.
AZ loving it. It's really cool. I'm having a blast with this airplane. There's so much to learn. Geneva Tower, hi again. Swiss 441 started on up here at stand 32. India's aboard requesting taxi.
Swiss 441, taxi holding points runway 04 via inlet, link 1 and outer.
Swiss 441, we are going to runway 04 via inner, link 1 and outer. Airport ground. All right, inner. Link 1 is all the way at the end. So we're going to go and we're going to do a 180 onto inner. Okay, ready to go? Tim Dog, was there sarcastic shaming? Okay, let's go ahead and do taxi to narrow. Cabin call. And away we go. Parking brakes.
Departing easy, line up runway 04 and wait. Behind.
656 Delta, behind easy passing EasyJet, line up right behind runway 04.
I don't know what all of that smoke is, but it's a little scary. Moose was talking about the issue. AZ, this is the hard part about this airplane is it's not an Airbus. I know it's an Airbus, but it's not an Airbus. And the secret to doing an ILS is to do it like you're flying a CRJ. Okay? So what you do is, let's say you're flying around in LNAV and you're doing waypoints from your flight management computer. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to heading hold. So heading hold, switch from nav to the ILS system, and you have to switch it over here at nav source. And that's what you do. That's what you do. New frequency is 122.8.
7 Golf Alpha.
And we're looking for link 1.
Swiss 56 Delta, scope 1000.
Yeah, once I learned that little trick, I'm fine. I've had no problem. That's right. This was a air bomb or a bombie bus. I don't know which way you would call it. Probably bombie bus is better than air bomb. Bombardibus. There you go. It is definitely a hybrid. Okay, now we get, there's inner, now we look for outer. This is link 1. It's actually a pretty cool airport. It's a single runway airport, but I've always liked the Geneva airport. I'll bet that's another A220. AZ says the airplane was designed in AZ's province. I'm guessing that since it was designed there in that province, it was providential. All right. Checklist. Engines are running. APU bleed. FMS is set. Trim is set. Flaps are set. Anti-ice is off. Auto brakes are set. ECAS is set. Thrust will be checked. Runway's groovy. Cabin is confirmed. And we're good. Also, he also had a pre-release where that was an issue. It's real easy to check with one click that the... Yeah, it is. There's a special place to check. 122 decimal 8. All right, I think we're ready to go. Let's see where we are in the spy flow. Engine start and taxi before takeoff. Checklist, glare shield, CNS button select. TCAS is set above. Glare shield map, glare shield traffic. Glare shield traffic, TFC. Traffic is on. Let's see. Strobe.
441, wind calm, runway 04, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 04, clear for takeoff. Swiss 441. Strobes. Looking pretty good. Autopilot arm. Auto throttle, I mean. So we're going to hit the AT arm.
Auto throttle.
Oh, yeah. This doesn't work so well. You have to hit the autopilot button here, and you have to hold it. And then it stays on. There we go. The hotfix improved a lot of stuff. You're right, Loviz. They did a good job. Howitzer was shopping in a China store for wind control. You found USA logistics, free shipping, but products are slightly more expensive. Landing lights. Taxi light to wide. I think it's time to go. I think Tim Dog, that's a good one. Okay, throttle's up to 50%. Throttle's up to 50%. Engines are stable. Stable engines, move that up a little bit more. Once it gets up to about 70%, the auto throttle should take over. I'm real happy. Again, this is a fun airplane. $80 knots. Oh, it's an Airbus. You do 100 knots, right? 100 knots, checked. Rotate. Positive climb. Gear going up. Really, the secret I found with this is do not over control. Under control the sucker. All right, flaps 1.
Swiss 441, nothing went wrong. Monitor advisory, good to see you, bye.
So nice to be in Geneva. Have a really great weekend from Swiss 441. Thanks for the nice ATC going out. Got to hit the AP button. Autopilot is armed. We are in heading hold. Route. Direct to GG 608. Execute. Come on up here. Nav. Uh-oh. Oh, you gotta do a second execute. Second execute. Okay, there we go. GG608. Okay, there we go. You have to do, so yeah, on a direct 2, you have 2 executes. I guess they say, you know, they want you to do that. And it's over to Unicom. 3 cheers for ATC for staying online and getting us out. Thank you, ATC Control. And thanks for coming into the live stream today, too. Okay, looking pretty good. I'm going to keep my speed down around the turn. Senor Tomas is going to unpack some sim gear. And there comes our turn. I'm going to continue my climb. And that's going to be to flight level 230. Flight level 230. Have you shared this below? Yes, AZ, it's over in Discord. And it is in Chit Chat, and there is a direct link to that post. All right, looks good. Let's go over to that flow. So landing gear is up, elevator trim, and it says advanced with the speed bug. I haven't done that yet. That hasn't worked. Heading sync is pushed after takeoff checklist. We haven't done that one. Airplane's flying pretty good after takeoff checklist. I'm going to go back to performance and climb. Transition. It's time to hit the transition bug. Standard. Landing gear is up. Flaps are up. Bandy eyes, blah, blah, blah. Checklist is complete. Cool. All right. Let's see what else is here. So autopilot's on, heading sync. I do a 10,000 foot for landing lights, personal electronic devices off, and 25,000 feet of seatbelts. $11,000 feet. Now we're going to go to FMS speed. And it should speed us up. It's speeding us up. And we're going to do landing lights. Nose lights. Signs to automatic, and that's no personal devices. And out we go there. Speed's coming on up. Passengers are happy. And a beautiful evening departure out of Geneva, where I'll bet I wouldn't have any trouble finding Lind chocolates. I even get verified that holding works this yesterday. Oh, you did a hold? Yeah, we got to do a hold today. We've got to do a hold in the airplane, because you know somebody wants to take it to Frankfurt Friday and Vectors to Copenhagen, right? Russ is here. Hi, Russ. Welcome aboard. Next for us is going to be a flight down under. We've got Brizzy to Hamilton Island, and then we got to find a breeze route. Loviz loves the plane with VNAV set and FMS speed set on speeds. Automatically matches your flap settings. And we go and make the map a little bit bigger. Lofter, you got 2 holes going into Vienna yesterday. Into Vienna? Man, I don't think I've had holes ever going into Vienna. That is unusual. Okay, I'm going to hit the heading sync button. And that will just keep the heading bug synced straight up. I don't manually set speeds on approach. It's nice. The airplane, again, if you set this little airplane up correctly out of the gate, it's awesome. And the only other thing is don't over control it. You saw when I was coming out of there, you just don't over control the airplane. Madi has arrived over on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Lofter was at an event yesterday. Maybe that's why. And it made your long haul a little bit more interesting. Oh, hang on. I turned it off because it was blocking some things on the screen. I've got a much better way of turning Elevate X stuff on. Thanks for telling me. You used manually set screens? I'm sorry, manually set speeds. I left it on manual a little longer because I knew we had a tight turn on departure and I didn't want it to speed up past 210 on that departure. That was the whole reason. Hey Polyot, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. As you can imagine, we are having fun with the 220. $18,000 feet. All of our checklists are good. I'm going to do route, which we can now leave up. And we are 224 miles from Nice. And our top of climb is in 10 miles. Our top of descent's in 112. We're just cruising along there. Loviz loves setting up the left and right screens on the FO side for Navigraph chart. That's really nice. I don't do it that much because I have to. I use the Lido style of charts, and Lido charts do not have moving map. So it's kind of a little bit redundant for me to do it that way. I rely on my situational awareness to know where it is that I'm supposed to be on the ground and in the sky at all times, he said with a little pompous assholery. Sorry about that. But yeah, this is fun. I actually have done a couple of charts. You can use Lido in the EFB and Navigraph in the DU. Oh, really? You could have both? Wow. That's actually pretty cool. That you could do both. 21,000 feet. Let's do seatbelts to auto. So nav beacon strobe. Cabin altitude is climbing 3,800 feet. Fuel is good. Temperatures are relatively comfortable. We've got, I've started coming through here, and all of these work. And as we found out today, we were able to fix a problem with the circuit breakers. Holy moly, that worked. Loviz heard someone say that AT220 uses Jepsen charts. Polyat uses Lido in the EFB and still has Navigraph charts on the first officer side. Madi, yeah, we've got great mountains here today. Rum is back with a nice resub. Thanks for the resub. Hey, that was really cool. Thank you for coming by today. Does it play nice with GSX? Pretty much at some airports, I've noticed that GSX doesn't put the jetway right up against the airplane. But maybe it's the airport. Maybe that's the airport, not GSX. But other than that, GSX works great with it. Tim Dog, yeah, you can't pop out screens. You can't. You're right. You can't pop out the screens at all. And there's 23,000 feet. And if we come on over here to performance. Now, here's a little something that I haven't figured out yet. We're done at climb. We're at our top of climb, 23,000 feet. So there's the cruise page. But if you look over here, I'm still in climb mode. And I don't think I've ever seen it go to cruise mode. So I may need to learn to do something about that. That might be something I forgot to do. I mean, we're all in FMS mode for everything, so that's really good. We're not going to need the high altitude climb checklist for this flight. And we come over to the route page. And we are 217 miles. I'm not entirely sure that ET, estimated time en route, and ETA are working. Because I don't think we're spending an hour and 43 minutes on our estimated time en route. So I don't think that that's working. Or I've done something wrong. Let's see. Irvi has made a new car. Oh, this is Forza Horizon. So this is Irvi's new car. Have you tried doing Direct 2? I have done a Direct 2, and a Direct 2 has worked pretty good. So let's look up here. We are going to Vanas. Let's try Direct 2 VVAR. So Direct 2. VVAR, execute. And you have to do it twice. Execute. Now we're direct to VVAR. And there we are over VVAR. Oh, yes, you can also do a direct to. The map screen is also a touchscreen. You can do things with your map too. I'm still trying to perfect this and get good at this. When I'm good at this, then I will try those. But right now, yeah, you can set up your holds too. Buckeye says to hydrate. Hi, Buckeye. All right, let's go and do a quick cheat here. Nope, you don't use a web browser anymore. VATSIM Radar has its own groovy little app. LFMN. We do not have any nice ATC in Nice, so we'll have to do it ourselves. Tim Dog likes popping out screens. You can also click on a point in the map and go direct there. Yep. That, and Polyot says you would do stuff like that during if there was a storm cell. At least it's not a jail cell. Almost everything on the plane. Yeah, there's several ways to do these things, right? Okay, we're not going back to Geneva. We can cancel those maps out, which is really nice. And over on the star, it's 4,000 feet at Nearest, or Near-Ass, I don't know. It's the spy flight. I get goofy about things like that. 4,000 feet, we'll pop that in. It doesn't have to be on your route. You click anywhere on the map and you can go and do stuff. The plane was built around the pilot. See, and I think that is absolutely the most important part. Build the airplane around the pilot. Not make the pilot fit into the airplane. Especially given the way, air traffic, so much traffic in the skies. I'm not saying it very eloquently today. Okay, let's come on over here and we can put in our arrivals. So first of all, let's go to my flight. Somebody just did some bits. Tim Dog did some bits today. Thank you for being bitiful today, Tim Dog. Oh, there's a Golden Kappa. A Golden Kappa train has started. So that's supposed to be some sort of a special hype train. Oh, and I've got an extra day of 35% off that I could run for like half a day. You tell me when you want me to run the 35% off thing, and I'll do that, okay? Oh, it means you get a golden version of the Kappa emote. Okay, and you get it for 24 hours. Oh, all right. So let's go ahead and put in our arrival data. There's no ATC in Nice, so the winds right now are 210 at 5. Perf. Approach. (210 at 5). Good. Our outside air temperature is 28 degrees. That's a Nice temperature. The altimeter is 1017. I would like VREF plus 5 knots, please. Because if I do that, then nobody will think I'm being naughty. Let's see. 24 hours. Rambo Monkey is back. On LFMN, you're traveling in the opposite direction. Oh, really? Did I just pass you in the sky? I spend so much time with my head down here. Afterburner, welcome aboard Alfie Gaming. I'm not dating anybody. As you can see, I have got gray hair, so I don't do the dating thing anymore. It's one of the perks. All right. Okay, so that looks really good. Let's come over here and go to SpyFlow. Descent and landing. Arrival weather in ATIS. Obtain. Very serious. Arrival start and approach has been verified. Performance and arrival is select. Outside air temperature, runway wind, QNH, slats, flaps, all set. DU5, VREF plus 3, 5, 10 knots, whatever you need. And then we set our speeds for landing. Set V speeds. Complete. All right, looking good there. Auto brakes. I generally do auto brakes medium in my airplanes. That looks really good. Glare shield. Now we got to set our minimums. So let's come over and find minimums. Reese is back in chat. Hi, Reese. Welcome aboard.
Top clearance
Thanks for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Anybody know how to set the landing runway fix in the Airbus or 737? Yep. I don't know if I could talk you through that right now with my head in this brand new airplane. But in the Boeing, it's easier than in the... It's one of the few things that's easier in a Boeing than an Airbus. Reese just did a resub for 20 months. Hey, Reese, thank you for a 20-month resub. And really great support in helping me to keep my silly show going. I appreciate that. Carlos, good to see you, and thank you for coming in. Okay, on the arrival, it is an RNAV, 380 feet. Okay, so the way you do this is you come up here and go Tune Menu, PFD Nav, Barrow, okay, well that's not working. Reese, you and your family are in the course of moving houses. I hope that your home is going pretty good. It's a nice move. Very nice. I hope it's a really nice move and you like your house. You have to click the other side. Yeah. Okay. So my problem is I forgot to say, you have to decide, do you want a baro or radar altimeter? And then you can go and do your 380. .380 and return and return. Cool. So let's see. I'm going to go eat. Happy eating, Captain Chris. What's on the menu tonight? You don't get to use runways as a fix on this one. All right, let's come over here. Auto brakes, glare shield, menu, PFD, baro, dial, return, return. Copilot glare shield, select data, approach runway, and other charts if you choose. Autopilot, cleared altitude, 4,000 feet at top of descent. And then another thing, this airplane is super duper slippery. It's super slippery. So when you get to your top of descent and start doing your descent thing, keep an eye on your speed brakes because you're probably going to need to do that. Captain Chris has got rice, shrimp, and zucchini tonight. Hey, that sounds good. Rice and shrimp. A little bit of soy sauce. That'd be great. I haven't used my rice cooker in a long time. I need to turn that on. It's a little hot, but still. SCE plop. I think this is a fun airplane. I'm really loving the airplane. And apparently so is everybody else too. Senor Tomas, I assume you're talking through setting up range rings and center lines on other airplanes, right? Not this one? Okay, all this looks good. I'm going to go to descent. Descent looks good. I'm going to go to route. Top of descent in 9 miles. Senor Tomas codes CDUs as your day job and you feel like you're in work. Oh, doing this? It's an awful lot of data entry, isn't it? It's a lot of plugging in numbers. Buckeye, I don't think I ever hydrated. Thank you. You're talking about this run? I misread the question. I'm very sorry. I'm going to probably misread some questions here today. It beeps you to let you know the descent is about to start. Sorry about that, Cybeck. Thank you for helping out. Thank you, Senor Tomas. I will catch up on that. So there's top of descent over there, and we'll watch the little star too. And we might need our speed brakes. Nice looking little cabin here. Gotta watch out if you book a flight in this one. There's 3 on the right, 2 on the left. So 3 seats on the right side of the plane, 2 on the left. So if you want to avoid that dreaded middle seat, get a seat on the left side. Irvi has got homemade Philly cheesesteaks tonight with 4 kinds of cheese and caramelized onions. And a full expectation that somebody will tell a cheesy joke, right? And top of descent's coming up as Star Lugo comes in. Hi, Star. Fun new airplane. Top of descent has changed. Now we're 18 miles from top of descent. And for posting the GIF you did on Discord, I hope you drop it all down yourself. That was something else, and I should stay out of that conversation. I know not what I am discussing. Senor Tomas, please, yeah, don't feel, you're helping out. I appreciate you helping out. That's part of what chat's for here. Do you know how they make antifreeze? They take her away her flannel nightgown. And the jokes are going. "13 miles to top of descent. We are expecting 3.2 tons of fuel. I don't know if I'm saying that right. That's about 460 above. Distance to go is 117 miles. Now it's got a decent estimated time en route. It's about 26 minutes. We're landing at 2013. It is currently 1952. That sounds about right. Irvy might have accidentally posted a GIF of the airline that must not be named. Well, that's going to happen. Top of descent in 6 miles. Sorry, I mean, whenever I see something from Watchtower, I start humming Jimi Hendrix or Bear McQuarrie, either one of those songs. Cloven Acorn, it is all sorts of fun. Having a blast with this. Maudie says it's going to be a diving descent. Two miles to go. 7, 6. Bringing the map another click. There's top of descent. Man, there's several tops of descent that are showing up here. And we are descending. And looking pretty good so far. Speeding up a little bit. Daniel says there's butter all over the runway. Okay, so I almost immediately see we're speeding up, so I'm going to throw out my speed brakes. Top of descent as opposed to top of the morning. Dad game time, absolutely. Okay, looking pretty good. Watch out, there's butter on the runway. That's okay, I'm sure I'll take care of that butter really fast. Okay, so I've got speed brakes out, just one little click of speed brakes at the moment. And that's going to keep our speed down. Performance, I'm still having some performance issues, yes. My guess is I think somebody posted in chat that we should expect another update next Tuesday, and that's supposed to be performance. Okay, another thing that I've got is my, ooh, holy moly, we spending so much time in the airplane. Look at the coast. Here, hang on. No. Get rid of me. There we go. All right, look over there. So we've got the coast on the right side of the screen, and on the left side, the moon or the space station, the Death Star, whatever you say. And we got a beautiful reflection from the moon. Hi, moon. Man, whenever I see the moon looking really nice like that, I'm always in the middle of a turn. Let's do seatbelts. Let's also ask them to put away their personal electronic devices. There are now a fleet of Breeze liveries, and they have special Breeze cabins. And we're doing pretty good. I guess I had a discontinuity coming up here. There's a hole. That's going to be a little awkward. I'm going to go ahead and do a bit of a vector for that.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
I'm going to do a
agent.
little vector there.
Loyalty noted.
CJ just did a nice resub. Thank you for the nice resub, CJ. 37 months. Very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here, CJ, and welcome on in.
Subscriber confirmed. Top
Leonard
clearance
is back
granted
with the
agent.
resub. Yeah, we're kind of
Loyalty
coming to the
noted.
end and the beginning of the month, so there's a couple of extra resubs coming in. And if I miss yours, thank you so much. You no idea how cool it is that you're being so nice to me. Thanks. I'm building myself in just a little bit of a turn here now. We're at, I don't think that we're all that high, but that's right. LFMN should be increasing the distance there. My life has become a breeze since becoming more moxie. I'm gonna build in about 10 miles in here and then we'll go back in. Dad Game Time says you only do spoilers max in an emergency. I do not intend to max that out. CJ, welcome back in. You know the jokes are gonna be pretty bad today, just kind of the way it is. Next flight, we're going to be flying a A220 Down-Under, Brizzy to Hamilton Island, which I am reliably informed is a real-world flight from QantasLink. And they fly an A220. And then after that, we'll do some breeze. All right, now let's come on over here. We're gonna come back in. And then we're gonna try and go back to our waypoint. Yep, I know you're upset with me. I know I'm a bad pilot. And we're approaching 10,000 feet. I'd like about 210 knots, please. Get on your kangaroo and come on down. Absolutely. I just felt that the turn was a little bit too tight and we weren't going to make it. So I did a little bit differently. I also felt that my speed was high, so I did my own little S-turn. We could go a little down just a touch faster. We'll just do it manually on this one. Did you do your little S-turn on a catwalk? I have never been on a catwalk. I have been known to make a catty comment on occasion, but I've never been on a catwalk. No, not really a catty comment. Let's see. We should do a descent and approach checklist. FMS is set. Minimums are set. Auto brakes is set. The ECAS is groovy. And the arrival briefing has been totally blown off, so we're good to go there. We'll also turn on the logo light. 10,000 feet. Our speed is good. And there's 210 knots on our speed. We do have a loco light. We do. Now, after we get to Nearest, our heading is going to be 270 degrees. I'm going to go and let the airplane do a little bit of LNAVing here. And we're going to go back to LNAV. And let the airplane do its thing. 8,000 feet. We got to go to 4,000. And I think we're good. Hey, MG King, welcome aboard. You had to do a hold to descend. Yeah, we've got to learn to do that. I've got to be ready to do a hold. Noticed a couple of scenery kinds of things as we did that little flyby. And let's bring in the map a click. Hi, Mountain Man. Welcome aboard. So, Mountain Man, how much longer before there's a cargo conversion for the A220? Gonna need a cargo conversion for this thing. They're going to write to 1.03. Maybe the 1.02 had a little bug that they found in it and they decided not to do that. Maybe that was why they skipped it. Or they may have problems counting. Canutus is here. Hi. It is Thursday, almost Friday, almost the weekend. Loviz says the only thing about the hold is to slow down manually and to make sure you're not too fast when hitting the hold waypoint. Given that the E-Jet freighter has not had much traction as airlines want more capacity, I doubt it. I'm going to do flaps 1. Flaps are 1. It's a long weekend for Canutus. A touch high, but that's fine. All right, let's sync the heading hold. That should sync it, and now we're going to go to heading mode because we have to make a turn manually here. So in .8 miles, we turn to 270. The plane was a letdown for you. There were too many bugs. See, part of it is, I mean, it had a couple of performance issues, but there are things about the airplane that I don't think people realize. This airplane is not an Airbus. It's an Airbus, but it's not an Airbus, right? And 270. 270. Okay, out we go. And then our next waypoint is Sotox. Are you going for the visual? Rogue Pixel, the last time I checked, they are landing on 22 right, and that's an RNAV, but I'm going for visual, yes. I think hydration's a good idea. Poliot would like to get off because I'm going to be visual. It's not going to be that bad. Trust me, this landing will not require your services at all. It'll be a mother beautiful landing, as Oddball said from Kelly's Heroes. Prost, DT. Hey, DT, welcome aboard. Big prosts. Thanks for the mug. Good to see you. We got an A220 DT, and it's working really, really good. Is there still smoke? Yeah, there is. The air quality is 55 on a scale of 100, so that's moderate air quality. So you can kind of see it's still pretty bad. It's still pretty bad. Voice is definitely feeling pretty cranky there. DT, this airplane is great. I'm really enjoying the A220. Really enjoying it. It's not as hazy, but you know, yeah, I'm really hoping that we'll be able to complete the flight today. I'd like to do all three. I need to do all three. I need to get the time on Twitch and YouTube. It's a challenging time to live stream. Altimeter is 1017. Altimeters are checked and set. DT says it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit in Hanover. It's 100 degrees in Hanover.
Subscriber
wow.
confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
Swarrior just
Loyalty
became a
limited.
subscriber. Thank you for using your Twitch Prime. I know you only get one. Thanks for using it here. All right, 2,000 is going to be my final plunge. I'm going to set that. Okay, I've got an airplane up ahead. It's below me. Oh, I think I get to do a 3. Yeah, there they are. I bet I get to do a little 360 here. Warrior, thank you for saying so. Welcome on in.
East traffic, Lufthansa 2511 back on Arnav from
Yep.
22 right, second footing.
Yep, we're coming in behind that one. Mountain Man says starts with 7 and ends with 7. That could be a reference to the 777. I don't know. I missed that part of the conversation. The temperature is down from 74. All right, let's come around here. Something nice happened. I'm doing a 360. It was ATC Swede has gifted 5 subs to the channel. Hey, ATC Swede. Thank you. Oh, memberships. That's over on YouTube. So if you got one of those, you need to say a big thank you. That was really cool. That means you've got the memberships on YouTube. I do a special members-only video every day on YouTube. So that is going to be waiting right there for you. You know what? I'm going to go downrange just a little bit here. I'm going to go downrange just a little bit here. ATC Swede, super nice of you. Still brand new on YouTube, but we're still slowly growing a little bit over there. And I can do, you know, like I said, a member-only recorded video. And so I got that going on too. So that's really cool. DT, I will get the A220 on a free weekend on Saturday. Okay, DT, three hints. Ready? Hint number 1, it's not an Airbus. The systems in this airplane are more like a CRJ. Okay, very important. Hint number 2, I really think that try hard not to over control the airplane. Okay, that's important. Try not to over control the airplane. You really can. Now you can change your sensitivities, but other than that, it's great. I'm having a blast with it. So, Hunter Girl's arrived. Hi, Hunter Girl. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. I hear it made it to 100 degrees Fahrenheit today over in Hanover. Is it hot where you are today?
East traffic, Lufthansa 2511 on visual approach, runway 22 right.
All right, let's go back to SOTOX. There's plenty of space between me and that other airplane. It's been very nice. It's been very nice Salt Lake City flights. I'm having a blast. Hunter Girl says it's hot but windy in Frankfurt. I hope that means that silly people haven't started any fires. Okay, 180. And we're going to go direct to SOTOX now. Direct to page 2. SOTOX. Execute. Execute. You got to do a double execute and then back to LNAV. Now that's going to help us out. Now then, let's go ahead and do a bit of a vertical speed descent here. And I'm just going to do it at about 700 feet per minute and flaps 2. Good to go. 180. Nice traffic, hello there from Swiss 441 and A220, just beginning the RNAV Zulu at SOTOX for runway 22 right. Nice. First time ever going to Salt Lake City in the sim. I had the most challenging approach in the rain and the mountains, and you had to go around. And coffee cheers from GT Boy. Is it coffee time for you? How's the coffee this morning? I'm doing just a real gentle descent here. There's no reason to rock this thing around. It's a great airplane, but I don't think that rocking it around is the thing to do. Before landing, altimeters are checked and set. Flaps are, landing gear is not down. $180. Over to performance, approach, 132, 137 is what we're going to do for landing. Not really, no. GT Boy has got a rum on ice today. So it's kind of a chill out day today. Is that like an airplane crash? Oh, it's arrival. Yep, we are on arrival. Okay, gentle descent. I'm a touch low and slow, but I think that's fine. I do have a gear cam. I finally got those set up, although I need to tweak them a bit. Wheels. Odd blue peas says posture check. Yeah, probably better start thinking about sitting up straight to fly the airplane. Hi, Polyout's mom. How's it going? Good to see you. Have a groovy day. Probably saying, huh? Who are these strange people online? And we're going to bring in the map a last click. And landing gear is good. 137 to land. I'm guessing it's being kind of jerky right now because the Nice scenery is really quite nice. Early review, Benjamin, I'm loving the A220. I'm having a blast with this. There's so much cool stuff in this airplane. It is really very nice. AGC. I'm gonna go for, we'll come over here and they Swiss Parks at Terminal 1. Okay, we're at 2,000 feet. It is. This is a really cool landing. So we're in Nice. And you could talk to your nephew if you want. So here we are at in India, November 22 Zulu. So I'm going to take off the autopilot here. And then we come in, continue our descent, and do a final turn to final. A final turn to final. That was absolutely brilliant. All right, I think it's time to fly the airplane. And there is our final point. I'm going to start my descent at about 700 feet per minute. Get the airplane comfortable with that. And we decided 137 on the speed. So 137 is my speed. And we're going to do flaps. 3. And And we're going to do flaps 4. Checklist. Flaps. Cabin. Checklist is complete. Looks good. I got the airport. I got the runway. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. Irby's got fruit pastille. Is that like one of your pastimes? You know I was going to make a fruity joke about that, right? It is a side stick. Yeah, odd blue pea it is. And we're landing on the right side. Nice traffic, Swiss 441s and A220. I'm about ready to make the turn to final for runway 22 right. Landing, Nice. I bet all the nephews living in Nice feel like they're second-class citizens because everybody talks about the nieces and never the nephews. Hello there, acid.com. Welcome, welcome. SR Rivers just became a member over on YouTube. SR Rivers, thank you for becoming a member. I hope you were here when I was doing the spiel on members and stuff on YouTube. There's a video that I do every day just for members there on the flight. What are we up to? Well, we're up in the air right now. I'm hoping for butter, but you never know.
Auto throttle. Auto throttle 500. Approaching minimums.
Little too easy going on the arrival.
300.
Again, you can really over control this airplane a little bit too much.
200.
I'm barely moving my side stick.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Reverse. I didn't turn on my lights. A little heavy. A little bouncy too. Yeah, a little bit bouncy. See, oh no, did we spill your coffee? Sorry about that. Curly Air has back trouble. Sunjammer says there's yellow cards and Charles Yerkes and all sorts of stuff. Nice traffic. Swiss 441 is clear of the runway. We're going to Terminal 1. Happy landings, Nice. Strobes. APU. Let's see. Jim got a very nice landing, a -95 today. Curly Air's carry-ons have shifted. Yeah, I think probably. It is. I think that the airplane is very over-controlled. I think that you're probably, I would like to set some, change the sensitivities on the control for this airplane. Maybe. I like it. I'm enjoying it, but I think it's oversensitive. Now, maybe I'm just being too sensitive about this, but there you go. Okay, we're doing Charlie to Sierra. There was a Lufthansa over there. I don't know if Lufty flies these yet or not. Tim Dog says not only are they sensitive, but they're delayed. I wonder if it's like that in the real airplane and they just made this like the real airplane. APU is up and running. Loviz, I don't use my Phoenix sensitivities for my side stick. I really just have a general set of sensitivities, so I think this is one that's going to require. Or maybe, you know, we're just being too sensitive about it. You knew that was coming, right? Next flight, Brizzy to Hamilton Island. Qantas Link, not Leap. How about gate 168? Now let's go get a jetway. We want a jetway. I have 3 presets and... Oh, so you've got low, medium, and that's a great idea, Loviz. Benjamin, Lufthansa City will get at least 40 A220 300s with delivery starting by the end of the year. Hey, that means this is going to be perfect. This is going to be perfect for Frankfurt Friday, right? So we need to get start looking for Lufthansa City deliveries for the A220 300. Benjamin, that's really cool news. Thanks for telling us. 14B. Yeah, I think it's 14B. Oh, I'm over on the wrong. I'm on 14B like I'm supposed to be. Jeez. How about there? Okay. So let's see. Shut down. The APU is up and running. It is. Landing lights are all off. It's very simple. Engine number 1, engine number 2. Let's come over here and stop our squawking. Standby. That looks really good. We are done with hydraulic. 3, A and B, and 2B. The beacon can go off. Seat belts. Should have turned off personal electronic devices while we were taxiing in. And let's have GSX request deboarding. Change the facility. Okay. Oh, let's just not worry about it. We don't need to bother with any of that. We made it. How about that? Landing was a little bit hard. I thought I turned off my lights. Do I not know how to do the lights? Beacon strobes off, off, off. Oh, I clicked it the wrong way. I clicked that the wrong way. Now all of our lights should be off. Good, we're not blinding the ground crew. And we made it. They put out a hot fix. Now, I think the stuttering that you saw, hi Ryan, the stuttering that you saw was One thing, I think it's Nice, because I didn't have nearly this kind of stuttering. I did a couple of breeze airports that we've done, and I didn't have that much stuttering. And one of them was Orlando, and I think I went to Fort Lauderdale or something like that. So I think that a lot of the stuttering that you saw was Nice. Nice is notoriously heavy on, it's like the Chicago of France. I mean, seriously, this one is a nice airport, but it needs some optimization. And the landing rate, my guess was it was a little bit hard, wasn't it? It was a little bit hard. But my main goal these days is I'm really just trying to put the main wheels in between the two white bars. So that's the first priority. I had a minus 515, so it was a little heavy, but we were on the bars, so always good to be on the bars. Or in the bars, I'm not sure. Let's see, I saw Hunter Girl had ice cream today. It's the only good thing when it's hot outside. Yeah, and it's really hot in Germany right now, isn't it? No, there's a hot fix we hear coming out on Tuesday. Hey, Paul, welcome aboard. All right, let's do quit to desktop. I'm going to just do a restart here because it's a good idea. Kebby, it could be worse. Yes, it sucks. It's not perfect. This airplane, though, I don't know, with whatever problems that we're having, I'm having a blast learning it. It's a lot of fun. So no complaints here. Maudie's got to call it a night as Matt Smith comes in. Night, Maudie. Thanks for coming in. See you next time. Okay, and we've got the VATSIM map, so we'll kind of go and see. It's supposed to be not nearly as hard on your system. So, and it's got a few toys in LFMN, so that if you're live streaming, it's kind of a fun thing. This is the first time that I've used the VATSIM Radar app. I downloaded it just the other day, so it seems to be okay. No complaints. Dastinger picked up the A220, but it's going to be the weekend before you can commit to learning that. So I definitely suggest getting the groovy little spy flow thing here. It's over on Discord. That might help out a little bit. There's also a couple of YouTube videos that aren't too bad. So you could also learn that way too. All right, let's go to Hamilton Island. We've got a freeware for this. And we've also got, I think, a payware for Brizzy. So let's go start. You can listen in on VATSIM now. You can leave that on for events when you're working and not watching the stream. I didn't know you could listen in now, Senor Tomas. That's actually really cool. That's been a feature that I think people have wanted from VATSIM for a very long time. So Mike, LFMN, not as heavy on your system and has a couple of toys for live streamers, and it's nice and compact. I'm using the only thing I'm using is the free things, and I've been really happy with it. Dogs is having trouble importing my flight plan into the A220. Okay, it's a very different startup, Dogs. It's a really different startup here, okay? Irby says that's where you go, https listenvatsim.net. Very cool. That's awesomely cool. We also need to figure out where we want to go on our Breeze Airways route after we get to Hamilton Island. All right, let's do Mr. Flight Plan. New flight. So dogs, if you, I don't know where you are in this, might help if you follow along on this startup because it's not the way you normally load these things, okay? It's very different. So we're going to be in a BCS3. We're going to be this time a Qantas link, and that's Q-Link. QLK flight 441. We're going from YBBN. We're going to do YBHM. And that looks really good. I'm going to add an extra 10 minutes to my departure time because this airplane takes longer to set up. Okay, no real fast way for us to take a look at whether the runways are right or not. I'm just going to look at the quick little METAR here. Winds 210 at 8, departing on runway 19. I think that's probably good. Arrival runway. Winds are 160 at 18. We're landing on runway 14. I think that's pretty good too. Not bad. I'm going to go and add 15 minutes of extra fuel should VATSIM pop on. And it looks like a nice little route. Generate flight. Just as did Auckland to Melbourne. You went across the ditch. Glad you decided not to ditch the flight. You knew there was a ditch joke coming, right? Current plan. Save. I will put this link in chat for you. If you would like to look at my flight plan, use it in your own flight. All you have to do is come over and grab exclamation point flight plan and it should work. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Oh, and as usual during the load process, it always puts the windows in the back. 38,000 feet. Oh my gosh, this is like an hour 44, a little longer than I thought. Okay, so 38,000 feet, no problem. And file. Now, one of the things you probably noticed, no SIDS and stars in the real world in Australia. You get your SID and star a lot later. You don't put that in the flight plan because apparently they changed them. They're like the staircases at Hogwarts. The SIDS and stars change. All right, that looks good. Over here we go. And the only thing I got here was Terminal 1. And it doesn't say which one is here. Here is a QFA. I'm going to guess Terminal 1 may be down here. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people that say, Dave, you never do Provo. Why do you hate Provo so much? I do, but we will do Provo because if I don't do Provo, I'll never hear the end of it. So we will do, we can do Provo. It's just, it was a day where it was a very frustrating day. And that wasn't fun. Okay, so we're looking good here. We can do a little pre-preparation here. Unload. Import. YBBN. Yeah, it was weird, and it was also at a time when we were busy with a new airplane, and there was just no way. So, No way to win that day. And just, again, felt like an absolute idiot. Okay, we want the domestic apron. So this is the domestic apron. And I assume that's what we're doing there. Okay, and SimBrief says 19 left. So that's over there. And so that's the one in the middle. Okay, so now we know where we're going. Now for SIDS. So our first waypoint is BN. This is the Brizzy departure. So we'll start at the bottom, the Wacko departure. I'm not wacko about that. The Scott departure. That's going out towards New Zealand. It's going south. We need to go north. That's going out to Gumkey. There's Bixad. I don't think we want to do that. Bixad on the 19s. That might be good. Loviz says you ought to do the Brizzy 4 departure. Let's do the Brizzy 4 departure. Let's be like Loviz. Loviz is wise. We're going to go that way. Orbic scenery for... that's right. And I think we have the Hamilton Island. All right. Coming in. I'm just looking at this right now so we know what to choose. We'll go and restack elsewhere. Fact is, let's go ahead and get ready to do that right now. Let's get our airplane. We just need to know the gate. You are limited to 15 minutes in an hour, and only a set number of people can listen at a time. Hey, that's better than nothing. I think that it's really great that they've got that now, because really there's a lot of people that wanted to be able to listen in and into VATSIM, and I think that's really cool. Always listen to low-vis. We all want to be low-vis when we grow up. Okay, we want a Q-Link today. Q-Link. Loviz hopes that that's... No, I'm not... No. All right, now let's go to YBBN. Brizzy. I have people that I used to know that moved over, and they gave me permission to call it Brizzy. That's where they live. They used to live in Virginia. Now they live in Brizzy. Okay, so the whole point was they want to allow new people to listen in, not experienced people to listen in for the fun of it. I think that makes perfect sense. Now let's find a gate so that we can avoid spawning, because spawning is rude. No, there's no sarcasm coming from me, which I know seems really strange right now. No, Loviz is one of the really cool people here. Amazing story from the past, but also helps out people that need help. It's sunrise in Australia. It's good morning time in Australia. No jetways. You got to walk out to the airplane here on this one. Howitzer is going to order the AP, EFIS, and FMC. Good luck on that. Yeah, really good luck on that, Howitzer. Let us know how it goes. And if you feel like telling us what country you're ordering it from, if you feel like telling us about that, that would be really cool too. There is Tower waiting for us. So somebody is going to scream Rapunzel, Rapunzel right now, right? I'm going to get GSX to get me some stairs. Operate stairs. Qantas. Here comes some stairs. I had some people that you met on vacation that were moving from England to Australia. Yeah, there was probably some big jet lag on that one, Green. I don't know. Going from the land of Guinness to the land of Foster's. VATSIM radar has added a speaker icon next to the frequency that takes you directly to listen to that station. Mr. Posh Martin is going to do a 14-hour flight from Dubai to Montreal. Seems like an awful long way to go there, Mr. Posh Martin, for awful long way to go for Timbits. Irvy, I had it once a long time ago, and it was sort of like blah. So I never really liked it much. But here in the U.S., it's the place where we often associate, because of a certain restaurant chain, it's what we think is what they drink. Nobody from down under that I've ever talked to drinks Foster's. Okay, we got 2 stairways. All right, we're all good. We're on Elevate X. Elevate X has elevated our flight or something. DT is back in chat. You have a severe thunderstorm and tons of rain. Very good that you decided to disconnect. You don't want your precious flight simming computer to fry in the thunderstorm, right? Nobody wants that. We'll open up some doors. Okay, I've got ground power. I've got chocks. We'll just leave it like that. Let's come on over to my flight and import from SimBrief. So I'm going to try and do this one without using the step-by-step list. How much am I going to forget now? It's great, though, DT, that there's tons of rain, because it's so hot there and you don't want stuff to be really dry, because that's what starts those really big wildfires and stuff. And you just don't want to deal with that, right? All right. And then I usually do my charts real fast. YBBN. Air ground. Air parking. I just redid that. Atlas System says moo. Hi, Atlas System, welcome. Okay, that's about as good as we're going to be able to do, because we're not going to be able to get our other stuff until we get clearances. So battery 1, battery 2, ground power, navigation light switch is already on. No smoking switch to turn on. And then you set up your upper panel with things to either auto or arm or lights out. So hydraulic 3A. Actually, I think I'm turning on those hydraulics, which is a little bit too early. I'm going to wait on those until engine start time. What could possibly go wrong? If we're going to fly on VATSIM, we ought to get on VATSIM. DT, I've got the latest feeling. Atlas System has a bad feeling about this. I have the latest version that's available in the Microsoft Flight Simulator Marketplace. Okay, now this is a QLK Qantas link. QLK 441. Qantas Link's call sign is QLink or NetLink. So I am QLink. Well, I'm trying to come up with some joke about the Q continuum about that, but don't know, but we'll just be QLink. Ooh, is that pie? Oh no, it's a duck. I thought that was pie. All right. And we already updated LFMN, so we're good to go. Airplane is now coming to life. I'm going to turn this off because it's annoying. Going to look over here. And all of this looks good. We do the power on checklists. Parking brake, batteries, ECL, electronic checklist. Okay, I was wrong. You do here. So it's hydraulic 3A, 3B, and 2B. They do go on at the beginning. Okay, there goes the hydraulics. And thrust levers are set. Engine runs are off. APU, we're going to be ground power. And our checklist is complete. Polyot is back. You will be pleased to know that we were all perfectly well behaved while you were gone. Nobody uttered the name of the airline that must not be named. And everybody is just, being really good today. So, I'm sure that makes you feel really good to know. There is no need for disciplinary action. DT, we got some good views here. This is a good-looking cockpit. Where do you find the ECL from the checklist? ECL stands for electronic checklist. All they're asking you to do, dogs, is, and it automatically starts here on the right side of DU number 5. That's the one down here. ECL stands for checklist, and you're already looking at the checklist. They're just telling you to have it on and ready to go. How's that sound? Buckeye says to stretch, let's do that. And Polyot was on the phone. I don't know. That sounds like kind of a phony excuse to me. Hey, when it comes to the bad jokes here at Spy HQ, I don't phone them in. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry. All right, let's do activate. Okay, dogs, this is where you got to go and start. Before you start to do things here, you have to go from active to secondary. Okay? You got to dial this into. We need to dial up the level of the jokes here. Irby has a number to call, a phone number to call for the jokes. And H-Pilot is here. Hello, H-Pilot. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. All right. Yeah, I know. Last time I was having trouble. So we're going to start with F-plan. So we're on secondary, and now we're going to go to flight plan uplink. Now you come down here. My thing is showing yellow instead of green. You mean down here in the lower right-hand corner? Initialize position, invalid speed use. That's just something that pops up at the beginning. I have power of attorney for my grandmother. It isn't an attorney power of attorney. But the time has come. Oh my gosh, you have to start. That's going to be a hard job. You've had a rough few weeks lately. So wish I could take that and help. Dogs, so you're talking about the database. So the database and stuff like that, you're going to need that for other stuff. So there's database. I'm going to go to flight plan now, and we're going to do flight plan uplink. And you see when you do flight plan uplink, you have a choice. Well, you could actually do both if you want, dogs. You can do both your username and your user ID. I just put my user ID in. You can do either one. And you need to come down here and hit send. Pending. Complete. And we've got that in there. So we're good. Now we have to put in a couple of things. Yeah, sending lots of love on that one. That's family issues are so hard. All right, let's go ahead. I suggest have your flight plan PDF off to the side. First of all, our flight number. And it's QLK. Whoops. QLK 441. Good. Our estimated time of departure is 23:15. Our alternate is going to be Loviz says expect the BICSAD 2 departure. Thanks, Loviz. Let's go put that in. Thanks, Loviz. Let's get the BICSAD 2 departure. So Sid. YBBN and Sid. We're departing off of 19 left to the north. Been in the hospital for 3 weeks. Oh, really? MS has taken a turn for the worst. Called to say she's not making any sense speaking to people who are not there. Yeah, I think it's multiple sclerosis. Pauliette, she's had it for 37 years. Only expected for 10 to 5. Yeah, that's really hard. And is this the BICSAD 2? Yep, BICSAD 2. Yay. BICSAD 2. Now we need SID procedures. So that was... Oh, let's save it. RNP SIDS 19 left. RNP SIDS 19 left. And come over here. And then we look at the BICSAD 2 page. 13345 if there's and no initial climb clearance. But it's always important to check. Mr. Posh Martin has had MS for 14 years. Your mom had it for 50 years. Your brother had it for 42. Really? Those, from what I understand, are really impressive numbers. We're coming in on runway 14. Uh-oh. Okay, all this looks good. All. Now let's see. I don't think I have any charts for YBHM. I can't use Lido. I can't use Lido for this. I'm going to have to use Jepson. There are no charts for so it's easy to fix. Come over here, go to settings, third party, Navigraph. I've already logged in with my Navigraph, so they should be working. Did I mess up the time? Sorry, dogs. All right, YBBN. Navigraph, I've got to log out and log in. Oh, goody. Okay, hang on. Log in with Navigraph, open. Okay, now it should be working. Sorry about this, but yep, you got to get the right charts or else you're in big trouble. Okay. The aircraft is very, very nice, Daryl. It's a big learning curve. And it still needs a little bit of work, but it's good. Let's see. It's a tough illness. Thank God for your wonderful husband. Yes. Paulette, exhausted. We're all grown up now. If she wants to go, go. She's been wheelchair and bedbound for 18 years, but she still has a sense of humor. She said she's losing her marbles and forgetting things. I didn't think I was married to your grandfather, did I? Oh my gosh. I'm amazed about you know, having a great sense of humor. It's so important. Okay, airport. We are on the domestic apron. Okay, good. All of that's parking. Noise abatement. Airport ground. Logistics. Parking stands, parking stands, parking stands, parking coordinates, parking coordinates. I don't have the airport. We're doing the Big Sad departure, so we know that, but there's no chart there. Let's see. The performances are not bad. It still needs a little bit of work, but it's really good. I'm enjoying the heck out of the airplane. Now, coming in at YBHM. Okay, see, we do have charts. This is the whole thing. Mountain Man is doing a San Francisco to Ontario flight. That is the ultimate definition of the short. Oh, Ontario. I thought it was Oakland for a second. Happy landings in Ontario. What's the max range? I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't. I'm gonna need an airport chart. Noise abatement. Visual docking, low taxi routes, ILSs. I don't have an airport ground chart. I have an airport ground chart with this one. Thank you. Another flight in the 757. You kind of have to have a ground chart to get out of here. There it is. Oh, I finally got it. There is our airport chart. Finally. Good, we got one. Magic of video game options. Polyot says 3,600 nautical miles. Thank you, Polyot. So we can go kind of a long way. YBHM. All we have is approaches. It's runway 14. There's an RNP Zulu. So we're coming in from the north. Our last waypoint is Overon. Do we have Overon on this one by any chance? That would be just too easy. Nope. Let's look at the other one. RNP Yankee for 14. That is a turn over the airport, and that's Overon. So Overon is here, and then you do a big circle to land. I don't know if we're going to get to do that, but I'm going to tag that chart. I'm going to tag that one. That's great. Okay, and airport ground. And it's still not showing us all the charts.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Dan just followed the channel. It affects Mr. Posh right side arm and leg. You can do 500 meters before you need to sit down. You've got a foot splint. You have an appointment to get a PES to help with walking. No memory issues. You're on 6-month infusion to slow progression. And you have been stable for 3 years. Gee, I mean, all you have to do is listen to my computer when I'm on approach, and it always yells unstable, unstable, unstable. So, man, you're a step ahead on that one. Sorry to turn it into a silly joke. All right, looking good. So all of this is great. I know that they have infusions for cancer. I didn't know that they did infusions for MS. That's speaking about mental capacity. Oh, okay. Which we know I have very little of, right? Let's see, alternate. Let's do alternate and then get a clearance. It's YBTL is our alternate. YBTL. If we have to go to our alternate, we have to do it at 18,000 feet. And that looks good. Mr. Posh Martin says that the infusion is fairly new. The progress in research has been amazing. Well, I think that that's awesome. That there's progress and there's things that are going on in research that make it better. They have infusions for a lot of autoimmune diseases. It's what they want to put you on when you're done with the cancer. So you would still, even if you're done, they would put you on some infusions. 289 at 80. Those are our cruise wins. Mr. Posh Martin is also taking part in a drug trial. Does that mean you need a lawyer? And they're going to find a new research. I think that that's awesome. I think that's super. DT, yeah, Lido charts work in this just fine. The problem is we're going to an airport that doesn't have Lido charts. So I had to switch back over to Jepson. How are you finding the cruise winds and stuff? Cruise winds have always been pretty good. Oh, it's over on the operational flight plan. Thanks, Polyot, for figuring out what dogs wanted to know. So I get the Lido, the default style of flight plan. And you see over in the right hand, you see where it says average wind. There's your average wind, average ISA, right there. Those are the two places that you get that information. And it's 7. There's our winds. Poliot, I have too much to do and too many people to look after. Things will slot into place for you naturally. Your plate has gotten awfully full lately. It absolutely has. Yeah, that's why that's the only reason why I switched out of Lido. I much prefer those charts, but I switched out of there because where we're going doesn't have Lido charts. All right, let's look over on our route. Our route looks good. Let's get a clearance. I'm also going to go to the load sheet, import the load, and I'm going to go load the aircraft. That looks good. Let's put in some basic load sheet, and then we have to shift this over to the primary flight plan. So our zero fuel weight is 50.5.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Allie Brown just followed the channel. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Oh, I think we're supposed to come over here and activate it before we do all that. Activate secondary.
New
And
recruit detected.
execute. Now
Welcome
that
aboard,
should come in.
Agent. Stay sharp.
Mastermind? Did I say that a little bit right? Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Mastermind, thanks for coming in. Thanks for the follow. Mr. Posh Martin, this community is absolutely wonderful. We can share things and learn stuff, and I think it's so incredibly important that we can do that. So I think that's really one of the cool parts about what's going on here. And why, I get up in the morning and I'm excited about the live stream starting. We are going to do 127 passengers. Good. Justice just did Denver to MCI. All right, this is good. Our fuel should be 6.574. I have 6.570. Good. Our taxi fuel is 122. And all the rest of our numbers are correct. Let's see. Justice did Denver to MCI. I'm sorry, I have AT&T. I don't have MCI. Polly, glad you felt you could share. Absolutely. AZ's mom is undergoing cancer treatments until February. Also autoimmune, and you wonder if the infusions are improved. I've been hearing about infusions for years now. Justice is going to Kansas City. My mother has the infliximab infusion for her autoimmune disease, and she's seen a massive improvement since having them. Yeah, that's another thing that's really nice about being here is Look, there's a lot of people that are coming in, and you know, you never think by watching people in chat what people might be going through in their lives. There's a lot of people going through a lot of stuff right now. A lot. So this is, you know, keeping it as positive as I can. It's so nice to be able to help, you know, have a place to go and get something positive in the world. You know, in a world where it's very hard to find, you know, even a positive terminal on a battery. And you knew I'd get a charge out of turning that into a battery joke, right? All right, looking good. Atlas system, you lost your memory, and obviously you're back, so, but it kind of went away. All right, BN Tower. What is this? This is going to be Brisbane Tower. It is. They do not have an ATIS here, but we will be able to say that we've got the latest weather if we come over here and hit refresh. Henry, welcome aboard. We're just getting ready to depart out of Brizzy. Brisbane Tower, g'day from Q-Link 441. We are at gate 28 with the latest weather, requesting clearance to Hamilton Island. Okay, first of all, so it's not enough just to tune the radio. You actually have to make it the active frequency. You can't just tune it. It has to be the active. Some people's kids. It's Fescue. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Well, I slept in a little bit today, so actually I didn't sleep in. My brilliant little thing on the wall that I just got, the flight wall, went completely on the fritz, and I had to spend yesterday troubleshooting it, so, and early this morning, and it works, and that's what I care about. You could also tune directly into the frequency. Hawk Driver just gave us the METAR. Thank you for the METAR. Thanks, Hawk Driver. Appreciate that. I'm going to copy and put that in my notes right now. Got it. Tuning is hard. Brizzy Tower, hi there from Q-Link 441 and A220 at stand 28. We do have the latest weather aboard, requesting clearance to Hamilton Island. What is a breezy flight? So there's an airline in the United States called Breeze Airways, and I've been having fun being rather breezy about it. I think that the tower is having a problem, and maybe this is going to be text only. Henry doing really well right now. Thank you for asking. Oh, they just went offline. I bet they're resetting. Probably reconnecting. Yep, so that's what the breezy thing's all about. And Mr. Posh Martin says, okay, lovely people, time to go to bed. Mr. Posh Martin, always so grateful that you come in, spend a little bit of time with us, always reminding us to stay a little on the posh side. We are going to continue to stay on the posh side, and we will see you soon. Thank you for being here. Hawk Driver, if you just take the dot and com out, you should be able to post it, or if you decide to put it over in Twitch, in Discord, we can do it that way. Hi, Vincent. Welcome aboard. The blood is for decoration. It's not a symbol. Okay. And Hunter Girl says to hydrate. Cheers with the DT mug. Thank you for coming in and always saying hi, Hunter Girl. and always stopping by with a really, really cool fire truck emote. And we stop at altimeters. Aviationweather.gov is where Hawk Driver got that. I am going to copy that in as well and just leave it up there so I can get it. Thanks, Hawk Driver. Okay, that looks really good too. All right, I'm going to assume that our clearance is the same as low vis's. So I'm going to execute these. And let's go in and do departure and arrival. Transition altitude in the 220. Kebby, you do that on performance. And the climb page, you see where it says transition altitude there. And then descent. See where it says transition level right up there? That's where you set it, okay? That's where those go. Tim J, welcome aboard. Loving the C series. DT, what is Hamilton Island known for? Have not heard about it. Maybe some dude named Hamilton showed up there at some point. We believe that we're going to get runway 19 left. We believe that we're going to get the Big Sad 2 departure. And we are going to say done. We're going to go to arrivals. And we decided the RNAV. I forgot already. Speaking of, I have not sent something correctly. Did I not set anything, or did somebody else not do it? It could be it was on their side. We'll just go to Unicom. And 3 cheers if the tower tried to show up to be nice. I think the RNP Yankee is going to be more fun. I'm going to go with the RNP Yankee for runway 14 at Overon. It's a cool circle to land. Done. And execute. Okay. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. It's always nice that you come by. Hawk Driver, RNAV Yankee 17. Yeah, RNAV Yankee 17. It's just great that you come in. It's always fun to hear some of the stories that you've got about from the fire station. And anybody that's got a really, really cool, fire truck emote. I mean, that's a big deal too. Polyod is talking about the transition level. I have not set mine. I haven't looked it up yet. I have not looked it up yet. Yeah, apparently we don't use cost index here. So we're going to find our transition here. And we're going to find it over here. Transition altitude, it's at the top of the Jepson chart. It's at 10,000 feet. Let's set mine. So come over here to performance. No, and then climb. And 10,000 feet. There we go. And I'm going to execute that. Now then, we're going to look on the arrival. And if we come up here in the same spot, it says the transition altitude level 11,000 feet. So what we'll do here is descent. And it's going to be 11,000 feet. Flight level 110, and we'll execute that. Now we have set our transition altitudes. We are being such good pilots today. 1027 is our altimeter setting. 1027. And that is now set. Okay, on the Big Sad departure, do we have an initial climb clearance even though there's no ATC right now? I always like to look and see because I blew through somebody's initial climb clearance several times, and I learned my lesson to always check the charts. And I'm going to be a good pilot and do that. It's going to be Big Sad 2. None. So we'll just go ahead and set our cruise altitude. 38,000 feet. You just use the speeds provided in your flight plan. That being said, Airbus is working on adding cost index as functionality in the future. Sounds good? And Null Developer 4 is in chat. Everybody PC memory news, hoping for the decreasing RAM prices. China's #1 DRAM maker is making waves in the market. Watch out, Samsung. And okay, Null Developer, everybody's excited about learning about a better price for RAM. Because in my case, I can't afford any RAM. I can only buy sheep. And you just knew there was going to be a sheep joke, right? It was going to happen. It was just hanging out there. It was going to be there. All right, we're doing actually pretty good. And we're going to go, and I'm just going to set a squawk code. .0700. I'm going to do my usual squawk code. Bad jokes. Well, the consumer RAM prices are about 6 to 9 months behind the industry prices, and the industry prices are still sky high. So don't expect it to happen anytime soon. Oh, the only thing I'm expecting is gas prices to go through the roof. All right, let's get down here. There's our departure. I think it's almost time to go. Let's go close the doors. Acid, you knew there was going to be bad jokes here, right? Let's go ahead and start the APU. And apparently, once you start the APU, you need to turn off ground power really, really fast. There's a problem. 0070 might have worked too. That would be good. And Hunter Girl says to hydrate. It was 8 minutes ago, but let's hydrate. RPM is coming on up. What happened to all the agents if they're up to 70? Well, they probably need a lot of super duper secret agents these days. Is that an add-on problem with ground power? No, from what I understand. Okay, APU is on, and as soon as you get the APU on, disconnect your ground power. Apparently, if you leave it in too long, the airplanes have a problem with the voltages. They're sensitive to the voltages and stuff, and that's part of the problem. We're closing our doors. And now let's have GSX prepare us for pushback and departure. And that's going to get rid of our stairs. Okay, looking good.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
They're not sensitive. They're just in touch with their emotions. Absolutely. All right. Doors are all closed. Parking brakes are set. I'm going to remove chocks, and that clears that page for us. And this is all looking good.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Our runway heading today for 19 left
Locking gear.
is 196 degrees. .196. We need to go to 122.8. I don't think tower's going to make it back, so 122.8. I'm going to do my own transponder because I'm a control freak. We would like to go nose right, tail left.
Release parking brake.
Nose right, tail left. Okay, looking good. So altimeter's checked and set. Center pedestal is set. Pedestal, center panel, side sticks, and complete. I have a message. I will do my own speeds. Before start checklist. And everything's good there. Is our routing good? Our routing is good. Let's do performance really fast. So performance, takeoff, sync the FMS, sync the weather, and you knew I know you have a sinking feeling that I'm going to turn that into a sync joke. All right, packs are going to be on, anti-ice is off, thrust config is auto, flaps 2, and calculate. Looks good. And everything's clear down there. It is. Send to the FMS. Send to the FMS. There's a front wind, 120 knot wind on your router. Universal Exports has had a lot of new hires. Are they still hiring? All right. Our outside air temperature is 13 degrees. Our wind is 210 at 8. Good. We're going to do takeoff -2. Slats and flaps are going to be 2. Our bleed source is going to be off the engines. Our wing and anti-ice is going to stay off. Climb thrust is set. All of that looks good. Departure briefing is done. APU and external power is set. Let's do seatbelts and go. Seatbelts going on. Let's do the bacon. Beacon. Parking brake is set. Checklist is complete. We're squawking. I think we can go. All right, a couple things that I set before we go. I usually will set, we do flight directors, we do nav, and we do VNav. Got those set. The other possibility, the submarine hatch did not open and the remaining agents died at Agent 1's funeral. I would be so pissed if I was 001. It sounds terrible. No one wants to be 001. Did you just call us Shirley? Polyak called us Shirley. All right, I think we're ready to go. Shall we depart? Parking brakes.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Starting 2. The first agent did not get a license to kill. It would be even worse, Agent 1, period. Irvy is, I'm only Shirley on weekends. Not my fault you look like a Shirley. Maybe it's the hair. Hey, it's growing out for a good cause. We're being nice to cancer patients. All right, everything is good.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes are set.
Unlocking gear.
And looks good. You want to be the one to cut it all off? I don't know. I you know, according to the place where that I would donate it to, basically it's one of the things that they say is the longer the better, obviously.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass
Engine
is
number 2 is starting.
left is clear, right is clear.
Amit, do I use a subscription for the EFB or is it built in? I do have a Navigraph subscription, Amit, and I think they said that it's kind of required for this airplane. So you do have to have that. I would like airports and ETAs, and I would like to do and traffic. There we go. Looks good. You haven't had this long. My career lasted 35 years, and so for 35 years, I had to get a haircut every 3 weeks to be on TV. And now I guess a little bit of this is to A, be nice. 2, it started during COVID. But 3, it's me being rebellious about having to have had a haircut every 3 years in TV. I don't do that anymore. Well, Polyot does have to, when Polyot is at work, there's 2 different wigs that the barrister and the judge have to use. It's 2 different ones. And engine number 2 is coming up. Oh, my cockpit door is open. Can't have the cockpit door open. Sorry. And here it comes. EGT, exhaust gas temperature, is coming up. That means it's hot behind the engine. That means the engine is starting. We're starting the flight at sunrise. Yep, we sure are. Okay, coming out here, we'll get Charlie 3. We'll go to Alpha, and then Bravo 1 to 19 left. Okay, 2 good starts on our engines. APU can go off. It's flaps 2. It's going to be nose wheel steering. I'm not going to have any stabilizer trim, I guess. It's going to be 0. So APU is off. Anti-ice is off. Flaps are set. We can do quick flight controls by hitting flight control. Oh, GSX is interfering. Hang on. So come over here and flight control. Elevators. Ailerons. Rudder. Slats and flaps are groovy. Let's hit the CB button. So you do this one, you're supposed to say breaker, breaker, 19 for the duck, and you're good to go there. All right, that looks good. Flight controls are set. Nose wheel steering is off. ECAS is clear. Checklist is complete. And we've set V speeds. Yep, we did V speeds. All right. Taxi light. narrow. Cabin call. Cabin call is good. Parking brakes are off. Let's get ready to rumble. The ground is already shaking. I did not set this up. Oh, I think yeah, you're right. It only engages after takeoff. Atlas Systems said quack. VATSIM is having voice issues. You don't hear anybody announcing. I haven't said anything yet. Brizzy traffic, Q-Link 441 just came out of stand 28. We are taking Alpha down to runway 19 left, Brizzy. Good to know that the duck is still working. Because you know that a flight sim live stream without ducks, the geese are working too. I would be honked off if the geese weren't working. Should I goose the engine a little bit? Man, the comedy tonight is really pretty hot rock and flame throwing today, if I could say it. Jeez. All right. Oh, cows are back. I didn't know cows were back. Before takeoff checklist. Was there a bird strike? And we decided to go over one taxiway to Alpha, right? Well, I'm noticing a couple little scenery burps here too. We need a sound effect of a dog chewing on something for when Buster is getting impatient for food. I'm next for the Aussie ATC training. Horizon Vector, really? And you're going to be in Melbourne? We will start coming to Melbourne when you're there.
Subscriber confirmed.
I've been saying that for a long time now. Hey. Commander King, thank you for the resub. Been here for 56 months. Thank you for 56 months of awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep my silly show going. I couldn't do it without you. Thank you for being here. It's just the way things are for some live streamers. Plus, let's face it, I've got I've increased the knowledge, startup and flying knowledge for yet another really complex airplane. Polyod says that Loviz has a spy cam, and Loviz, how did you know he's next to him? Well, because he is a puppy dog, and puppy dogs do that. APU bleed off. FMS is set. Trims are set. Flaps are set. Anti-ice is not needed. Auto brakes are set. ECAS, thrust, runway, cabin. Checklist is complete. Auto brakes to RTO. We're ready to go. Longshanks is back for a resub and has been here for 27 months. Longshanks, thank you for a resub. Foggy Canadian, thank you for... Hey, thanks for coming in. I know some people are having a real hard time these days with money and the economy's bad. Thank you so much for keeping me going. Longshank's been here for 27 months. Foggy Canadian 57, thank you so much. This is Commander King's home airport. And I think I did that Hydrate Hunter girl. I just forgot to check it off. It's nice to be flying somewhere other than Europe. And the Na. Isn't that supposed to be the Ni? Because that's where things that, you know, people say Ni. Terra is set. Terra is set, Pilot Scott. Thanks for asking. Welcome aboard. And I'm going to arm the auto throttle, and the way to do that is you have to go over here if you're using the Boeing autopilot. Oh, you got to do your flight directors first. Man. Oh, North America. I thought you were the knights that go knee. Hi, Geek Fossey. Thank you for coming. Tim J's got to get up early tomorrow for work. Tim J, thanks for coming by. It's so great that you're here. Thank you for coming in. Up. And flight directors are on. And nav is armed. VNav is armed. Auto thrust is armed. It's time to go. FPS are better than you would think. They're doing pretty good. Let's go. I actually, TCAS does auto enable. I'm doing it manually because I guess I don't trust that many automatic things. Brizzy traffic. Q-Link 441 is lining up and taking off runway 19 left on the big set to departure. Brizzy. Take care, Tim J. Thank you for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you next time. Sheep will remain off the runway. He says that whilst flying an extremely automated airplane. Yeah, I know. A little bit of a train wreck on stuff like that, but it's at least entertaining, right? Curly Air says there's going to be severe headwinds on this flight. Stay lower than 30,000 feet. Actually, we're going pretty high.
Brisbane traffic, Q-Link 177 will be holding short of runway 19 on left for the departing traffic.
All right, lined up and ready to go. Throttle's up about halfway. And look to see if your engines are stable. They are stable. More than 70%, then auto throttle will take over. Auto throttle's got us. Martel just did a resub, but I can't look and see how long it was because I've got to look down the runway or else we'll go careening off the runway and there'll be pixels scattered all over the place. But thank you for a resub. Thank you for always being here.
B1.
Rotate. I gotta reset those.
Q-Link 177 line runway 19 on left and we'll be confused with Thursday.
Brizzy traffic. Q-Link 441 is now clear of the runway, about ready to make our turn to the west and then the north. And happy landings, Brizzy. Martel has been here for almost 60 months. Martel, thank you for the really, really nice resub. Thank you for some genuinely awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. And thank you for always coming in and saying hi.
Bits intercepted. Intel secured.
I'd like it to just go to 210 knots to get us started here. 210 knots. AP. Martel just also did some cheers. Thank you for some nice cheers, Martel. Wow, a resub and cheers today. And I think you just started a hype train. So thank you for kicking it up to level 2. Thanks for the extra support. And flaps 1. Looks like they got some morning showers here in Brizzy today. And flaps up.
Overspeed.
Bits intercepted. Intel secured.
Hawk Driver just dropped some bits too. Thank you for some extra bits and always coming in with such great information, Hawk Driver. Thanks for helping me to keep the silly thing going. All right, so we've got nav and VNav active. AP and auto throttle are active.
Bits intercepted.
And we're going to go and
Intel
sync
secured.
the heading
Every
bugs so we
bit
don't have to do that throughout the
Thanks,
flight.
Agent.
Laxon. Ooh, Laxon's from Boda. Hey, Laxon. Thank you for coming in. I hope it is a beautiful night in Norway. And let's go ahead. We've got another tight turn, so I'm going to leave my speed at 210 here. Ooh, really good scenery out there. There's some cool towers over the downtown area. There's a soccer pitch, football pitch. After takeoff checklist and go to climb power. ECAS is clear, checklist is complete, and out we go. O-Dream says that the term soccer is still good in Australia. I just didn't want to get kicked around if I used the wrong term. Oh, they're the Socceroos. I bet there's lots of roos in Australia. I would rue the day if there weren't roos in Australia. GazPod is back in chat. Okay, here we go. If you had the choice and this was perfect on frames, would this be your choice, or would it be the Fokker 70 or 100? Depends on what we're flying. If I'm going to do an Air Berlin flight, I'd like my Fokker F100 or my baby bus. Okay? But right now, this airplane is so much fun to learn. Yeah, FPS is a little bit low right now, but you know what? It's going to get better. It's going to get better. So I'm feeling really good about the airplane and liking it.
Thanks, Agent.
Let's see. Senor Tomas says soccer is saka in Japanese. Polyot just dropped some bits out there. Polyot, wow, thank you for dropping some bits. That is very pitiful of you. I do have the flyby cam. Flyby cam is courtesy of a little app you can get from Parallel 42 called Chase Plane. It's from Chase Plane. Oh, Dreams is predicting 500. Yeah, it's probably going to be a heavy landing, right? Thalo is here. Polyot says it's time for a chase plane command.
Traffic, Fielding 177 is just passing 4,000, just starting to turn to the west, and then north, final call, Brisbane.
There was a really nice chase plane. There was a nice hype train, I mean. And Golden Kappa train complete. So we get the Golden Kappa today. Which is I'm guessing a little bit like the Golden Snitch or something like that. I'm not sure. And that sounded better in my head, as so many things do these days. Russ says it's going to be a really nasty headwind here. Russ says it's 126 knots. I just closed a discontinuity, so that's good. There was a really nice hype train. If you contribute, you get the golden kappa for 24 hours. Curly Air says 80 knot winds. It's really going to be hard today. And a really nice choo-choo. Dan, welcome aboard. First opinions on this airplane is I'm really enjoying the airplane. I'm having a blast with it. It's fun. There's a lot to learn. They did a good job on the airplane. They've got some tweaking to do, and the good news is they are. So, you know, all right, $70 US out of the box, but guess what? The airplane's working great. It really is. Hi, AH Mike. And it's going to work better. There is some confusion on the part of some people with this airplane. But right now, you know, we're all learning about it, and it's great. Standard altimeter. And we're speeding up. Maybe we should only go to 28,000 feet. Maybe because everybody says it's so windy at 38,000. How about if we stop our climb at 28,000 feet and see what happens? Hey, JSG Droids here. Welcome on in. We have our Q-Link airplane. We're flying down under, but we've all pretty much... 1:55 is block time. That was not an intentional next generation reference. Not an intentional reference. Hey, Jessica Stoner is back. You got your exam results, and it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Jessica. Happy birthday time. Woohoo! Thanks for telling us it's your birthday. Now we all get to celebrate. If we go to performance, go to cruise. Nope, you don't change your cruise altitude here. Nope, you don't do it on climb. I'll bet you do it in F-plan. Cruise altitude. We could stop at 28,000 feet and see, and if we want to, we can go up a little higher. Let's see what happens at 28,000 feet. Jessica, congratulations on your exams and congratulations on your birthday. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. If Mr. Rogers was still alive, do you think he would stream? I think that possibly Mr. Rogers would recognize that there is value in, you know, reaching his audience online, and he would most certainly probably do that. One of the next generation writers went to Pomona College, and there's a thing there called the 47 Society. Nope, I didn't even know that. I just, you know, used the number. You could have done that too, Dan, but I didn't do it that way. I should have. So right now the winds are 27 knots and they're off the left wing tip. We'll see what happens there. Flight plan, winds. I already brought them in. I don't know that it'll bring it in again. There's the new winds. We've got to figure out, I mean, this looks like it's going to be a little bit. Hang on. This looks like it could be a little bit of a longer flight. It says 476 miles and an hour and 26 minutes of flying time. I don't know that that estimated time en route is working correctly. I don't remember Order 66. Tim Dog says there is an event in Orlando, so we could depart out of Orlando for our Breeze flight today. Polyot says it will include the wind data that I've imported, and so now that number is accurate. So over on the route page, Polyot says that we have 470 miles to go. Our estimated time en route is 1 hour and 25 minutes. Our estimated time of arrival is at 23:29 Zulu, so we'll be arriving 26 minutes early. But we are going to be a little low on the fuel, so we got to watch out for that. Polyot says it's also Thursdays in Toronto. Air Canada also flies this airplane, so we don't have to do Breeze. We could do an Air Canada flight for Thursdays in Toronto. It is JSG Droids. This is the weekend my Japanese brother and his wife are in town. Exchange students from my teenage years, planning on spending the weekend with them along with my family at an Airbnb near Dodger Stadium. We are going to the game because he wants to see Shohei Ohtani, the star player of the Dodgers from Japan, and JSG Droid is packing right now. Really? That would be a great trip. So you've got cool bed and breakfast near the stadium. You've got all sorts of fun. And devices are off. No smoking is always on. Seatbelts are off. We're good. We did do Orlando on Tuesday. This sounds like a really fun trip, JSG Droid. I'm going to guess that there's probably going to be some really good food too. Okay, we're going to stop at 28,000 feet. I do have 85 knots in my face right now. Ground speed is 377 knots. So I honestly don't know if going higher is a thing to do or not. I have noticed that the airplane, once we get to what I've said is the cruise altitude, it leaves me in climb mode. So I'm not entirely sure if my guess is it should go into cruise mode, but I probably did something wrong. No one likes 25 knots in their face. No. Skydeck ATC, welcome back in. What a good time. So are you all going to just drive down, or is there like a train that takes you down to Dodger Stadium, or buses and stuff? I guess it's California. Everybody drives everywhere, right? Yeah, nobody wants a big old wind in their face. I'm a little worried So at least we've recovered in fuel. So fuel is good. Mountain Man says we try not to drive every place because of traffic. If only they would work on those, if only they would fix the transporters, right? And we could beam every place. Then again, that would be bad news for the train business, the bus business, and the airplane business. So once we get transporters, you suppose that's going to be into Flight Simulator? As soon as everybody starts beaming every place, nobody's going to want to play Flight Simulator anymore? JSG Droid says there's a free shuttle bus from Union Station, downtown LA, up to the stadium. It avoids the $40 parking and 2 hours in and out of the stadium. So maybe the free shuttle bus is a good idea. Don't forget all the people who don't want to travel by teleporter. Actually, it was planes, then trains. Polyak gets confused. Well, you know there'll be a teleportation tax eventually. There'll just be a teleportation tax. All right, here we all are going out. And there is our flight route. I may have to. We've done lots of hydrating today. In the middle of this flight, I'm going to have to step over to the galley and refill. We have helped Polyot decide on a movie of the evening. Oh, I'm sure at some point it will be discovered that. I think it'd be kind of cool myself, but it's probably pretty well figured out that I have a strange sense of fun anyway. Well, that's one of the questions there for sure. Senior Reavers is back in chat. Welcome aboard. That's right. So after you dematerialize and you become a radio signal, then once you rematerialize on the other platform, are you somebody else? Well, that's why we have people like Scotty to make sure that we don't, become something else. Optimum Cruise is flight level 3 good on fuel. We may need to consider continuing our climb. So let's see what would happen if we go there, if we go up to that. Flight plan. So we originally filed for 38,000 feet. Execute. And now we'll do our climb. Back to climb mode. Think it's gonna speed up first and then climb. Thalo says after we get transporters, we'll still be doing flight simming. And probably some people will be doing flying. Justice did Vegas to Spokane. Well, we have increased our speed. But we're still on the minus side of fuel, and that's the problem. I'm going to wait till we increase our speed. .93 degrees and air quality is now 60. 1 is the best, 100 is the worst, so it's moderate air quality. And smoky, smoky, smoky. If you look on the far right on the horizon, you should see the little bluffs that are east of town. Can't see those right now. Ugh. Yuck. And that should do our climb. By the 24th century, Geordie said that transporting was the safest way to travel, but mishaps still happen, like in the episode Rascals, where the crew were turned into kids. They still do have problems. Okay, it's not climbing. We'll use flight level change and make it happen that way. Up, up, and away. Well, the safest way to travel is not do it. Well, you just have to be safe. Okay, looking good here. No ATC. I need to step over and put some more T in this, otherwise my voice will seize up. So, I think you have to unblock VNav and just click flight level change mode lofter. Okay, that's probably true. The day real scientists use Star Trek as its anchor is the day I will steer clear of the thing it's promoting. I don't know. I mean, seriously, we don't get to flip open our phones, but we used to be able to do that. I mean, now we've got like a Star Trek communicator that's really, really good. Somebody has actually built a tricorder that actually does do some sensing of certain things. So that's sort of a good Star Trek thing. And we know all about 3D printing. Well, apparently one of the things that you can do is if you use 3D printing and you use like some sort of biomatter, you can actually turn your 3D printer or a special one into almost a food replicator. Almost a food replicator. So, I mean, a few things are out there. I mean, I would imagine that transporters and warp drive are going to be a problem, plus just general space flight in general, because, there's that radiation thing that's out there. So, a lot of tech we have was predicted even before we had TVs. So Star Trek gets no credit. That's right. Shatner tried to take credit for the mobile phone. Hey, Captain Butters, did you get the Rockwell Commander from Black Square? No, I kind of was saving up money. I was saving up money for this. I was saving up money for the A220. Did you get it? Are you enjoying it? Even if we sit and do nothing, we are still traveling. The Milky Way is in a state of continuous cosmic free-for-all. He said that a few times, but I don't pick it up that often. Yeah, I'll get the big ones, but not the little ones. We've got, Irby says it's real pretty up there. Irby's got a nice flight out. And Russ has got a bail, and you have to meet your bridge for dinner. I'm going to guess that was Bride, Russ, but I hope you have a really wonderful dinner. Thanks for coming in. Have a really good time. Scott Johnson's in chat. Okay, give me 45 seconds or so. I need to refuel this and be right back. As somebody once said, Please, 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 don't touch that remote. Beverages have been brought to the sim cockpit. Captain Butters, now that's the thing. Black Square has the reputation of making a really great airplane though. And so you probably got a really good airplane there. I wonder what a cat on a cockpit control would be like a cat on a keyboard. It depends on the control that the cat is messing with. Let's see, Hunter Girl's calling it a night. Good night, Hunter Girl. Thank you always for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for doing cool stuff at the fire department and being a first responder. Always respect first responders. Have a wonderful evening. We will, of course, be well behaved while you're gone, as we always are. Have a great evening. Cheers. Rum, we're taking a break from hats for a while. All of my hats are warm. So all of my hats are warm. And when you have temperatures outside that are really hot, stuff like that, kind of just taking a break from them. They will be back, but right now, you know, I also don't keep my AC going really cranked. So another nighttime. It's Sunjammer calling it a night. Good night, Sunjammer. I hope all is well where you are and you're staying cool. We are staying cool here. And we will see you soon. Thank you for coming in as often as you do and always being here. And also thanks for the really cool movie quotes. Hats are bad. Well, that's just it. It traps the warmth there. It traps the warmth. Now, that being said, in the wintertime, oh, heck yeah. I mean, that's the Irish hat here. It's the wintertime going outside hat, unless I need to have a ski hat for my ears and stuff. So those are actually very important. Ground speed. What's our ground speed doing? It's 356. It really hasn't gotten worse. It really hasn't gotten that much worse. An Airbus shirt? Well, technically, yeah, this is an Airbus, but, you know, it's also a C-Series. We don't need ears, thanks to Van Gogh. I don't know, without ears, that would be kind of an eerie situation. And you knew some sort of an eerie joke was coming, right? Okay, so anti-ice wings goes off at 35,000 feet. I thought that was a really good joke. Loviz, I got a cool A320 shirt when I bought our Airbus hats, but it's worn out. It's really comfortable. So Loviz, it's worn out. That's the thing about favorite shirts. They get worn out pretty quick, don't they? Ground speed is holding steady at 352 knots. Fuel is still a little bit dodgy down there. I hear something outside. Is there rain coming? No, it's mostly clear. I didn't think there was any rain. It sounded like I heard raindrops on the... I thought I heard raindrops on the chimney. There's a small fireplace here. Nah, I don't think I heard raindrops. Loviz also wears that when you fly the Boeings and the Fokkers. All right, now ground speed is dropped. We just passed 36,000 feet and ground speed is now dropped to 349 from 356. So if we'd stopped at 36,000 feet, our ground speed would be about 5 to 10 knots better. I'm having to put on the shirt and tie tomorrow as we have the visitors from Dublin. Thankfully, it's going to be much cooler. Captain Butters says a good Hawaiian shirt always reminds of the skilled helicopter and Twin Otter pilots in the Caribbean. Oh yeah, these are the best shirts in the world. These are the best shirts ever. So a shirt and tie tomorrow. I know what. Well, we understand why they're meeting. Why they're coming to your office. But yeah, well, Polyot. We need to talk to one of the directors at your office, and you guys need a slide and a flight simulator in there. You definitely need a slide. AZ has a long weekend starting today. Happy long weekend, AZ. Super duper happy long weekend. And coming up on our final cruise, ground speed, we lost another, and we're losing about... So it looks like we're going to lose about 10 to 15 knots of ground speed by climbing to 35,000 feet. Happy almost Friday. Wolfie's here. Hi, Wolfies. Wolfie 5 has arrived. Good to see you. I know, you've got to have a slide. Got to have something special in the office. Welcome home and thank you for coming in today, Wolfie. We are on the 55th floor. It would be a long slide. Very probably. Well, I mean, if your office is on several floors, if you have several floors in the building, Wolfie wants to be in Oshkosh. I'm guessing somebody had a really cool, good time with all the airplanes. Well, maybe your friends from Dublin will stop by Art's place and bring you a special shipment. When you're flying in an A small old aircraft like a Twin Otter or a C-208 in the Alaska or Caribbean, I feel more relaxed if the pilot shows up in a nice hoodie or Hawaiian shirt. Oh, absolutely. That means that you're kind of all set and ready to go, Captain Butters. You're a local at that point. You're a local. You have the 55th and the 52nd floor. So you're on the 52 and 55, but 53 and 54 are somebody else. What you could do is you could have like a plastic thing around your slide, and you can go from 55 down to 52, but there's the plastic thing so that people on 53 and 54 can't get in the slide, but they can see you guys slide and they'll think that you're cool. Where else do you get to see a B-52, a B-17, an A321, and an A-15 all on the same ramp? It's because Oshkosh. And Polyot says that's why I don't design buildings. Right. I spend too much time thinking that things like slides and stuff like that were really cool by seeing things like that at Disneyland and stuff. I guess not having a slide at your place might be considered detrimental too, because, you know, of that maturity thing and that adulting thing. So, you know, there you go. All right, over to route. How are we doing? We're still going to be low on fuel, but let's wait till we go and we pass a waypoint. I'll bet we get an update. Top of descent is at 190 miles. Something about passing out before you hit the ground. Oh, if you fall from the... Well, it's going to be over quickly. We're not that low on fuel, but, you know, seeing a minus sign there is probably not the best thing. Let's go and zoom out a little bit and see what's happening. Atlas says we have to divert. Maybe not. We'll see. So it's Toronto time. So Thursday's in Toronto. Although we've got ATC also in Winnipeg and Thompson, North Battleford. So we've got a little bit of ATC there. I think Winnipeg's a little far from Toronto, though. That's kind of not so great. Our New York offices is in the World Trade Center. Oh, I would imagine so. Yeah. Hey, I bet that there's still people that feel funny getting on a MAX. Okay, that airplane's been reworked. It's been, you know, all of the bugs have been fixed and stuff like that, but there's still probably people that get freaky about that. Okay, Tim Dog says that Friday night ops is Toronto and Winnipeg. Good point. Maybe we ought to do a breeze flight elsewhere. So all of the south, as you see, from LA over to Charleston down into Florida is open. So we could do some sort of a local breeze route. We could do Tampa to Key West or Fort Lauderdale. Tim Dog wants to do a Delta flight from Atlanta to Orlando. Well, Delta flies the A220, and both of those are breeze flights. So Tampa to Key West, Fort Lauderdale to Key West. KHVN is a fun breeze destination. Would you remind us what KHVN is, CT Aviation? I don't, is that New Haven? We could do Fort Lauderdale to Tampa to Key West. I have not yet done this it's New Haven, Connecticut. Okay. And New Haven is something. We ought to go there at some point in time. Those are some pretty short, quick flights. This is the second flight for me, and it's kind of a longer one. I also feel like I'd better be careful. So, you know, maybe one quick flight after this. I think I should turn the airplane down too. That might save my voice a little bit longer rather than talking loudly over the airplane. That'd probably help out a little bit too. 169 miles to top of descent. Did Breeze replace silver flights to Key West? I don't know. Let's see. There's probably a better way to do this. I like Flight Radar 24, but it's a little clunky. Tampa to Key West. No, I think Tampa or Fort Lauderdale's a good one. We do like Tampa because Tampa has alligators. KTPA. KEYW. Well, Breeze does all sorts of flights there. Look at that. So that's a good Breeze route right there from Tampa. Fact is, they got a bunch of them. One of them is actually flying right now. And it's in an A220. FLL Tampa Key West is now Lovis's Breezy Milk Run. I don't think we've really decided. Would you like to do a straw poll? I'm just afraid that some people think that straws really suck. Where's my straw poll? Straw poll.
Subscriber confirmed. Top
Captain
clearance granted, Agent.
Macamuse. I hope I'm saying that right. Thanks for a really nice resub. Been here for 6 months. Awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for being here. Straw poll time. Okay. So let's see here. We got all sorts of ATC. We need to land ASAP. You're clutching at straws with these jokes. You know, somebody should try and make a straw man argument at the moment. That might help too. Let's see. We're going to sleep. Zenny, you're going to sleep a little bit. You're going to get an extraordinary birthday gift from your cabin crew sister. A jump seat flight in a Q400. Zenny, I hope they let you take a picture when you get to go and be in the cabin. That would be really, really cool. And what a great time. Is that tomorrow? Let's see. Paper straws. Captain Butters, Tweed New Haven Airport is really nice in the sim with a payware. It's a GA flight, and you really like that one. Teterboro to Haven is a nice private jet flight. And Wilmington. Never thought about doing New Haven, but we ought to go there sometime. It appears to be missing a lot of flights. Okay, so let's see. What else could we do around here? I've got to learn about the Breeze. Breeze Airways. Okay, there's a Breeze Airways route map. Okay, so let's see. Flew in and out of Teterboro for the World Cup, and honestly, it was a good experience, though getting my drunken boss on the plane after the game was an experience. Oh my gosh, really? Oh, that would have been bad. So just trying to get them into the smaller airplane was hard. Okay, let's see. So Breeze goes to Dallas. They go to Provo, Ogden, Phoenix, Grand Junction, MTJ, that's Montrose. They go from San Francisco. Looks like there's a San Diego flight. Oh my gosh, it's 4 steps to get in the airplane. He missed every one of them. Ah. Oh my gosh. Well, you know, should you need like blackmail material? Let's see. What else have we got that I'm recognized? SDF, Savannah, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, New Orleans. So, and I think that this is old. Loviz says, look, use this instead. City to city flights. Oh my gosh, look at all these. Okay. So let's see. Let's say that we want to go. Wow, they go a lot of places from Providence. That's big for them. A lot of Louisville flights. This is great, Loviz. I'm going to save this, okay? Okay, the FAA just looked at me like, no, the flight attendant looked at you. A bit like Irvy's housemate trying to climb the stairs a few weeks ago. How is everything going there? There's Myrtle Beach, there's Charleston. I mean, there's a huge number of airplanes. Akron, Albany, Atlantic City, no, not going to Baltimore. No, never. On the plus side, we won. Oh, you know what? I didn't know if you'd won that, so 3 cheers, congratulations. It was totally worth it. Right on, and congratulations to you. Let's see, Providence. There's lots of stuff in Providence. I don't think we want to go all the way to Key West, though. That's going to be a long flight. Lots of Fort Lauderdale here. So Fort Lauderdale, Akron, Albany, they go everywhere here. Fort Madison. They do go to New Haven, so I'm going to make sure that I get us a New Haven thing there. That'll be nice. Salisbury, Tallahassee, Tampa, Trenton, Wilmington. Congratulations on that. I know you, I imagine you guys worked really hard to get that, and that's outstanding. Vero Beach, Orlando, goes to all sorts of places. Hartford, Connecticut. This is a really great list. I'll look for this list. Thanks for that, Lovis. I saved that. So right now I just have a couple of routes and stuff here on the straw poll. Tampa to Key West, Fort Lauderdale to Key West, that kind of a deal. It's getting a bit late. Voice is a little bit raw, so why don't we just go and create this one. I'll put a link in. You can decide which one you want to depart out of. I didn't do a very good job on coming up with this list, sorry. I don't think the dispatcher has that either. Okay, links are in. It's either Tampa to Key West or Fort Lauderdale to Key West. You know, you could actually do whichever one you want. You don't have to do. We can split them up if you want. CONCAF are not boycotting. They're just voting against. Okay, how are we doing on top of descent? Oh, wow. Ground speed 359. Man, just burning up skies. Jim is calling it a night. Good night, Jim. Have a wonderful evening. See you next time. Thanks for being here. Starting off with something out of Frankfurt. Don't know where. 3 things we should all boycott: FIFA, Eurovision, and Nestle. Eurovision, that's the big musical competition thing, right? I don't know. I've been really... see you tomorrow, Jim. Thank you for being here. Beer cheers. Have a good evening. I kind of haven't done anything Nestle as far as chocolate. I still like Lind chocolate, so unless they were bought by Nestle. Pure scumbaggery. Well, we don't want anything to do with that, do we? Fuel still sort of right on. Not great. 108 miles to top of descent, so we got to start worrying about that. It looks like Fort Lauderdale is winning by a couple of votes. I didn't do a really good job on this poll. Sorry about that. Last night was one of those sleepless nights kinds of things. I like Lind chocolates too. I really do. I usually get some of the sticks and it's great. Rambo Monkey says Microsoft Flight Simulator is freezing. We are tied. Uh-oh, we're tied between Tampa and Fort Lauderdale. Ready for a 30-second countdown? 30-second countdown, lower right-hand side of your screen. Toblerone is a nice chocolate too from Black Dog. I could make the choice. We do a lot in Tampa. I don't feel like I go to Fort Lauderdale that much, but okay, Tampa's up by a vote. 10 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Tampa. The Alligator Airport. The Alligator Airport. From across the pond a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Okay, it's going to be Tampa. KTPA, which incidentally, by the way, was not made by the developer called Fly Tampa. What is the world coming to? Key West. KEY. All right. I will update the next command so you have the icy cows for that and can start planning. Polyot says it's all good at Polyot HQ. Black Dog, yeah, alligators. Question about the 220. A few people have said the performance is bad when you have the flight plan up. That's one of the first things that they fixed, Captain Butters. Yeah, like Polyot said, they fixed that one within hours. And as you see, I've got mine up right now. Mine's all set and ready to go. So I've been using it. Anthony is back in chat. Hi, Anthony. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. We need to go and start getting ready for landing. So I do not have any ATC. So we can come over here and we are going to do my flight and refresh, and this will give us a METAR. All right, winds are 150 at 2. The temperature is 19 degrees, 1023 is the altimeter. I had a terrible time with Terrain Map. If I tried to turn on Terrain Map and I downloaded it for 4 hours, installed it correctly, and it would freeze the simulator every time. So, you know, I just deleted it and I'm not using it. Low-Vis is getting the same performance as the PMDGs and the Phoenix. Airplane is reinstalling terrain map. Yeah, it took four hours to download, and that was the low resolution version. Okay, we are now 84 miles. Time to do our descent preps. So, over on charts, we don't need the departure chart or the airport. We are coming down to the RNP. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Well, we have a charts problem. Okay. Let's see, is Navigraph dead, Jim? I really wish that once you stack your charts, once you stack up your charts, it just stayed and didn't have to download it every time. I know we have a problem with piracy, and I know we have a problem with stuff, but having to download them, having it phone home every 10 minutes has gotten old. All right, so we're gonna have to use this. I know where, right? I know it's a problem, but it's too much. 3,500 feet is our descent. It's 4,000 at Overon. I'm gonna go ahead and just dial in 3,400, let the airplane do the work. Oh, come on. $3,500. Great. That is now set for top of descent. And now let's go and do performance and arrivals. Let's see, just add another shortcut when you're in the aircraft to start it. It takes 2 seconds. It's getting blocked by a lot of third-party software firewalls. Just do it manually now. Any manager is downloading high resolution much faster, about 2 minutes instead of 2 hours. Low-vis runs Defender. Okay, let's put the numbers in. So, our outside air temperature is 19 degrees. Our runway winds are 2502. Our altimeter is 1023. Not good. There we go. I always like to add an extra 5 knots to my landing speed. We're gonna do slats and flaps to 4. And everything else looks good. Set your V speeds for landing. And that's great. Let's see. All this looks good. There's our cruise. On the route page, we see we are 59 miles from top of descent. I have got VNAV active and nav, so it should start our descent for us just fine. And somehow this doesn't work. Error loading charts. Okay. Lindsay says you're looking at your altimeter and you don't see anything on it. Oh, I forgot to do minimums. We have to do minimums. Minimums 550. Let's do menu. $5.50. Return and return. Cool. Captain Butters has a pro tip. Get glass out add-on and an iPad, and you'll have the FMS on a touchscreen. The only reason that I wouldn't do that is I feel like, especially while the airplane's new, best thing I need to do is show on the live stream what I'm doing. Otherwise, I think a touchpad would be great. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Yep, that's the only reason why. And the other thing is, though, is eventually, if the world stops burning itself to the ground, I would like to start adding some wind control stuff, you know, maybe the holidays, I'm not sure, you know, if we're still alive. So I would need another camera for that. And then Captain Butters, yeah, an iPad would be fun to use, you know, a touchscreen for this. I could do that too. Our next flight is Tampa to Key West. And like Loviz said, this is a nice flight down the west coast of Florida. Woohoo, ground speed's now up to 371 knots. Next flight looks like it's going to be full ATC. So, Sim Pilot nerves of steel here. You wouldn't need a camera. There is software to cast your tablet to your PC, and then you can have it set up as a scene. But I would focus on upgrading Stormy. Poor Stormy struggles all the time. Yes. Although I'm very good at making a scene. The McDo or the EFB would be better suited. I really love the McDo and the Airbus, though. I really like that. That's nice. All right, coming over a waypoint here, and you can see our top of descent is 40 miles out. That was a good scene joke. The airplane has seen the Boeing is starting ETOP certification now with the 777X. Really? Man, that thing's been that thing has been a long slog for them. After Runla, we're actually overhead going to overrun now. So now you can see all of my freaking out about fuel is better. We are 151 miles out, 28 minutes worth of flying time, and now I've got a little bit more fuel in there, so we're good. Airplane says they have actually been making progress on the MAX 10 certification too, but you haven't seen anything about the MAX 7. Captain Butters does not have any latency and no FPS hits with glass out. I don't have a glass, but I do have my mug out today. If you're new to this airplane, there is a really nice FAQ page that I think is worth your time. And that might help. Airbus is doing its test results for the A350 ultra long range.
Welcome aboard.
Daniel has landed with a -295. Very nice landing rate. And Casey just followed the channel. Thanks, Casey, for the follow. Welcome on in. Thank you for stopping by. Top of descent's coming up on 20 miles. Manaphy, I believe it was Sydney to Toulouse for that big flight test. Polyod got a glimpse of the concepts for the A350-2000 at Farnborough this year. The A350-2000, that thing's got to be really long distance too. Pretty amazing. Let's see, one of the things I like to do is have a quick look and see what's going on. So let's look at KFLL. Fort Lauderdale. Our departure, right? No, we're going out of Tampa. We have gotten our fill of fill. I'm good. I know what runway we're going to. Let's see. How could we get any longer? I don't know. The A340-600, I think, is the longest bus. Airplane says it was a 24-hour flight with a go-around. They have to really stress test it to make sure. I love airplanes. Used to love travel. I don't know that I want to spend 24 straight hours in an airplane, though. Okay, Tampa departures. Runway 19 right and 19 left. One nine right and left. Well, let's see. We're going down to Key West, but I bet they're going to make us go off on 19 right. So I'm going to plan for that one and another 5 minutes of taxi fuel. It's the competition for the 777X. Honestly, it's got a lot of interest from airlines, especially those you were engaging on behalf of. I didn't know you got engaged. All right, no ATC there, so the next best thing is to look at the real world and see what they're doing at Key West, and that's probably what they're doing. I don't know, that A350 has just got everybody really excited, so KEYW, Key West Airport, and look at the map. And let's see what people are doing here. There's a breeze out there. And that breeze, they are landing on runway 27. So landing runway 27. Farnborough is good fun. I wish they kept it industry only. The industry days are great, not so much fun when it's open to the public. By the way, this is a Moxie flight here. And so this is the airplane that we're going to be flying. Cool. I can imagine at an industry show like that, yeah, it's probably a real problem when the public gets to come in. It's great that they do have a public day, but 24 hours in the Emirates A350 in the upper lounge deck. Polyet says that Emirates A380s are nice and their food is really good. We've started our descent. Yeah, the idea of 24 straight hours though. Black Dog, well, I think you have to be in the really, really top first class cabin before you get to shower. I think only the people in the super duper first class get access to the shower. Let's see. Daniel says to stretch, and Daniel says to hydrate, and says posture check. Daniel, thank you for reminding me to do that. Look, we've been flying for a while. It's 5 hours of flying time here. So definitely stretch, move around a little bit, and hydrate. The shower in the real thing is terrible. The water pressure is no better than someone with bad flow. Oh, God. Well, that's a good way to do it. Maybe that would be the airline that should not be named. Harriet Official, that's a really cool name. 24 hours in the plane. Yeah, I love airplanes. I don't like the idea of doing stay in an economy seat with 200 other people packed into economy seats for 24 hours. All right, I think we're all good. Descent and approach checklist. Oh, are we past 35,000 feet? We are. Be sure and turn wing anti-ice back on to auto. There's also something strange about taking a shower on a plane. Every part of you tells you it's strange, and you are timed so you feel rushed. Yeah, I can imagine that there's probably a countdown timer. So, because they only can carry so much air, water. Airplane's got the terrain map working. All right, anti-ice is on below 35,000 feet. Flight management system is good. Minimums are set. Auto brakes are going to be medium. Auto brakes are medium. Good. ECAS is clear. Arrival briefing has been totally blown off and complete. Now then, how's our speed? Not doing so bad here. We're doing pretty good. In defense of those with poor flow, as I have not tested that they may have better air pressure than the A380. That leaves the door open to too many inappropriate jokes, so I'm going to keep it classy. Mr. Posh Martin has been here, and I'm going to stay a little posh. Low vis had a minus 266, had trouble getting the airplane backtrack. So you disconnected? Well, then again, I mean, what is it? If it's like 3 minutes, then that's barely enough time. You kind of rinse off or something like that. 5 minutes, that's not a bad shower. Polyot got 6 minutes? Okay. And checklists are good. A 6-minute shower, that's not so awful. Well, this has been a long flight down under. If I check the upper level winds on this, I probably maybe would have thought about going the other way. GT Boy's calling it a night. Good night, GT Boy. Have a wonderful evening. I hope it's not too terribly hot and smoky where you are. Stay healthy, stay safe. See you soon. You can, you can shower in the lounge when you land. I just wait unless I'm getting off the plane to go straight in a car to the Emirates off. Okay, so at that point in time, yes, the airplane shower is great, especially if they've sent a car and you gotta go. But not everybody's getting off that airplane to go right to the Emirates office, right? Everything's looking good. Performance, descent. Transition here is 11,000 feet. We're at 24. Let's go ahead and do some seat belts. Seatbelts are on. Water is limited because it's not endless in a plane. Polyot says, give it a try once. There's definitely something to experience. A shower at 36,000 feet. Yeah, I think that that's worth it. I think if I were a lot younger and I was dating somebody, I'd rather, join, the Mile High Club at 36,000 feet than, Then again, now thinking about former girlfriends, I don't know that any of them would have been all that adventurous. So maybe that would have never happened. We could have killed two birds with what we could have done both. Yeah, I don't know how adventurous they would have been. They were incredibly cool. One was a little psycho, but they were all incredibly cool people. I don't want to give you that idea. That's right. They give you an extra 6 minutes for free. Next is going to be a lot shorter, a lot more to do, and there'll be a lot of ATC. So this is the quiet before the storm. Really glad I went over and got extra beverage. I forgot to put out my 2 avocados to make guacamole for dinner tonight. H-Pilot, I think it's going to be an A220 weekend, actually. I mean, this airplane has been super duper popular on VATSIM. The aircraft, the A320 is the number 1 airplane. Oh, the BCS-3 has dropped to number 100 now. So A320 and 737-800. Wow. It already dropped down? Okay, airports. Heathrow at the top, right? YYZ, Kennedy, Boston, Atlanta, MCO, Frankfurt, ORD. EGLL's in the top 10. It's got to be. Airlines, busiest airline, Delta, American, Air Canada, United, Lifty, JetBlue, Moxie. Ooh, Moxie! Moxie is number 7. Yay. Let's see. I'm making guac with dinner tonight. Airplane, isn't that like the coolest thing? If you make it right, it's just so pleasant, and right now it's cool. I absolutely like it. That is something I just do all the time. Loviz says Lincoln is controlling Miami. Yay, Lincoln is one of our favorite controllers from early spy days in Jamaica. Qatar has an interesting first class. They offer you a massage in flight. That is not necessarily one of those things that I've ever really done. And kind of, I don't know. Never did massages or anything like that. I'd feel a little weird about that on the airplane. You can let one person shower in an airplane and everybody will want to. It's for first class only, and you have to pre-book your shower. Captain Butters doesn't care about getting someplace fast. You want a good train or a nice ship with a few bars that can say, well, yeah, now that's really cool. I actually really like something a little bit slower. Maybe it's because I'm getting a little bit older or something, but I actually like the idea of something a little slower. Dad game time walks away from them sore or sick. Loviz had a massage and a facial at the Air France Lounge in Charles de Gaulle. Last time Poliot was massaged, you were being brutalized. Yeah, the idea of, you know, a train ride, you know, so instead of getting there in a couple of hours, I get there on like an overnight. There's a service that's been going on for about 5 years or so now. It's called Nightjet in Europe, and Nightjet is overnight service between major European cities. And it's sort of like, you know, it's all sleeper trains. I guess you know, you can buy a real economy seat or something. But that just seems like a really, really nice way to go. Irvi had a big bruise on your back. Airplane's mom is a massage therapist. I travel too much to go. Well, that's different for you, Polyot. You've got very serious work to do. You're, you know, for very big organizations that count on you. You need to go fast. I'm old. You know, I'm not, you know, I don't work, so. Orient Express from Paris to Istanbul was a good experience, but 7 days on a train. Yeah, I don't think 7 days is what I would want to do. I would have actually wanted to stop. You know, stop for a day or two each way would be something I would want to do. So far, so good on our descent. Tim Dog has to be careful with the massage. They ask you how much pressure you wanted first, and Irby got a black eye because of it. But yeah, you know, I don't have any place to be. You know, the only deadline in my life is 1800 Zulu. So I would much rather, you know, be if I were going to go someplace, have a night jet or something like that. Food on the Orient Express was amazing. That's what the Boot and I did for an anniversary a few years ago. Now, the food, I can imagine, was absolutely outstanding. Way to go. Captain Butters likes the idea, live a little and don't rush. Well, I, you know, didn't get to live that much back when I was working, so I'd kind of like to do a little bit now. Then again, the economy has made that hard. Altimeter is 1023. There we go. That looks good. Lincoln wants to know who in their right mind wants to go to Tampa. Well, to see all the alligators around there. Lobis gets a massage fairly regularly. Your mom said treat yourself. All right, we're getting close. I'm concerned about the speed. Speed breaks out, and I would like the speed to be a lot slower. I'm going to go to manual, and I'm going to crank this way down. I want 210. I need to see a chiropractor, but they terrify me. I had one girlfriend, and she used to go to the chiropractor a lot. She was amazing. If she had not injured herself in tennis, she would have qualified for a pro, I think. Really amazing. And she had to go because of some back injuries. On the other hand, long after her back injury, there was one time that she had a friend at the golf court, at the tennis courts, I guess. And she said, just, you know, a little bit young, she basically wanted me to be over on the other side of the tennis, because she was going to just serve some with this person. I was basically going to go over and pick up the ball. I was the ball boy, you know. Because she was really good. And being on the other side of that, I really feel like that's what it must have been like for somebody, you know, at the business end of a machine gun or something. I mean, holy moly. Just the power that she had in her serve blew me away. If she'd hit me, I'd probably, it'd be bad. Nightwolf is on a 10 stream streak right now. Welcome on in. Thanks for streaking. Getting the speed way down here for these tight turns is important. Our descent is still pretty good. And let's go over to our rivals. 134 plus 5. Flaps 2. I was using the lever, and that doesn't work with this airplane. Hamilton Island traffic. Q-Link 441 is an A220 on the downwind right now for the Yankee RNAV. Landing. Hamilton Island. Why, Poliot says, speaking of warning labels, why do they put do not turn upside down warnings on the bottom of the box? Yeah, landing gear going down's a little rough. Put away your personal electronic devices before landing checklist. Altimeters are checked and set. Landing gear, we just got to do flaps. I don't know. Some of the warning things that are going on in the world these days really are. The radio's on. I think I'm like the last one in, of course. Spend too much time yammering away at the gate talking about the airplane. Because some idiot will drink stuff. Do not drink labels in the... Well. I don't know. We seem to be doing a really good job of doing dumb things. What do we decide? 137. Dad, game time is over in Bozeman. It was raining there earlier, the ramp. Yeah, there's been a couple of scattered showers bouncing around the state. There's been. We've got a 767 from UPS coming in right now. They just landed. Flaps are 3. Tomorrow is H Pilot's birthday. Hey, happy 15th birthday. Congratulations. Thanks for telling us it's your birthday. It's always really cool when people do that so we can celebrate. And flaps are set. Cabin is secure. Let's land. Hamilton Island traffic. Q-Link 441 is turning finals, landing on runway 14, Hamilton. And the charts aren't working right now, so over here, airports, taxi, airport, runway 14. Oh no, we have to do a back taxi. Okay. I got the airport and autopilot's off, cabin's got the airport. Our generation sort of messed up the planet.
I was in traffic.
Lots of
Fueling
generations.
177, there's overhead the airport. On the Arnav arrival, Arnav Yankee arrival for runway 14.
The little silicone ball things that they put in furniture do not eat. I'm on an RNAV. I still have descent guidance. That's really nice. Noticing a couple more hesitations here. Black Dog says it's a short runway. Remember that it is. So don't go for butter, right? Flaps didn't go down for landing. Kebby is stressed out. And Lindsay says happy landings. Thank you.
Approaching minimums. Minimum. 500.
Landing. Always go for butter, says Captain Butters.
400.
Caps happen. Don't worry about that.
$300. 200. Auto throttle. Auto throttle 100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
So one of the things that I learned about this airplane is when you're landing, the way we flare and stuff like that in an Airbus and in other airplanes, you don't want to do that here. It does some of that for you. So the way we land is a little bit different, and I've got to learn that. It does, and that's my mistake, Lofter. That's not something that you do. Differential braking. Leave the lights on until we get off the runway. Hamilton Island traffic. Q-Link 441 is on the backtrack for runway 14. We will be off in 45 seconds. Hamilton Island.
Hamilton Island traffic, Q-Link 177 is on a 6-mile final to runway 14.
Landing lights off. Strobes off. I've noticed that the brakes are a little bit grabby too. APU. I see another A220. It does fall out of the sky. Now, I think that part of the problem was me. I should not be pulling the throttle back as far as I did. I think that's a dumb move on my part. It's a completely different kind of flying altogether. And that's the other thing, you know, we all want to go for the butter, but it's a short runway.
Amazon traffic,
That's pretty good. Parking brakes. Is the APU up and running? It is. Engine number 1 and engine number 2. And we come over here and go to standby. That looks really good. Nose light goes off. Beacon can go off. Seat belts can go off. And we made it. It's a completely different kind of flying. It does have auto throttles. I'm just pulling back on them too. I think that a big part of the problem is somebody who grew up and only flew pretty much like a Cessna. You know, I'm still flying it like a Cessna. I think that's my problem. And you don't fly a jet down to the runway like you do a Cessna. Loviz says okay. I missed a bunch of chat and probably really good chat too. There should be an airplane coming. Oh, look at that. There they are coming in. Hi, airplane. Look at that. A pro landing right on the spot. Way to go. Right on the spot. 3 cheers. So see, it is possible to get a good landing. I think that this is one of those practice makes perfect kinds of airplanes. So, you know, going to try and do a lot of practice. We need to get to Tampa. It's getting late. Don't make Irby's. Hey, that was a great landing. I think that's 3 cheers. I wish I could land that well. I know it's a Bravo landing. All right. And let's see. We're going to come over here and clear Elevate X. Elevate X is clear. And nope, not a web browser. We've got an app now. Polyot says that was an A319. Hey, you know what? Congratulations. That looked really good. Maybe I should get back in my baby bus because that's about the only thing that I can do. Up here, Moxie is up on the north side of Terminal 1 here. I'm just going to clear a few notes, letting the computer take a little bit of a breath right now. You know, I don't know if it really needs a breath, but I like to give it a breath. Just a little breath here. Okay. Let's get Mr. Simulator going. Oh, I'm terribly jealous about really good landing. I mean, practice, practice, practice. That being said, I will tell you, and at the risk of sounding like I'm copping a pathetic excuse, I will go and I will land, and if it's just me doing a flight, I'm not recording it. I'm not live streaming. It's just me sitting here, you know, wearing a bathrobe and, you know, that kind of deal. I do a pretty good landing when I'm not doing live streaming and recording, but it's a bit of a distraction. I think that's why, you know, they don't, you know, sterile cockpit is sterile cockpit. Irvi is going to park and get your landing rate. I can't wait to hear your landing rate. Poliot landed here on Tuesday with a 144. Yeah, well, way to go on that one. Holy moly, some great landing rates here. Well, that's the hard part about me making that little assertion right there. Nobody's looking. It's just me sitting here. Well, the pressure's not on in any way, shape, or form. It's just me in the airplane. And it's not that bad. But, you know, you're absolutely right. Nobody's looking. So, all right. We are going to be in our A220. This time we're going to be Breeze, which is MXY. MXY. We are going to KTPA, Tampa, KEYW, Key West. But no, that certainly sounds, you know, fishy for sure. I'm going to add another 10 minutes to my prep time on this airplane because it needs it. Departing 19 right, landing runway 27. That's correct. I'm going to board 15 minutes of VATSIM fuel. And I think we're going to need an extra 5 to 10 minutes of taxi out fuel. Ooh, popcorn. Postcard view. Irby says no comment. Minus 265. Wind speed, wind direction, feet per minute. You said, you know what? It looked great to me. Maybe as sim pilots, we place far too much emphasis on landing rates, and we should just concentrate.
More agents joining the
We just got a raid from Levante FS. I hope I said that right. Welcome. Thank you for bringing your friends over. Gonna do one more flight here. We got a Breeze flight coming up in the A220, of course. Probably the most. Okay, and this is KTPA, KEYW, Key West. Welcome, Raiders. Thanks. Just enjoy the landing, not the made-up score. Yes. Absolutely. Enjoy your landings. Okay, that looks really good. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Okay, really simple flight plan. This is in pounds. Got to make sure we shift the airplane to pounds. And let's see, Lofter is going to fly with us today. Welcome in, Lofter. Thank you for flying. I did very much enjoy that arrival and landing. Irvi, there's a reason why I really, really like the island hops. It's because island hopping just seems to be kind of fun. Is it better than the current version of the Max? Not quite, but it's getting there. I think the Max is better optimized. And this airplane, though, there's still a lot of stuff to learn. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to learn about the airplane. So the flight on Saturday, you wrote, but the icy cows is Madagascar. I did the wrong thing, and it should be FIMP. So, So I did Reunion Island to. So I did the icy cow. Which one should we do? Should we go to Madagascar instead? Since that's only a 30-minute flight, are we doing the return? I have no idea. I was just plugging things in. Madagascar might be cool, though. I don't know that I've been to that one. And the good news for you is Matt is 1.5 hours. I will pencil that one in for FMMI, but we'll chat about it and figure it out as time goes by. I was a little late today, a little bit, 1.5 hours out, and the other one is 30 minutes. I see. I don't know what to do. Hi, Commander King. We will be watching out for Wilson. Ugh, wildfire smoke. Just caught a whiff of that. I bet the winds changed a bit. Oh, remember somebody came into chat about an hour ago and said, hey, guess what? It's raining in Bozeman. I think some of that's made its way across the state, and we're starting to see some weather here. That's probably why it is that I'm smelling a little smoke. It's pushing that ahead of it. Ugh. I like the fact that it's warm. There is a nice freeware, so you ought to get that. So there's a nice freeware airport. So there's the freeware. Actually, I think I've already got it. It says re-download, so I've got that one. Looks cool. We need Breeze. Moe is checking in from Germany. Good Abend. Welcome in. Thanks for coming by today. Hey, we're just getting ready to do an A220 flight. It's going to be a short one, going down to Key West, because somebody here badly needs a few changes in attitudes and latitudes. So there you go. You did the post, and that's where I got your post. Is I saw you posted it, and yesterday I was doing about 5 different things, and I saw your post and I copied it into the schedule, but I didn't do any quality control. I just copied it and pasted it and started doing stuff. November 321's doing Tampa approach. We're on our way. We are coming to Tampa. And we're taking our new bringing our A220s. Generally, that's what will happen, Polyot, is, and I don't want to give the impression that I'm, that blah, but I kind of have become that way a little bit. But if I see a flight that somebody's posted and it looks good, I will go and copy and paste it and put it in the schedule. And then if I don't come back into just kind of check it all out and stuff, then it just pops in there. You saw the flight plan in your PDC bay. November 321, we're on our way. That way I don't forget. Otherwise, I will forget. Oh, believe you me. I mean, and as we've chatted a little bit, I'm one of those that, has massive case of ADHD myself, so. And a bunch of other nasty things floating around in my head. Okay, I'm going to come in next to Moxie 508. And on the one hand, you'd think, okay, you're just keeping things together for a live stream. But I've got a lot of moving parts that go on here, so that's why I seem like a train wreck. Because I am. NASCAR, let the weekend begin. You're ready for Friday night ops. It should be a really good time. We're going to be flying the A220. Oh, yeah. Yeah, tangents take 5 hours. Putting words together is sometimes really easy, and sometimes it's really hard. I don't really wish that I had some things, but I wish I had Winston's way to turn a phrase. I would like to have been brilliant at that. We are flying out of Tampa on our way. There we go. Hey, where's the jetways? There's the jetways. It just didn't pop in there. NASCAR, Tampa to Key West. Tampa to Key West. Just letting everything kind of paint in there. The flight wall is still doing good. It had a big total meltdown yesterday. Something got into it and it was a total meltdown and it stopped working, but it's working today and I really like it. Polyat's got a lot of work to do tonight. But yeah, I mean, I really like having it on the wall. I get to see things that are coming in, and you know, when the live stream isn't going on, right, you know, I actually really like looking out the window and seeing airplanes coming in. It's kind of how I feel connected to the world, actually. I really feel connected to the world that way. And so uh-oh, a joke got ruined. Sorry about that. Always hate it when a joke gets ruined. Okay, just waiting for VATSIM to tell us that we can connect. And let's come on over and connect. We are now MXY Flight 441 and connect. A second reason I can't take another broken heart. I think I have just missed another conversation, so I'm going to concentrate on this airplane because I don't know what that's about. So, but I hope nobody has a broken heart. All right, looks like we're good. And we're set. Our flight plan is good. Now then, let's see. If you're just coming in, one of the things that I've gone and done is I've got over on Discord a text file in the chit chat page, and this is a spy flow. And when I get a new airplane, I'm trying to wrap my head around it and learn it. One of the things is I do a to-do list, and you can see it's rather extensive. It's over on Spy Discord. It's the best place for me to get it out to folks. It's free. It's just a text file, so you know, it's not like I could pick, you know, put contraband in there or anything like that. But maybe this will help you out, and this is pretty much what I do when I'm learning a new airplane. If I write it down like that and then follow it a few times, I kind of learn it. So there you go. Let's go ahead, and we need a jetway. And I've been going and having GSX. So we'll get GSX, and I'm going to operate a jetway. And we would like it to be a breezy jetway. It breaks my heart every time I'm flying into an airport and he's controlling, as he always logs off before you get... Yep, see, I totally missed stuff. And here comes our jetway. Oh, wow, look at that. The Breeze livery is really kind of growing on me. Oh, come on. You can't make it out to the airplane? Really? Seriously. It can't make it out to the airplane. Jeez. Oh, and it also has turned on power on the plane too. That was weird. Learning by doing is a great way to go. It was off stream and you were controlling 50 nautical miles. My flight. Import. Hey, Nerdbark is back. Hi, Nerdbark. Thanks for coming in. And a super duper happy day. GPU, doors open, forward cargo, aft cargo. We'll get those going. That looks pretty good. Load sheet. Import. Imported the load sheet. Uh-oh, we forgot to do something. Go to settings. I am in pounds. We need to get very imperial about this. Now let's look at the load sheet and check it against our flight plan. 140 passengers, 102,210. That doesn't look very close. It should be 114. All right, well, that's a little different. Fuel is 10,784. That's spot on, but zero fuel weight's a little bit off. What was my passenger supposed to be? Passengers are good. Cargo is good, but this is off a little bit from the flight plan. I say we fly and don't stress about it. Okay. Let's come on down here. Oh, let's go back to using Lido charts. Cool. And let's go. Oh, I see why the chart stopped working. It logged me off again. Great. Okay, charts. It's another reason why I like the Lido style of charts. They're really cool. All right, airport parking. APCs. Is this just coordinates? No, we don't need coordinates. AGC, airport ground. Do we have gates over here? Yeah, okay, this is why we need it. All right, everything we need's there. Our star today is going to be, we're departing on the Gandhi departure. So Tampa, Bullfrog, Matey, Rays. No, it's a SID, not a star. We got to get the SID. I swear. Okay, Lightning, RNAV, Bay Pro. Crowded. Dormer. Tampa, it's supposed to be the Gandhi 8 departure to the Kraken arrival. Oh, it's right there in front of me. Gandhi, right in front of my face. RNAV, SIDS, Crowded, and Gandhi. Procedures. RNAV, SIDS, Crowded, and Gandhi. And does it give us an initial climb clearance? Ah, it does. 6,000 feet. Always got to check. Otherwise, ATC will yell at you. Okay, so that looks good. We're expecting 19 right. Let's just do the page and make sure it's the same on 19 right. $6,000 feet. We're good. All right. Coming into Key West, our start will be Kraken. I will, of course, be cracking jokes on the whole flight. Just be advised. And they are landing on runway 27. Get the RNAV approach for 27. Get an airport ground chart. And we're all set. Hit the pin. And we're set. Cool. SimBrief may give you flight level 290, but it's too high. Expect flight level 210. I don't remember what I got. It gave me flight level 310. Good old SimBrief. But yep, you're right. It should be flight level 210. So there we go. A pilot called November 321 rude and disrespectful after I simply told him push and start is at his discretion as I don't control the ramp. He says that's not how it's done in Canada. You said, sir, that's America. Yeah, you know what? Yo! Were you controlling a certain pilot that we all know and love? Batteries. Oh, that's hilarious. That scene is still pretty funny. Especially given the fact that it was a young'un. A very young controller and a very experienced airline pilot. Okay, looks good. It was the perfect setup, wasn't it? It really was. And our airplane is coming to life. I think he is probably a brilliant airline pilot and does a great job. I don't mean to be mean, but really, there's an awful lot. So basically where I come from on that thing is, you know, it's one of the coolest things in the world, YouTube, because everybody gets a channel. You know, it's one of the worst things in the world, YouTube, because everybody gets a channel. And there are just some people who really don't need to be public-facing content creators. And, you know, this is, you know, his job is being a pilot. And I'm sure he's brilliant at it. Absolutely. But you know what they don't teach you? Communication skills with something like that in your face. Now, he doesn't have a camera, but he's got one of these. And can get just downright. One of the things that I learned in 35 years of television is one thing that never looks good on camera or on a microphone is arrogance. And that just becomes a real tune out. And I should get off of that kick right now and load in our flight and do our flight. However, I am available for content creation, content counseling. I am legal counsel for his former airline. I know things that I wish I didn't. How is it that I didn't suspect? MXY 441. Sometimes one of the first things that you type in becomes cranky. Let's be real, when you become a lawyer, November 321, not just lawyers. When you get a job working in local TV, you learn some things. Dad Game Time used to be legal counsel at Time Warner. None of the people in charge were great at well, that's just one of the big problems that's happening in media right now. All the wrong people are in charge. That's why it sucks. No journalists are in charge. It's everybody but. I thought it couldn't get worse, then I started sitting on the bench. I would have thought as a barrister you probably would have heard everything by there.
Confirmed.
The bench
Top
just means you have to be nicer about it, right?
Loyalty noted.
Frankie Stat, welcome aboard. 46 months of resub. Thank you for a very nice resub, Frankie Stat. Thank you for all sorts of great support and helping me to keep my silly little thing going on here. Departing 20 minutes after the hour. Okay, looking good. Let's get our alternate is Miami at 17,000 feet. and 17,000 feet, excuse me. Let's see. Frankie, thanks again. You've been MIA this week. Well, I hope that life is okay now and that there's no big bad problems and that, excuse me, all is right with the world. And welcome on in. That did not work out so well. There we go. Cruise wins 278 at 10. 278 at 10. Good. Temperature deviation is 15 degrees. And all of that looks good. Captain Butters was a lawyer, now worked for a university, less pay, less stress, and finally not working for a corporation. That sounds awesome, Captain Butters. If you've found a good, happy place in the world of today, I think that's really awesome. Let's start loading the airplane. Passengers coming aboard. So let's see. Let's do our weights. Our zero fuel weight now is 114.39. 114,390. Looking good. Oh, actually, I think what we do now is we now activate it. Get it into the secondary like that. Check your route. Direct Sabi. Yeah. Yeah, that's our only waypoint. That's it. Activate secondary and execute secondary. Now we're on the main plan. Back to flight plan. Let's get our winds. Let's see. Just had a conversation today with another trial lawyer. When I started, I thought the judges were the best lawyers. Elevated to the bench. Found out over the last 30 years, well, there's one joke out there in the world that says, they that can't do, teach. And they that can't teach are put in charge. I don't know if that's exactly the way it is, but it sure seems about right to me. The UK actually has a strict process to achieve it rather than a popularity contest. Really smart. So those popularity contests get you in trouble. Center of gravity is over here. And our center of gravity is 24.8. And our number of passengers. There we go. Number of passengers. Oh, it has focus. Gotta go over there. 140. Click it. Good. You see a lot more. Oh, I'll bet you see all sorts of stuff there. And we are supposed to have boarded 10,784 pounds of fuel. Aboard the airplane right now, I have 10,800 pounds of fuel. 10800. Taxi fuel, I added 25 minutes of taxi time, so we need to do 450. There we go. Trip fuel. That's unusual. I haven't seen that before. I think after we execute it, it should go away. Invalid speed, use manual. I haven't seen that before. Trip fuel. Trip fuel should be 3644. 4384. Reserve contingency. That should be 1150. Invalid. Invalid. I've screwed this up pretty bad. Let's see. That's almost correct. Hey, you're a part of the U.S. You mean to tell me the other council is just not making random moves? No, only on Boston legal. Tim Dog landed at Orlando with a minus 297. I've gone and screwed this up big time, and I don't know how to fix it. I'm going to leave it alone. Just tell them you're a streamer and you'll always get... Oh, you don't want to do jury duty? Yeah, it didn't work so well for me. Didn't do so well for me. And it was a pretty nasty... murder case. One that kind of leaves you with nightmares, to be honest. Let's go get a clearance. We're... talking to Tampa. Our departure ATIS is information Romeo. We're at gate Alpha 15. We have Tampa approach 119.9. 119.9. No, didn't sleep with the defendant or anything like that. But it was the kind of thing where the defendant got 99 years.
Sorry, Dulles 2412. Expect that LSGG. Over.
Shall we call in?
20 contact Jack, correction, Miami Center 132.2.
This is November 321, I believe, doing ATC. I think that was probably a reply to November 321 and not me.
Moxie 116, the wind at 1805, runway 19 left, quarter line.
Yeah, now I get it all the time. Yeah, we did. Loviz is right. We had big bad murder trials 6 months apart. I've essentially been on jury duty for the last 4.5 years. You know, on call. Hang on. Tampa approach. Hi there, Moxie 441 is at Alpha 15 with Romeo requesting clearance down to Key West.
Moxie 441, Tampa departure, good evening. Your cruising altitude is invalid for going to Key West. The highest I can give you is flight level 210. You able to accept?
Moxie 441, flight level 210 will be just fine.
Alrighty, Moxie 441, you're clear to the Key West International Airport. Dandy 8 departure, CB, transition that has filed. Climb and maintain 6,000. You can expect flight level 210, 10 minutes after departure. Departure is with me, Squawk 4276.
Moxie 441 is cleared to Key West from the Gandhi 8 departure as SABI transition, then is filed. Climb and maintain 6,000 feet, expecting flight level 210, 10 minutes after departure. Departure is with you, Squawk is 4276 for Moxie 441.
Moxie 441, readback is correct. Runway 19 left, advised ready for taxi with information Sierra.
Expecting 19 left now. We will call when ready for taxi. And departure information Sierra has just arrived in the cockpit for Moxie 441.
And it's Sentinel Aircraft Tampa, departure is information Sierra is now current to Tampa altimeter 299.6. Arrival information Foxtrot's now current.
Let's see. I don't mind murder trials, honestly. The evidence was not great. I had it. Well, yeah, any trial involving any kind of a crime happening to a child. It should never happen to a child.
Moxie 122 to center maintain 9,000.
Okay. I think we're good. Let's go ahead and quiet that down.
The Sentinel aircraft Tampa approach, will be right back.
I told you about your closing argument for one of them in a call. That's probably one of them. Well, the one with the key. Yes. They will rarely leave home without their precious phone. Yeah, no kidding. 19 left. They moved us over to 19 left. And we are doing the Gandhi departure. Thank goodness for the fact that most of the people that do that are not too smart. We are expecting the RNAV to runway 27. We are going to awaken the Kraken. We pick it up at Sabi. And I think it's Burpee, but I don't remember. Let's look and see. I'm going to commit a crime in an area, then claim as I was never there. But let me take my phone because it's going to track me there. Oh well. Thank goodness they're stupid. Okay, on the Kraken arrival. Otherwise, the really good folks wouldn't have a chance, right? There's Aikens over there. There is a transition, so why don't we plan on Aikens? But I bet we'll be vectored in anyway. Done. Execute. Message. Yes, we will do manual speeds. Let's see. My worst jury service was, child molestation. Again, things that are happening to children. Yeah, you needed a shower every day. The child was the bravest witness you ever saw. Yeah. And that just kind of will leave you with chills that a child even had to do something like that. Should not happen ever. Let's see. And let's do CNS. And we'll come down here and do transponder. And our squawk is 4276. This is a really cool way to be controlling your transponder. And this, by the way, is how it is that you will also be doing CPDLC when they put CPDLC here. All right, so transponder is 4276. But you have to put in your call sign again, and I think you're going to have to do this. You'll have to start putting your call sign in again. MXY. That's where you would have to put in your flight ID, and you'll need to start doing that when you are doing CPDLC stuff. And let's do standby. And I'm going to do that my own transponder manually. Darn technology gave him away. And he still insisted on pleading not guilty. Well, there's a lot of idiocy going on in the world right now. APU time, we call for taxi here, right? APU time. Uh-oh. We gotta redo those. I left that on too long. I've had to do this before. I'm doing circuit breakers because I did something wrong. I didn't even have that on. So Clearly I'm pushing a button wrong and I need to review my startup process here. Come on, back to status. And now I can start my APU. Let's see. The dealership I'm getting my new car from is right down the street from where the murder took place. I never had visited until we went on a test drive a few weeks ago. You provided your spouse and the salesman with a tour of that. Yeah, ours is in a particularly, the one that I did is in a particularly difficult to reach part of town. So it's a little bit harder to get to and all. So, and after that trial was over, I just had no desire. This one was racial, so it was just ugly. Plea bargains are not a thing in the UK to prevent corruption and protect the integrity of justice. He didn't hide. He chased the guy down in broad daylight. Shot out his window. My gosh, that sounds like something that happens in that one computer game that everybody's going to be excited about soon. Although I guess there's drama. Grand Theft Auto, there's now drama about that. Lovis says, it was a quick trial. I can imagine. Okay, 6,000 feet for our initial climb clearance. 6,000 feet is good. I'm going to do flight directors. I'm going to do, it's a heading hold VNAV departure. It's vectors off the runway. It's vectors. And in fact, I think if I remember this particular departure, yeah, there's a turn too. After departure, we turn to a heading of 213 degrees. Can't go a day without seeing news about Grand Theft Auto 6. NASCAR, yeah. I've never been a part of that game in that world, but I've never been interested. 213. That's going to be our first turn. Captain Butters asked AI to do a lawyer joke. What's the difference between a corporate lawyer and a jellyfish? One is spineless, poisonous blob. The other is a sea creature. 216. Hey, we know that there's some spineless, poisonous blobs, but there's also some very fine people that are doing that job. And part of what keeps the rest of society moving forward and safe. Okay, vectors to Gandhi. Now this was one that I could not close before. So this one, I wanted to close the discontinuity. We have vectors here. So I wanted to do Gandhi and put Gandhi up on the discontinuity. And it didn't let me do it. So couldn't do that. Now this one we can go and put exact over the second Sabi, and that one will actually close that one. So that one actually works, but the other one doesn't. So, okay. Let's see. You can get sentence credit for pleading guilty, but it's fixed and based on what the plea is entered. But it is used as a way to encourage those who are guilty to plead as such and reduce the weight and not waste the court's time. And I'm going to go ahead and preload in my speed off the runway. Actually, I bet we're not supposed to do that. I shouldn't be putting speed off the runway. I should be putting V2 in there because I got my flaps out, and every time I get... Okay, so let's close our doors and get out of here. Ground power is disconnected. Close the door over there. It's time to go. Yeah, November 321's doing ATC for us right now. I'm going to close. We're going to do seatbelts. Cool. Let's have GSX prepare for pushback and departure. All right, I need to do some fast checklists here.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Got lightning altimeters. I set that.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
As a matter of fact, I didn't. Altimeter is 2999. Bad pilot.
Locking gear.
Cool. Let's see. You should switch to Key West approach because Miami's getting off soon. Well, that's okay. The glorious arrest of a police officer in court today. It was a thing to behold. Finally in the clink. Dead game time. I must have missed that. I should concentrate on getting us out of here. Departure briefing is good. APU. And we're good there. Let's see. We're going to push nose right tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Let's come on over here and do these. Sync the FMS. Sync the weather. 2999. And pounds, inches, feet. Calculate. That looks good. Come down to this page. All of that is good. Let's go to performance. It's clear. Copy the data in. Data is in. All right, so let's see. We are going to do an outside air temperature of 28 degrees. We're going to do some winds of 180 at 5. Good. Our bleed source is going to be the engines. Wing and engine anti-ice are going to be off. Everything else looks good. I'm going to set V-speeds. V-speeds are set, and we're good to go there. I'm missing all sorts of really good chat. Okay, what are we doing over here? Everything's groovy over here. They said call for push. We're good out of that. We have cleared all moorings. We have our charts. Airport ground. All right. I'm going to start squawkage. Terra is set. Miami Center is 132.2, but they could be getting offline. So we'll pre-dial it in. 132.2. Excellent. V2 is going to be 139. We got a V flaps. 167. 184. Let's do 167, I think. This might not be the right way to do it, but this makes my life in the cockpit a little bit simpler. That's the only reason why I'm doing it that way. Again, not the right way to do it. Okay, I think we're ready to go. I think ground is waiting for us. Anybody over there? Nope. Anybody over there? Nope. Anybody behind us? Nope. I think we can go. I thought I removed my chocks. I guess I didn't. Well, chalk one up for that. Good thing to check. Back to charts. Listen in on the radio. Make sure they're not telling us to do anything important. I think we can go.
Commencing push. All engines clear.
And Delta 2412, you can maintain 250 or not, or less for now.
250 or less, 2412.
H-Pilot, I have, I believe, the 800 and the 600 in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I may have the 9, I just don't remember. I'm mostly flying the 737 MAX these days. Irvi says yes. Irvi probably knows a lot better than I do. Up there goes an engine starting.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes are set.
Unlocking gear.
And good startup, it looks like, on engine number 2. I did not do the beacon pushing back.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
We're going to have a trim setting too. Starting engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. And that looks good. Before taxi checklist. That's good. We're going to have to set our trim to 4.4 on this one. Let's see. Yeah, it is pretty badly broken. You maintain your license as a requirement for senior partnership. That's 40 miles. I don't think 40 miles is a really good range there. Let's there. The vocalist in the famous metal band from Norway called Goth Minister has competed in Eurovision and is a big deal lawyer when it comes to copyright. Well, I mean, if you're going to be in the music business, I would imagine so. I don't think I've ever heard of Goth Minister.
Boxy 772,
Heard of Nightwish and Amaranth, but that's about it. I know. I've lived a sheltered life. Engine number 2's coming on up pretty good. Pretty quiet inside the airplane. Well, I assumed it was trademarks, but those trademarks can be a big problem too, you know, Captain Butters. Ethics is the backbone of what so many people do. Yeah, we do throw jabs and stuff, including what I used to do. I mean, ethics is very important, and there's not a lot of it. APU. Flaps 2. Auto brakes RTO. And let's do flight controls.
Moxie 719 behind the departing.
Lots of Moxie flying out today.
Behind 1 on the right, line up 08.
Flight controls.
Moxie 122 looking to pick up taxi to Alpha Gate.
Moxie 122, welcome to Tampa Taxi Whiskey.
Looking good.
Juliet.
Trim is nose down 4.4.
With Moxie 122.
American 2412, just want to maintain 2000.
Trim is set.
Gonna maintain 2000.
Checklist. APU.
And, Delta 2412, what's the visual? Runway 22?
Engine anti-ice. Off.
Runway 22.
Flaps are set.
Do you want the visual?
Controls. Nose wheel steering is on. ECAS is set. Checklist is complete. Hey, Mike on the radio's back.
That's 24
Welcome back,
clear
Mike
visual
on the
approach,
radio.
runway
Thanks
32.
for coming in.
Clear visual approach, runway 32, 24 Golf.
602 to center maintain 3000.
17,000.
About a 1594 to center maintain 9000.
9,000, 1594.
Approach Moxie 441 at stand A15 requesting taxi.
Moxie 441 runway 19er left taxi via Golf. Golf 3 Charlie Charlie 7.
Golf 3, Charlie and Charlie 7. We're going to 19er left for Moxie 441. Let's go. Parking brakes off.
And Moxie 722 radar contact.
Taxi light.
Right heading 310.
Cabin call.
12,000.
Right turn 310 to 12,000.
And we go. This airplane apparently does thrust idle
719 on
taxi
departure
like
fly,
this.
runway heading the wind 1705, runway 19 right, clip takeoff.
So we're heading 1 right, clip takeoff, Moxie 719.
So,
American
H-Pilot,
2412,
I've got a
wind
playlist of
206,
about 7
runway
hours
32
worth
for
of
land.
music right now.
Land, runway
So what I
32,
do is if you hear a song below that you like, look at the bottom underneath the camera at the very bottom of the screen. That's where there is a playlist. And so you would see it's Wendy Marciani. It's really small text on a very small screen for me. Hang on, let me do my taxi.
Mach
But
128, Tampa approach,
then you would
Sarasota,
go over
October
and
2,
search for that
expect dial up
over
flight 19er left.
Golf 3.
Alright,
Golf 3. That's Golf 3. Anyway, so what you would
And
do
Delta
is
1594
search for
ready
that
speed on 180 knots.
over at Epidemic Sound.
Moxie 720, actually described
The
Delta
custom
602, you're 5
songs
miles from
are
turn right,
not
heading
out
160.
yet.
Maintain
Pauliot
3000
is
till
gonna
established cut off
make
turn
those,
right,
and it's gonna take
19er
some time
right.
for that to happen, but it will happen eventually. Mr. Jazz, we love being jazzy on our departures.
Moxie 722, right turn direct Finky.
Right turn direct to Finky.
Status page.
Moxie 7.
Moxie 719, radar contact.
Before
climb and
takeoff
maintain
checklist.
8,000.
APU bleed, FMS, trims,
Moxie 719,
flaps,
turn left.
anti-ice,
Correction, right,
auto
right turn
brakes,
heading 240.
ECAS, thrust,
Thank you for
runway
your
cabin.
time.
Everything's
And
set and ready to go.
240, 240.
When do I do
Correct,
cabin
right,
calls?
Mark
So
719.
I do a cabin
Delta
call
1594 to center maintain
before
5,000.
we push out,
Down to 5,000.
before taxi, before takeoff, 10,000 feet, and when the turbulence is over, and then going down. You know, flight attendant seats for for takeoff. 10,000 feet. That might just be a United thing, but I do one at 10,000 feet. Nice looking livery. That's a nice idea.
And Moxie 719, right turn direct Finky, climb and maintain 12,000.
Charlie 7's the one at the end.
Approach, November 175.
175, Tampa approach, hello. Moxie 441 on departure, fly runway heading to wind 1705, runway 19er right, correction, 9er left with takeoff.
19er left, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, we are runway heading Moxie 441. Okay, 187 is our new heading. So 187 now. That's set. Strobes on.
Moxie 719, contact
Looking
actual
good.
135.92.
Taxi lights to wide. That's the one on the nose.
Delta 602, the wind 1705.
Look over there, see if there's lights coming at us. No lights coming at us. That's good.
Delta 1594, descend and maintain 4000.
Delta 4000, 1594.
No, 175 Tampa Approach, hello. I know you called, but that doesn't help me. How can I help you, sir?
Yes, sir, it's November 175. I am 3 nautical miles east of Inc. at 4000.
Okay, looking good.
Hello, 175. Roger, the Tampa altimeter 29er. You can expect vectors for the... Actually, you're a helicopter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Auto throttle is armed. Throttle's up halfway.
The ramp.
Engines are stable at 50%.
Runway 36 if able.
Auto throttle's got us. Thrust is set. It's up and away time.
Do you have your request?
I was looking for the VOR, runway 36, if able.
105, Tampa Birthday, IFR2 410.
Okay, 2 at 1, break number 175. I have your request. And as of right now, you can expect the VOR runway 36.
Number 175, Roger.
Here.
Lockheed 441, you're at a contact for Chief Direct Davy. I'm and maintain 12,000.
12,000 now, and Moxie 441 is direct Sabi.
Number 175, are you going to pick that up from Vigo or actually at the VR itself?
It's going to be from the VR itself, sir, with the procedure turn, if able.
175, proceed direct to St. Petersburg VOR.
Direct to St. Petersburg VOR, November 175.
Delta 1594, descend and maintain, dash to disregard. And who was the aircraft looking for a PDC?
That was Moxie 105.
Moxie 105, connect on request number 1.
Climbing a little bit too fast. Roll that out. There we go. Now we got some speed coming up. Not so much little airplane. I know, it's great that November 321's here to do this. Direct to Sabi.
Maintain 4,000 till established.
Direct to...
19er, right.
Let's see. Vectors, Gandhi, Paris, Sabi. Execute, execute. Direct to Sabi. Nav is good. AP is engaged. We're direct to Sabi. Flaps coming up. Let's go ahead and crank our speed to 250. Airplane keeps us busy. Flaps up.
And Moxie
Flaps are up.
5,000.
Going to 14,000, I think we were told. 14,000. There we go. And flaps are up. 250, please.
Delta 602, welcome to Tampa, safe parking.
Parking. 250. Passing 4,000 feet.
Delta 605, taxi with...
When in doubt, just hit flight level change. There's 250, 5,000 feet, direct Sabi, 14,000. Everything's good down here. After takeoff checklist. And after takeoff checklist is clean, we're good to go there. Over to performance and climb. That looks good. It is a Moxie Festival. Well, I bet there's going to be a lot of breeze flying around VATSIM for a while.
128.
I think there's going to be a lot of breeze flying around.
Stop and send at 8,000, Moxie 128.
Got an airplane up ahead of us. Somebody didn't turn on traffic. That's why we don't see it. Hey, there it is. It is above us. 1,000 feet up. Detergent Foot, welcome in. Got a new airplane, Detergent Foot.
Right turn heading 210.
Right turn 210. We do have the traffic on TCAS.
Foxy 128 turn. Actually, start.
It could get windy because there's so many breeze jets there.
Approach Delta 2412 on Charlie quick taxi.
Gonna be honest, that should not have been a conflict, but my goodness, my scope did not like it. I kind of figured it was your scope saying burp, burp, burp.
Ground at St. Sarasota. Taxi the ramp via Alpha Delta 2412.
Ramp via Alpha 2412.
And Moxie 441 proceed direct Sadie.
Moxie 441, direct Sabi.
Moxie 128, descend and maintain 5,000.
5,000, Moxie 128.
And nice there. Passing 10,000 feet. Let's see how the airplane handles with FMS speed now. Yeah, starting to speed up a little bit. Polyot is now ready for tomorrow. A 5 lever arch binders and 14 slim briefing packs.
431 Miami Center's offline. No further ATC services available. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. Have a good flight to the Keys.
122.8 for Moxie 441. Thanks for the great ATC coming out of Tampa. Have a great weekend.
You too. Flight by flight.
Okay, direct. Cheers. 122.8. Let's first of all go back into route. Let's go back to direct and Sabi. And execute. Come up here and LNAV is again engaged. That looks great. We're going to continue to flight level 210. Continue the climb. And there was no ATC there, so 122.8.
Actually, Moxie 128, men, descend and maintain 5,000, turn left heading 300 for traffic.
Yeah, I'll bet there's going to be a lot of Moxie flights for a while.
1594, the wind, the 170 at 5 and 190 right, clear to land.
190 right, clear to land, Delta 1594.
122.8. And over there. John Beddix is back in chat. Welcome back. Thanks for coming in today. We've got our little breezy A220 out, and we're doing pretty good. Continuing the climb. That looks great. Fuel looks good. 228 miles to go. That looks good. I'm going to come back over here to performance and put that back on cruise. Flaps are up, speed brakes are down, auto brakes are off, landing gear is up, past 10,000 feet, landing lights can go off, nose light can go off. I'm going to turn logo on because it's starting to get dark, and we'll let people start using their laptops. 3 cheers, Polyot, in the middle of all the stuff that's going on in your life today and this week and everything else. You have 5 lever arch binders, 14 slim briefing packs, and really, impeccable preparation for its, difficult meetings. So again, 3 cheers for, that level of accomplishment. John, it's a nice livery. Actually, this livery is starting to kind of grow on me. It's starting to grow on me. I kind of like this one. It's a nice color of blue. The stylized logo with the different colors is nice and all. So So yeah, it is a nice livery. I like this one. 17,000 feet, almost time for... There is a reason they are in this case. Yes, you have to have paper because, like, it's important. Yeah, good luck tomorrow on all that. But of course, the big part of this whole preparation thing, the most scariest part, the part that requires the most dedication, the part that mere mortals tremble with fear about, is Polyat has to put on a shirt and tie tomorrow. It's the hardest part. $18,000 feet. Barrow standard barrow. I'm going to go ahead, and now that we're in nav, we're going to go ahead and sync the heading. There is a leaking. That's why management are coming to your office and not rather than holding theirs. Well, you know, the way the world is today, and I'm not saying that what they're doing is right or anything like that. I think that is an entirely valid concern given the gravity of the situation, and yeah, that's why they need to come to your office. And that is part of the reason why people in your line of work have to have an office like this. On the other hand, you don't have a slide. We're going to have to work on that. I will appoint myself as your firm's, new officer in charge of slides, because that is a topic that we cannot let slide. Otherwise, things will just be slip sliding away. The nearer your destination, the more you're slip sliding away. So, yeah, there you go. Oh, H-Pilot. Polyat's real world job in the world of legal work as a barrister, a lawyer, has got a pretty big deal to do tomorrow. It's a big case. They've got a lot of work to do. I don't like being the guy that talks in generalities, but we need to do that. So, okay, everything's good to go up here. Nav beacon strobes and logos are on. Taxi lights, landing lights all off. I'm going to go seat belts as well. The cabin crew get up. And we're good to go over here. Over on the route page, we are 98 miles from top of descent. Let's see what's happening over on, not on a web browser. We got to go and use the app. All right, Miami's offline. It's just us. We can handle that. Not a problem. So what we're going to need to do is we need to come over here and do .ctav space KEYW 118.2. I'm going to copy this and just jot this down in my notes for the arrival. So I've got that there. All right, now then we need to come over here, and using the iPad we can do. Koala Bear's back. Welcome back, Koala Bear. Good to see you. Synaptics had the Just 5 flight crew announcements. All right, altimeter is going to be 3001. Temperature is 31. Dew point is 26. I'm just jotting these down so I don't have to look it back and forth. 330 at 4. 330 at 4 knots. Cool. Have you got self-loading cargo? Self-loading cargo. Let's do the arrival data now. So the outside air temperature again is 31 degrees. The winds again are 330 at 4. The altimeter again, and you have to use the dot, 30.01. And landing rate, +5 knots, please. And all of that looks good. The beep was auto ATC to descend via the Kraken. We're already going to do that, so might be worth a look if you like if you want a jolt of immersion. We get lots of jolts. I don't have to do the enter the dot for the altimeter. Oh boy, I didn't once, and it was really cranky with me. Didn't like me at all. Okay, Aikens is at 3,000 feet. I'm going to dial in 3,000 feet for that. Shogun, how do you like your new name? Shogun 1966. How do you like your new name? It's a cool one. All right, all of this is good. V speeds are set. And we are 76 miles from top of descent. Auto brake is max, huh? I don't have much trouble slowing down. I was just living. Oh, it was John. Okay, John? How do you like your new name? Manifee says we should have ABBA. No. I don't mean to be mean. That's not exactly my musical taste. And we are in cruise. Now, I still think I'm doing something wrong because the airplane remains in climb mode. So I need to dig around in a flight manual and see what it is that I'm doing wrong with that. We're all set to descend. Nav, VNav are all on. The airplane should do it for us. There is, there's top of descent showing up around Carter. And it's 66 miles away. Uh-oh. Alligators. I think one of those roads might be the famous road. Now, we're a little too far north. So if you look on the map here, there's this road over here. And this is a road that basically, when you get on it, there are these big signs on the road. And they say, do you have a full tank of gas? Have you got good tires? Because you don't want to have a breakdown or run out of gas on this road. Because you could be eaten. Sounds a little like a James Bond movie. Trespassers could be eaten. But they're these big, scary signs. And then they've got somebody running around in a Jar Jar Binks costume saying Yusa could die. Descent and approach checklist. Anti-ice, wing in on, auto below flight level 350. The FMS is done. I have not set minimums. Minimums. I'm going to let it go to 2,000 and minimums. I'll call it 260 feet because it's easier. Minimums you set over here. $260 feet. Return. Minimums are set. Let's see. Airplane got Sim App Pro all set up with your new throttles. How do you like the way your throttles feel, airplane? Did you have the Thrustmaster throttles before? Airbus throttles, and now you've got the wind control. So do you like those better? We're all good. The airplane says, yeah, they feel a lot better. So definitely worth the investment. You have yet to fly with them. Well, that's okay. You'll be able to do that. Mac Mayhem is back in charts. Been a while, absolutely. Thanks for coming in, Mac. We've got a nice new airplane to fly. It's kind of hard to see. It's getting dark outside. But the A220 is out, and it's a nice airplane. Been really good. So you can see there we are over there. That real scary highway that I was telling you about, it's right over there. So make sure you fill up with gas before you go on that highway and you don't have a flat. Minimums are set. Auto brakes are set. ECAS is set. Arrival briefing is done. Checklist is complete. Yep, alligators just like that one. Loviz, who lives in Florida, was telling us, though, that the problem in the southern part of Florida, down in, this alligator zone here, is there are a bunch of people that bought these really exotic big snakes, like anacondas and stuff like that. Mac just did a resub, been here for 37 months. Thank you for a nice resub, Mac. Thank you for coming in today. Thanks for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep coming in. And welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Thanks for coming by. Anyhow, one of the things that Loviz was saying is people bought these exotic big monster snakes and they got too big for them, so they would put them in the car and dump them out here. And there's these monster pythons there that are eating all the alligators. Dad Game Time says the 220 has a few issues. It's a fantastic airplane. I'm loving the airplane. It's great. Polyat now has 5 paper cuts. Yeah, a paper cut really, really hurts. It's just painful. So yeah, there are these monster pythons out there eating the alligators. So because they brought them in, and normally you didn't have these monster pythons in that part of Florida. So, when you listen to somebody say, "Hey, you shouldn't bring these big exotic animals in," there's government rules. Why not? There's a reason, because once they eat the alligators, there's going to be another problem. Yeah, paper cuts are really, really bad. Got busy with life and burned out with simming. Hope to find the interest again. Well, Mac, we've got awesome ATC. It's gotten better. It's gotten worldwide. There's incredibly groovy events going on. There's really good VATSIM events going on. And not just in the US. There's VATSIM events in Canada. Europe has caught on fire. There's incredibly good VATSIM events in Germany and Sweden, Finland, Norway, and the UK. So it's really, really good. And this is now the VATSIM Radar app. So you don't have to sit there with an open browser if you don't want one. And you can still get all sorts of great information. Right now, there's 900 people flying. The most used airplane right now is this one. It's the new A220, followed by a 320, 737, and 777. Busiest airline is Delta, United, American, Air Canada. We're doing Moxie, which is Breeze, which is number 6. Busiest airport is Boston, Toronto, but it's Toronto Thursdays, Kennedy, LA, MCO, EGLL, always, no matter what time of the day, it's always in the top 10. Always a top 10 airport here. So there's really, really cool new things to check out in the world of flight sim. We've got some much better airplanes. I think the thing to do is, if you kind of got burned out with it, you got to play with your airplane for a while and see if there's an airplane that interests you, and just kind of ease back in. Might be the best way to go. Something about a family show. I missed that part. No snakes in Hawaii. Let's see. Was in the Guinness Book of World Records, but the librarian told me to take it out. And there was a paper cut. Irby, did I just miss a joke? Did I totally botch a joke? I probably did. Sorry, I know you put work into that too. This one's really good, Mac. This one just came out this week. It's an A220 from Mini Builds. And there's a couple of issues, but they've been really, really good about fix it, and get it going. So they've been doing really good with this. We've got a new Fokker F100 that's come out. That's a really good airplane. The new iFly 737 Max. The Max has been out, but they just updated it with a really great electronic flight bag, an iPad. Speaking of electronic flight bags, Katie Pilot, little famous in flight sim land. Katie Pilot has rewritten her electronic flight bag, and that's going to come out probably around the holidays as EFBX, and it's going to be great. I think that's going to be awesome. Do you plan on doing group flights on VATSIM? Yes, Mac. Tomorrow we'll start off with a big one, Frankfurt to someplace, probably over to Paris or someplace in France, since we got an Air France. We'll probably do some of these Breeze Airlines flights. Delta flies the A220 as well. So we'll probably do those sorts of things. And because it's kind of taken flight sim by storm, kind of planning on spending the weekend with this airplane. And just doing some regular flights. Mac, over on Discord, I've gone and put together one of the SPY flow charts. So this is the flow that I've done. You can see it's quite the little to-do list, and it's over in Chit Chat if you want that over there, and that might help you get into this too. But yeah, we'll be flying together. Airplanes is in this too, and we should be hitting our top of descent. We are. Frankfurt terrifies you. You tried Frankfurt Friday. Yeah, Frankfurt Friday does tend to do that. It's not your imagination. Frankfurt Friday is not for the faint of heart. I forgot to put a few things in here. No, we don't want intersections. We want ETAs. There we go. That's what we wanted. You are not descending, airplane. All right. Fine. Vertical speed. I'll do it myself. I will do it myself. But no, it can be terrifying. The big thing about things like Frankfurt Friday, Vectors to Copenhagen, stuff like that, you just got to know what's going on. And it's not always the easiest thing in the world. I'm going to go ahead and do my own speeds and descent on this one. Yeah, once you, like Airplane said, once you get going with something like a Frankfurt Friday, you pick up on it. Now for me, it's like a no miss, don't want to miss that at all type of event. I'm going to bring in the map in and click. You don't understand the flow of pass off to air traffic controls, bit of a panic. No, actually, what I think would probably be the better thing to do, I think what the better thing to do is just fly with some friends for a while and kind of pick it up that way. Now, another thing that you might do is you might also try one of the AI air traffic control applications for like 30-day, 2 months really. You could do that too, but if you got friends that you like to fly around with on VATSIM and Twitch and stuff like that, I'd do it that way. That's right, we've got Friday night ops. It's Toronto over to Winnipeg. A little bit of a longer flight, but that's Friday night ops, so there should be full ATC on that one. Probably let's do Toronto to depart. Toronto. So we'll plan that one. So Frankfurt, maybe an easygoing flight, and then jump into Friday night ops. Not a fan of AI. You avoid it? Yeah, there's a lot of it that I'm not a giant fan of either. It is a service that's out there, and if it, say Intentions or whatever the other one is, it's maybe a good way to get into it a little bit, but let's see. I need my flight 3001 on the altimeter. Kind of a small number to read, but 3001 altimeters are set. Would it be a pain to, in some cases, yes. Now, if the controller is massively busy, probably not. Probably wouldn't be your best thing to do. I'm a little high on my descent. How is the TFDI MD-11? It's actually really pretty cool. It's one of my favorite airplanes. I don't fly it an awful lot because there's a bunch of other ones, but I actually really do like the MD-11. It's a great airplane.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Sachak. Hey, the spy voice says you did a resub. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. We could do a Delta flight into Toronto. I haven't done the Delta in this yet. 31 months, Sechuk. Thank you so much for a 31-month resub and helping me to keep all this silly stuff going. I couldn't do it without you. And I'm really grateful that I get to continue doing flight sim and live streaming and YouTubing thanks to you. I don't know. I've been kind of a wet blanket about that a little bit. I think it's going to be a nice airplane. I'm a little oversaturated in nice new airplanes now. I really am, and need a little bit of a break from airplanes. I've got this one to learn. There's a lot more to learn. That being said, I'm sure that they want to release it and start getting some income into their company and stuff, but I mean, my hands are full with this airplane, and it's getting to the point where we're not flying the airplanes we want to fly. Mac is feeling a little old classic. The MD-11 is a fun old airplane, and fun old airplanes are fun to fly. August or September. I would like it to be closer to October, to be honest. I'd like it a little closer. Ooh, finally catching up with our descent path. Let's go and reduce our rate of descent now. We finally caught up with our descent. Oh, looks like VNAV just took over. Cool. Well, we caught up. That's nice. I'll go ahead and let it do FMS speed now. Mac PMDG has announced that they are going to do the whole line of 777s. They've announced they're going to do the whole line of the 777s, all of them. Apparently the 747, not the 777s, the 747s. The 747 is Robert Randazzo's favorite airplane, so he wants that. All right, I want to get burpee, and I want to put burpee after Akins and execute it. There we go. Just closed a route discontinuity. Feeling good about that. But yeah, Mac, I think one of the they're also going to do the SP, you know, the 747 that's kind of scrunched up, you know, smaller. You know, you think about a stretch airplane, this was the opposite of a stretch plane. I think that they're going to probably do a really good job. Again, you know, it's the boss's favorite, so I'd expect that. I need to learn where floodlights are. Do the reading lights do anything? Oh my gosh. Are those the reading lights? Nope, that's floodlights. Not any help at all. Max says, yeah, that's his baby. Sorcerer is back. Welcome back in. I saw somebody was asking earlier if this is the last flight. Yeah, this is the last one. Love getting to do this. It's so much fun to be a part of flight simming, and I'm really grateful, you know, to be here. That being said, it's hour 7, and with all the wildfire smoke, my voice is just being ripped to shreds. So you're not doing a very good job of slowing down, airplane. You're not slowing down very good. There we go. 210 knots. Yeah, there's a pretty good smoke here. Whoops, wrong one. Weather cam, there we go. Air quality is still about 51, 100 being worst, 1 being good, and it's kind of warm out there. So needless to say, breathing is not the best thing. Yeah, there's a lot. There were some really bad lightning strikes. There was a really bad lightning strike storm, and that sparked a bunch of them in eastern Oregon, Idaho, stuff like that. So the west side of Montana is really messed up. Hey, Howitzer, you bought Chase Plane. Howitzer is really cool for getting good views. You know, I'm able to put together some really nice sequences of camera shots and stuff just to make things look a little bit more interesting, you know, in the airplane. And so I really do like Chase Plane. Key West traffic. Oh, wrong frequency. Hang on. There we go. Key West traffic, very good evening. Moxie 441's an A220, a beam of the airport. We are on the RNAV 27 on the south side and setting up to land. We'll call short finals, Key West. We are ordering Chinese. Sorcerer, what are you going to get? Oh my gosh. There was a place that I went with somebody that it was a good friend, not really dating, but super good friend. Did a lot of cool things with her. And we went to a couple of Chinese restaurants in Austin. And they did incredible, just basic even rice, vegetables, chicken, things like that. Really awesome. And that was probably some of the best Chinese I ever had. Now, it was probably the company too, but that was probably the best. Bozeman and Big Sky, they've had a rough couple of years of wildfires into Yellowstone. Yeah, and water laws changed out here too, so they've got troubles with that. So there's some trouble here for sure. I'm going to do taxi light on. Passengers getting a nice view of the airport. There we go. But yeah, that's a real pretty part of the country. All right. I'm going to go to 180. We could use some flaps now. Let's see. Sorcerer wants chicken, kung pao, and chow mein tonight. Going to 180. There's our speed for the turns. Can't slow it down fast enough with this airplane. It is really slippery on the descent. I'm going to set the final plunge altitude in the altitude window. Let the airplane do its thing. And we're just going to do a gentle little descent here. Dead game time. Oh my gosh, a big joke there. Walks into a bar. On the bar, tiny piano, Brahms, stunned. Why, that's a genie down on the corner granting wishes. I'm sorry I read through that. I have to keep an eye on this. If you don't keep an eye on the airplane, you'll end up fast and high, fat, really bad. But thank you, Dead Game Time. Really appreciate you keeping the comedy club going here. Okay, 180 on the turn. And we're going to performance and approach. 127 plus 5, we'll call it 135 because it's easier to remember. And around we go over here. Again, just a gentle descent. And this is good. Before landing checklist. Altimeters checked and set. How about wheels? Probably can't see a lot here. Landing gear. I've noticed that coming out watching the landing gear going down, the animation's a little bit jiggly and stuff like that. Yeah, it's pretty dark. Yeah, not so bad. Landing gear. Flaps are not set. You generally do flaps 4. Oop, I said flaps 5. It's going to be a flaps 4. Reset it. VAPS 136 plus 5. Let's call it 140. Mountain, I think it needs a little bit of performance, and I think they're working on it. So I'm feeling pretty good about it right now. Key West traffic. Moxie 441 is overhead burpee, turning finals landing runway 27 Key West. Taxi lights to wide. Okay, there's the military airfield off to the right, the Naval Air Station. You don't want to land there. But you can see our runway just down the way. You will get descent guidance. It's really kind of hard to see it though. It's that small little star there. Sorry I missed some of that dead game time. The airplane caught up with me. Looking good. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane.
2500.
Gentle little descent. That looks good. Coming up on 5 miles. I generally keep it up to 180 until that, and we decided 140 to land. Short runway. We have to ignore our flight simmer tendencies to go for butter. Coming up with the descent path there. So now about 700 feet on the descent. And let's go to 140. There's 140. Flaps, flaps. Good. A touch low.
1000.
Flaps are good. Cabin's ready. Checklist is complete. Whoa, a little bit low there. There's our speed.
500.
Come on, auto throttle. There comes the auto throttle. Woohoo.
400.
I'm going to leave the auto throttle engaged on this one. See if it actually puts us back. Definitely got a little bit low.
300.
It's easy to over control the airplane. My guess is some of that's going to go away when they get a little bit better performance.
Auto throttle.
Nope, I'm doing the auto throttle myself. It's just
50. 30. 20. 10.
wow. Man, I've been really doing some hard landings in this thing. Oh, 646. This one, it does not fly like an Airbus. It doesn't fly like an Airbus. Oh my gosh, there's pain. H-Pilot has back pain. Well, no butter on this airplane yet. Key West traffic, Moxie 441's clear, runway 27, taxi to parking, happy landings, Key West. Oh well, we have landed. It's time for changes in attitudes and latitudes here. It is. It's a cross between Bombardier, Airbus. It really is, you know, got multiple personalities. And you really cannot fly it like a, you can't fly this like a, like an Airbus. Strobes off. APU on. Yeah, it's a whole new airplane and you got to get the feel for it. NASCAR says there's craters in the runway. Well, at about 600 feet per minute, it is a little bit, it was a bit of a heavy landing. After landing, flaps are up. Checklist complete. Shutdowns next. I also feel like it is a little heavy on frame rates right now for me. It really is. And so my guess is part of my hard landing is stutters and things like that. So my guess is, and my hope is, that after we get our next update, which is supposed to be on Tuesday, I believe. Supposed to be on Tuesday is when we could get the update here. That's when we might get a little bit better landing rate. H-Pilot's got to call it a night. Night, H-Pilot. That's right. Stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you on the next flight tomorrow. Frankfurt Friday. No idea where we're going. Sorcerer, thank you for coming in and say so. I am so glad to be here and getting to, you know, hang out with cool people that like airplanes. So thank you for being here. All right, we're looking for Bravo 10. Boy, those charts are old. Frankfurt to somewhere, probably not Frankfurt. We did learn today, or maybe it was yesterday. I think it was today. We learned that they are Lufthansa City Line, or whatever their line is, has purchased 40 of these. So our friends from Lufthansa are going to be all over this. The A220s. And we're going to call it Gate 4. There's Gate 4. And we turn off the nose light now, because we don't want to blind the ground crew. All right, finally. It takes a while before, especially at night, before they actually, the lights on the little wands that they're moving pops up, and you can barely see them from a distance. Parking brakes on. Did we get the APU set up? Sure did. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. Come on up here. We're going to go to standby on the altimeter. And that looks good. We're going to do seat belts. And we can also do hydraulic 3A, 3B, and 2B off. And the beacon can go off too. And we can hit the GSX button and request deboarding. And here comes a jetway. And there's people standing out there. Hi, people. Hey, let's see if it comes out to the airplane. Holy moly, this jetway actually made it to the airplane. It actually made it to the airplane. That's pretty good. NASCAR, you like the ceiling fans in the terminal? Okay, there's one. There they are. So they got big ceiling. Well, you know, you'd be surprised how much the good breeze and a ceiling fan works. Okay, I've got nav lights on. I've got logo lights on. And we'll come over here. Open the door. Hey, look at that. We've got a flight crew there. And everybody's getting off the airplane. And you'll even see them walking down the jetway here. Hi, there's a guy. They kind of walk into each other and stuff like that. But kind of a, kind of a cool thing on that one. First flight tomorrow, Frankfurt to someplace. Not sure where we're going to go, but we'll have a nice flight there. Got a suggestion to do a Delta flight into Toronto for Toronto and Friday night ops. And then it's a little bit longer, but we'll also continue on to Winnipeg. And that should be a fairly nice flight for us as well. So definitely looking forward to that. And this airplane, it's a little bit grumpy. I might fly it out of Frankfurt or something like that. I don't know that I would want to fly it into Frankfurt. Make all the chicken sounds that you want on that one, but I just kind of feel like that's probably not the best thing to do, is fly it into Frankfurt. So this is great. And again, I've really enjoyed this. I don't know what it is. I think part of the reason is it's modern. Airlines are buying this and flying this, which is really, really cool. And it's a cool, they also did a great job on making the airplane. They also did a great job on making the airplane work well. So I'm having a blast with this, and I hope it's not too boring for you or anything along those lines. But I know I'm just super duper enjoying the airplane for sure. Let's see. Cross is doing some VFR flying, I believe. So let's see. Where is that? Let's see. I think Moose just popped up. Cross is out doing VFR flying in an A319. I don't know what that's all about. Let's just go and see Cross. If you see Cross Hyparu, just do not use the term Sonic the Hedgehog. Cross is not a hedgehog. Thank you for coming in, Wolfie. Always appreciate seeing you coming into chat. For the MD-11, do you install Microsoft Flight Simulator or Docs? I think I installed it into Microsoft Flight Simulator. Maybe, oh, it does say I thought he said VFR. Yeah, no, you're nuts, but no, don't use the term Sonic. That files. So sure, thank you for coming by today. And if you are one that I know is watching on Twitch or YouTube and you never say anything on chat, but you're always here, I know you're there. Thank you for being here. I really hope that you're doing well, and always appreciate you coming in and checking in. And don't feel like you got to say hi. Just I'm so grateful that you're here. Thanks for coming in. VQPR. Oh, I know where Cross is going. Sorcerer, thanks for being here. Hey, listen, some of you've got big projects. Paulette's got a big presentation tomorrow. Good luck. I know you're going to do great on that one. If it's smoky where you are, be sure and take good care of your voice and stuff like that. If you're on YouTube, it's just going to go to color bars and sign off. If you're on Twitch, you'll see all this, see our raid into Cross Hyparo. But thanks for being here. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time's normal time, 1800 Zulu on Twitch and YouTube. In the meantime, please, it's crazy out there. Take a little bit of extra time to be nice to yourself because it is crazy. Stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers. Good night.